Welcome to Audio Novel. Don't forget to like and subscribe. To access advanced chapters or support the author, visit their official page, link is in the description. Let's dive into the story. Chapter 1, C1. Queens, New York City. Ring 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 ring. As soon as the school bell at Midtown High School rang, Kain bolted out of the classroom with his school bag in hand, eager to leave. His friend Carl, noticing this, quickly called out, "Hey, Kain, you promised to play video games with me today." Carl, I actually said next time, which means the day after tomorrow," Kain replied, briefly poking his head back into the classroom doorway. He added, "Next time, Carl." Cunning Kain. Are we sure he's talking about tomorrow? Carl muttered under his breath. Kain had used the same excuse the last time, and they still hadn't completed the level that required 2 players. It was starting to feel like a pattern. Another student passed by Carl, chuckling. If you remind Kain every day, he might actually realize it's tomorrow sometime next year. Carl sighed, he loves guns more than hanging out with his best friend. He grumbled to himself and packed his things, determined to beat the level solo if it came to that. If he didn't pass by his 200th try, Carl swore he'd drag Kain over, no excuses. Kain had definitely changed, and it wasn't just the small stuff. Carl could sense something different in him, especially over the past 3 years. It's now the year 2000, and Kain has been in this new Marvel world for exactly 3 years. When he first realized he'd somehow crossed into this universe, he experienced a whirlwind of emotions: fear, excitement, confusion. But now, after settling into his new life, he could remain calm in the face of the extraordinary events happening around him. Why is he so sure it's the Marvel world? Kain managed to use some inheritance from his parents to invest in various ventures, including stocks in Stark Industries. As he watched the company's progression and the events unfolding around him, he became certain he was in the universe of superheroes and villains. Inheriting his family's estate had been a challenge, but thanks to his parents' foresight, they'd hired a lawyer before their deaths to ensure the process went smoothly. Kain ended up with 34% of the shares in a private hospital, $1 million in cash, 3 homes, and 2 cars. While taxes and legal fees ate into a good portion of it, Kain was left with more than enough to get by. Determined to make the most of his situation, Kain invested $600,000 into the stock market, benefiting from insider knowledge of companies like Stark Industries and other tech giants. He rode the wave of the dot-com boom, growing his wealth significantly. By the year 2000, he was sitting on tens of millions of dollars, enough to live comfortably for the rest of his life. With such wealth, he could easily have settled into a life of luxury, private villas, full-time staff, and gourmet meals every day. But Kain knew better than to let his guard down. This was the Marvel world, a place filled with superheroes, villains, and world-ending catastrophes. Wealth wouldn't save him if he didn't have the means to protect himself. Thankfully, Kain had a personal advantage, a stronger memory and increased focus, which he attributed to the new body he found himself in after the time travel. These gifts allowed him to quickly excel academically, earning the top spot in his senior year at Midtown High School. Between his grades and financial status, he had his pick of universities, but his true focus lay elsewhere. Kain dedicated hours each week to visiting a shooting range in the suburbs, practicing with firearms. For someone without superhuman abilities, guns were the most practical way to ensure his safety. After leaving school, Kain hopped on his motorcycle and rode to the training range, where someone was already waiting for him at the entrance. "Hey, Kain." Right on time as always, the coach, Jimmy, greeted him with a grin. Jimmy was used to Kain's regular visits and enthusiasm for shooting. Having a wealthy client like Kain was good for business, so Jimmy was always keen to offer personalized attention. "What's on the agenda today?" Jimmy asked. "Same as usual." Kain nodded. "Same guns, same drills." Jimmy chuckled. "You know, with your skills, you could enter competitions. You wouldn't win every time, but you'd definitely place in the top 10. Kain grinned but didn't respond. He knew his shooting skills were solid, but competitions weren't his goal. His objective was simple: survival. In a world where gods, monsters, and madmen roamed, being well-armed might give him a chance to stay alive. Jimmy led Kain to the range, and soon, the rhythmic sound of gunfire filled the air. Bang. 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 Kain's shots were sharp and precise. By the end of the session, Jimmy couldn't help but be impressed again. "You've really improved, Kain. Your accuracy is better than ever." "Thanks," Kain replied, wiping sweat from his brow. He grabbed a bottle of water and took a few sips before turning to Jimmy. "So, about that thing I asked you to look into." Jimmy hesitated for a moment, glancing around to make sure no one was listening. "Kain, what you're asking for, those are restricted weapons. It's dangerous. Why not just hire bodyguards if you're worried about safety?" Kain gave him a knowing smile. "Come on, Jimmy. You know I have a house in the suburbs. It's not like I'm stockpiling for a war. I just want to be prepared. Plus, you'll make some extra cash out of it." Jimmy sighed, realizing Kain wouldn't be swayed. After a moment, he pulled a small note from his pocket and handed it over. "Go to this address," he said in a low voice. "Tell them you're a friend of Jimmy's, and they'll help you out." Kain pocketed the note, giving Jimmy a nod of thanks. The truth was, in this unpredictable world, being prepared was a necessity, not just a hobby. He didn't know when things might spiral out of control, when some supervillain or cosmic entity might bring chaos to his doorstep. But when that time came, Kain intended to be ready. Chapter 2, C2. Kain drove to the location Jimmy had given him. Though it was somewhat out of the way, it was still within New York City, not far from the suburbs. After parking his car, he stepped out and approached the door of a rather inconspicuous building. The place looked like a typical gun store, the kind you'd expect to see in the US. Rows of standard firearms lined the walls, the usual array of rifles, shotguns, and handguns. But Kain wasn't here for the legal merchandise, he had something else in mind, something more discreet and less legal. "Boss." Kain called out after entering the store. A man slowly rose from behind the cash register. He was a disheveled, middle-aged man with an unkempt beard that nearly blended into the messy mop of hair on his head. He looked more like a caveman than a gun shop owner. "If you're old enough to buy a gun, feel free to look around," the man grunted, barely glancing at Kain. The shopkeeper clearly thought Kain was just another young man intrigued by the idea of owning a firearm, probably to impress his friends. Most kids like him barely had enough cash to buy the cheapest shotgun in the store, let alone something more substantial. "Take your pick," the shopkeeper added. "If it's your first time here, I'll even give you a 10% discount." "I've already chosen," Kain replied calmly, stepping up to the counter. He pulled a folded piece of paper from his pocket and placed it on the counter. The shop owner unfolded the paper and scanned the contents, his brow furrowing as he saw the list. Several of the items were highly illegal. Kain quickly added, "I was sent by Jimmy." The shopkeeper's frown deepened, his eyes narrowing suspiciously. "Why didn't he just send you to Stark Industries?" he asked, his tone thick with sarcasm. Kain smirked. "Stark doesn't break the law for small money. Now, name your price." The shop owner's face softened slightly as the conversation took a more familiar turn. He knew this game, money talks, and it seemed like Kain was prepared to play. Though the request was risky, it was clear Kain was willing to pay a high price for the illegal items on his list. Kain took a wad of cash from his jacket and slapped it onto the counter. $30,000 as a deposit, he said firmly. "The rest when the deal's done, and all cash." The shopkeeper's eyes flickered at the sight of the money. Kain continued, "Besides, you know Jimmy. He wouldn't send me your way unless he trusted you." The shop owner hesitated for a moment, weighing his options. $30,000 upfront was no small amount, especially in the year 2000. The total deal wouldn't exceed $150,000, but that was still a hefty sum for a gun shop owner. Kain was asking for a mix of items, mostly pistols, rifles, a large quantity of ammunition, and even a few grenades, definitely not things you'd find on the shelves of a regular store. Finally, the shopkeeper nodded. "All right. I'll have everything ready in 5 days. Leave an address." Kain scribbled down an address and phone number on a piece of paper. "This is my phone. Call me before you come by." The address he provided wasn't his primary residence. It was another house his parents had left him, located just a few blocks away, with a large garage. It was the perfect spot for receiving deliveries like this, away from prying eyes. The shopkeeper, satisfied, pocketed the cash. 5 days, he repeated. I'll call when it's ready. With the deal sealed, Kain left the store and drove off, feeling a mixture of excitement and anticipation. The moment he got home, he threw himself back into his studies. The reason he was top of his class at Midtown High School wasn't just because of his natural intelligence but because of his ability to retain and absorb knowledge quickly. Yet, unlike most kids his age, Kain had no interest in spending his free time playing video games or lounging around. He had bigger plans. Kain's self-study revolved around medical knowledge. He wasn't pursuing medicine just because he owned shares in a hospital. It was for survival. Guns and ammunition could protect him from physical threats, but medicine was his safeguard in the event of injury. His parents had left behind a library of medical texts, which he absorbed voraciously, practicing bandaging, suturing, and diagnosing illnesses on dummies he kept in the house. So far, he had a 100% success rate, though, as he mused to himself, it would be a different challenge to apply these skills to real people in life-or-death situations. That night, he felt a buzz of excitement. In 5 days, when his shipment arrived, he'd finally be ready to test his system properly. Kain's cheat ability, his mysterious system, was the key to his survival and success in this Marvel world. Sure, it was dangerous to dabble in the illegal arms trade, but Kain had long since accepted the risks. As an ordinary human in an extraordinary world, there were few paths to real power. The system was his best option. He'd thought long and hard about it. The life of a rich, ordinary man wasn't enough for him. He wanted more, he wanted power. He wanted to see what other worlds had to offer. As he relaxed with a glass of red wine that evening, he activated the system interface, a transparent panel only visible to him. The interface was simple but functional, displaying his next task, selecting a world. The system's unique ability allowed him to connect to other worlds and establish trade deals, but there was a catch: the first trade in any world was always the riskiest. Kain had to negotiate the deal in person, with no guarantee of success. However, once that first deal was made, the system would allow him to freely travel between the Marvel world and the newly discovered one. Additionally, the system had 50 storage slots, each capable of holding massive quantities of items. The storage capacity was immense. One slot could store up to 999 units of a single type of item, with each unit representing up to 100 kilograms. If Kain chose to trade something basic, like flour, he could store nearly 5,000 tons of it in his system. This storage feature was invaluable for transporting large quantities of goods across worlds. Risk and reward danced closely together. But if Kain could survive the initial danger, the rewards would be immense. He could build wealth and power, not just in the Marvel world but across multiple worlds. "I'll take the risk," Kain muttered to himself, finishing his wine. He had no interest in a quiet, luxurious life. He wanted to see and experience more, much more. And with the system at his side, he was ready to take his first step toward a much larger destiny. Chapter 3, C3. "Hey, Kain, you've been avoiding me lately. If you don't come over and help me beat that video game, you'll lose the best trader you've got." Carl Shelton playfully slung his arm around Kain's neck, trying to guilt-trip him into hanging out. Carl's father was a well-known stockbroker on Wall Street. Growing up with a father immersed in trading, Carl had become skilled in navigating the stock market. Kain, aware of his talent, had entrusted him with some of his money. Carl, with his father's connections, had helped him open a stock account far quicker than Kain could have managed on his own. Now, Carl followed Kain's instructions and handled trades, and both had profited handsomely from it. Carl, cautious by nature, had only invested modest amounts because of his father's constant warnings about the unpredictability of the stock market. Kain, on the other hand, was more daring, and as a result, his returns were far greater. Although Carl didn't manage most of Kain's funds anymore, the $1 million or so Kain had entrusted him with was still significant. "I'm not avoiding you, Carl. I just think you need something more than the game." Kain pulled out a stack of study materials from his bag, marked with his own handwritten notes. He had been using them to prepare for school exams. Carl flipped through the pages, his eyes widening at the extensive notes. "Kain, I'm not aiming for Columbia University or anything. You know I'm not the studious type." Kain shot him a serious look. "You saying you don't need this? Look at these notes, man. Do you know how long it took me to prepare this for you?" Carl gave an apologetic grin. Bro, you know me. I'd be sent straight to the ICU if I tried to study all this. He could see how much effort Kain had put into compiling the material, but studying was the last thing on Carl's mind. Forget it. Maybe I misjudged your dedication to academics, Kain said, brushing it off. But I do need your help with something. Carl, always quick to help when it didn't involve schoolwork, jumped at the chance. Anything, man. You know I've got your back. Kain smiled. I need you to find me a warehouse, something with good security. Also, track down a reliable supermarket supplier. I might need it soon. Carl raised an eyebrow. You opening a supermarket now? Dude, this isn't a smart move. You're going to ditch our Wall Street Lightning Group. Kain rolled his eyes. There is no Lightning Group, Carl. And I'm not opening a supermarket. Just do this for me, all right? With that, Kain ended their conversation as it was nearly time for class. His days at school had become more relaxed since he was one of the top students. As long as he didn't disrupt anyone or break any laws, the teachers left him alone. After all, a kid already accepted into Columbia University wasn't someone they worried about. But Kain was growing tired of school. It felt like a waste of time when there was so much more to learn, especially with his recent acquisition of the trading system. The thought of spending another 4 or 5 years stuck in a classroom, waiting to use the system's potential, made him impatient. It was like being a game fan holding a brand new game but being told to practice skills before playing. He simply couldn't wait. A few days later, Kain arrived at his parents' unused house. The place was large but isolated, which made it perfect for what he had planned. When night fell, a minivan pulled up in front of the house. After flashing the headlights 3 times as a signal, Kain opened the garage door to let the vehicle inside. All your stuff is here. Bullets in the boxes, firearms, and rocket launchers in the cases. Once I leave, I don't know you, and I never sold you anything, the owner of the gun shop grumbled as he helped unload the goods. Kain inspected everything closely. Pistols, rifles, submachine guns, all in pristine condition. He had experience with guns, but the rocket launcher was new territory. He hefted it once, just to feel the weight. Everything seemed perfect. No problems here, boss. Pleasure doing business with you, Kain said, handing over the remaining balance to the gun shop owner. Call me George, the man said, pocketing the cash. Next time you come, you'll get a fair price. I don't cheat my regulars. As George drove off into the night, Kain began organizing the firearms and ammunition. He loaded all the clips and carefully stored the weapons in the system space inventory. The trading system space was vast, allowing him to store large quantities of goods. The sheer convenience of being able to summon or stow weapons in the blink of an eye brought a satisfied smile to his face. Now, let's search for the first trading world, Kain muttered to himself, eager to see what lay ahead. The system's panel blinked to life, displaying a chaotic whirl of stars and lights. After a few moments, a bright star materialized on the screen, indicating the target world. Kain tapped the starlight, and a scene unfolded before his eyes. It was a battlefield, unlike any he had ever seen. Instead of guns, the fighters used strange hand signs to manipulate elements: fire, water, wind, and lightning. Some hurled shuriken and kunai, while others engaged in hand-to-hand combat. In another part of the world, civilians went about their daily lives, shopping in markets, and traders laughed together in izakayas. This is the world of shinobi, Kain murmured, intrigued by the strange yet familiar imagery. A thrill of excitement coursed through him. This was the first world the system had located, and he was about to step into it, armed with weapons from Earth. The thought of what opportunities, and dangers, awaited him made his heart race. But he was ready. Danger and opportunity coexisted, and Kain was determined to make the most of both. Chapter 4, C4. The world of Naruto, once a thriving indigenous planet, could have evolved with a harmonious coexistence of extraordinary powers and advancing technology. However, the arrival of the alien Otsutsuki clan drastically altered the course of this planet's development. The first significant change came when Otsutsuki Kagaya planted a sacred tree on the planet. After betraying her fellow Otsutsuki, Ishiki, she performed a ritual to offer sacrifices to the sacred tree and eventually consumed the chakra fruit herself. Her ideals, however, clashed with those of her sons, Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura, leading to her eventual sealing. Hagoromo, also known as the Sage of Six Paths, later spread chakra across the world. After his son Indra developed the art of ninjutsu, shinobi, or ninja, began to rise to prominence, shaping the history of the world with their battles and exploits. Kain pondered over the images he had just seen from the system. It looks like a war is going on. I'm not sure which one though. If it's the Fourth Shinobi World War, I should probably hold off for now. But it can't be, those ninjas were wearing different forehead protectors. Konoha, IWA. This has to be a conflict between villages, not the unified force of the Fourth War. He recalled that the Fourth Shinobi World War was a massive, cataclysmic event. If he misjudged the timing and got caught in it, he might not even make it out alive, especially with the looming threat of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Since it's still wartime, I should reconsider my initial plan for trading food supplies. I'll adjust the inventory and include more medicines, leaving behind detailed instructions, he mused. Kain's father had taken him to various private receptions over the years, and he had made some useful connections, including several individuals working in pharmaceutical companies. He could source a large batch of medicines from them, including antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers, and vitamins, not to mention essential medical equipment. While Kain could carry a significant amount of supplies into the shinobi world, he faced a critical question: what could he get in return? The currency in the ninja world would be useless once he returned to his own world, and the value of their money would be equivalent to toilet paper in the modern economy. Gold was a potential option, but gold wasn't widely used in the shinobi world, at least not in the anime he had watched. The only time gold was ever significant was with the fourth Kazekage in the Sand Village, and I'm not exactly equipped to mine or trade for gold. Plus, it's too risky to deal with gold just for some returns. I might as well stick to business on Wall Street for that, Kain thought. His real goal wasn't simply making money, he had plenty of that already. What Kain wanted was access to the extraordinary powers of the shinobi world. Chakra, the energy that fueled the ninja's abilities, was the most mysterious and alluring power in that world. But chakra was native to that universe, and even if Kain could somehow learn how to extract it, his chakra reserves would likely be minuscule compared to the shinobi born and raised in that world. If I want to obtain true extraordinary power, I'll probably need something like Hashirama cells, Kain muttered. He knew that Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, had cells that were famous for their regenerative and chakra-boosting properties. If he could get his hands on something like that, his chances of gaining real power would increase significantly. But for now, all of that was still just wishful thinking. He couldn't even determine the exact time period in the shinobi world yet, so making detailed plans was premature. All he could do was focus on his preparations, stockpiling medicines, weapons, and gear. Good thing I already know Japanese. Kain thought with a smirk. That would at least save him from the hassle of dealing with language barriers. Kain grabbed his phone and called Carl. Hey, Carl, how's the warehouse and supplier situation coming along? It took a moment for Carl, groggy from sleep, to respond. Kain. Dude, do you know what time it is? The American Constitution protects my sacred right to sleep. It's noon, Carl. Are you still half asleep? Should I call your dad and tell him you've been gaming all night again? Carl woke up immediately, his tone shifting. Kain. I was just joking, man. The warehouse and the people you asked for are all sorted. I can show you the place this afternoon. Perfect. I'll be there in half an hour. Kain hung up and headed to his father's study. He found an old phone book that listed the contacts of various business associates. Scanning through it, he found the name and number of a pharmaceutical manager he remembered from a while back. He dialed the number. Jess. It's Kain Pent. I'd like to do some business with you. Jess, the department manager, wasn't particularly high-ranking, but Kain held some sway as a major shareholder in a private hospital in New York. For someone like Jess, Kain was a valuable client, especially when the order involved $500,000 worth of medical supplies. After making arrangements with Jess, Kain met Carl in the afternoon to check out the warehouse. It was secure, spacious, and located in a quiet area with few people around, perfect for what Kain needed in the early stages of his plan. Once he had more funds, he'd invest in a network of secure warehouses, but for now, this would do. Too many goods appearing and disappearing too frequently from one location would attract suspicion, so it was crucial to stay under the radar. With the warehouse rented, Kain dropped Carl off and made his way to finalize the pharmaceutical order. After that, he planned to gather other essentials like food and clothing. In the shinobi world, it wasn't just medical supplies that would be in high demand. If the war he entered was the Second or Third Shinobi World War, food could become just as valuable. Kain knew he had to establish a foothold in the shinobi world, much like Kato had. But unlike Kato, who died after relying on hired samurai and rogue ninjas, Kain planned to be smarter. He would use modern weapons, firearms, and ammunition to defend himself and expand his influence. Even a Chunin-level ninja could fall to the sheer firepower of a well-coordinated firearms team. Guns may not be as flashy as jutsu, but they're just as deadly if used correctly, Kain thought. Rifles, with their rapid-fire capabilities, could easily match or surpass the lethality of the average shinobi shuriken. Even a Chunin without proper defensive jutsu would struggle against a barrage of bullets. Kain requested a long-term leave from school, preparing to dive into the shinobi world fully. Before setting off, he gave Carl some extra funds to invest in the stock market. War was brewing on the global stage once more, and whether it was oil or gold, there was always profit to be made. With his preparations almost complete, Kain's mind was already in the world of ninjas. Soon, he would take his first step into a new world filled with both danger and opportunity. Chapter 5, C5. It's really desolate during the war. Kain muttered to himself as he took in the empty, war-torn landscape around him. He had just arrived in the world of Naruto via a trading system that allowed him to travel between dimensions, but he hadn't been able to choose his exact landing location. Now, he needed to find a suitable trading partner quickly. Only then could he place the trading tokens required to keep him in this world. I've only got 2 days, Kain thought, and every time I shuttle back and forth, I have to appear within 50 miles of the transaction mark. The mark is tied to the trading partner, too. What a ridiculous rule. He grimaced at the thought. I need to find someone who'll stick around for a long time, but I only get this one chance. If I mess it up, I can't come back. Kain was anxious. If he didn't find a trading partner within the allotted time, the world would be lost to him, and the trading system would reset, sending him off to a new, unfamiliar world. Finding a person who was both willing to trade and had a long lifespan seemed like an impossible task, especially given the war-torn state of the world. On top of that, once the trading token was bound to this world, Kain would be stuck for at least 2 years before he could replace it with a new one. Why does this system have to be so complicated? And this weather? Kain glanced up at the sky, raindrops falling steadily on his face. It's been raining ever since I got here. He was grateful that he had packed a full set of daily necessities, including umbrellas and rain gear, but after 2 hours of trudging through the wilderness, he was getting frustrated. He had yet to encounter another soul, let alone someone who might make for a viable trading partner. He had no clue where he was, and the idea of missing out on the shinobi plane made his stomach churn. As a wealthy man with time to spare, Kain wasn't out of shape. He had trained in martial arts and firearms, so the physical act of walking for hours wasn't a problem for him. The real issue was not knowing how long it would take to find someone, and whether that person would be a suitable trading partner. If things went south, he could always retreat to the Marvel world he knew and give up on the shinobi world. Am I really going to be this unlucky with my first trade? The Pent family has believed in God for generations, and yet here I am, the only heir, wandering around in the rain in some war-torn world. Where's the divine protection? He walked for another hour before he finally came across something, a ruined building in the distance. It wasn't much, but it offered temporary shelter from the rain. Kain noticed the remnants of battles, scorched earth, and debris littering the ground. The war had left its mark on this place. He didn't know which direction would lead him to a village, or even a battlefield where he might find someone to trade with. Still, he reasoned that if he found himself in real danger, he'd return to the Marvel universe as soon as possible. There was no point risking his life for a failed transaction. Anyone there? Kain called out, keeping his hand close to his gun, his voice echoing through the ruins. After waiting a few minutes with no response, he decided to release a drone to scout the area for potential threats. Once the drone confirmed the coast was clear, Kain sat down to rest. He was running low on energy. If he wasn't so close to a potential battlefield, he would have treated himself to a steak, but for now, he could only snack on some chocolate, jerky, and energy drinks. As he ate, Kain monitored the drone's feed, but it didn't reveal anything useful. 4 hours down, 44 to go, he said to himself, glancing at his watch. Suddenly, a soft noise caught his attention. Kain immediately dropped the energy drink, grabbed his gun, and pointed it in the direction of the sound. "Who's there?" he shouted. For a tense few seconds, there was no response. Kain fired a few warning shots into the ground, the bullets making sharp, loud sounds as they struck the earth. "I'll say it one more time. Come out, or I won't hesitate to shoot." "Don't shoot." "I'll come out." A small, frightened voice called out from behind a large boulder. Slowly, a boy with orange hair emerged. He couldn't have been older than 10, with a stubborn but scared expression on his face. Kain didn't lower his guard, keeping the gun trained on the boy. "Are you alone? What are you doing here?" "I scanned this area earlier, and there was no one around." "I was just looking for something to eat," the boy replied nervously. "I'm homeless. I was too hungry, so I came here to see if I could find any food." Kain eyed the boy suspiciously. "There aren't any villages nearby. You're out here by yourself looking for food? Sounds like you're not being honest with me." Even though the boy was just a kid, Kain knew better than to trust him completely. He kept his distance, ready to return to the Marvel world at a moment's notice if things took a turn for the worse. The boy, sensing Kain's distrust, raised his hands in a defensive gesture. "I'm telling the truth. I came here because I want to find a ninja and become an apprentice. I'm just trying to learn ninjutsu. I was passing through and saw this place, so I hid from the rain." "Looking for a ninja apprentice?" Kain raised an eyebrow. He took a closer look at the boy's orange hair and asked, "What's your name?" "Yahiko." "My name is Yahiko." Kain's eyes widened slightly. Yahiko. That name meant something to him. He quickly deduced that this was the time of the Second Shinobi World War, and Yahiko, along with his 2 companions, had yet to meet Jiraiya. "All right, Yahiko. Call your 2 friends over," Kain said, rummaging through his backpack. He pulled out 3 pieces of bread and ham, throwing them over to the boy. "I've got food for all of you." Yahiko's eyes widened in surprise. He glanced at the bread and ham and then back at Kain, realizing that this stranger knew more than he let on. The fact that he had enough food for 3 people told Yahiko that Kain knew about Conan and Nagato, his companions. After a brief hesitation, Yahiko called out, "Conan. Nagato. Come out. He's got food, he's a good guy." Kain scoffed inwardly at Yahiko's naivety. A good guy. He was a businessman, a capitalist. Goodness wasn't in the job description. But for now, he had found the trading partners he needed. Chapter 6, C6. "It's so delicious, mister." Yahiko exclaimed with his mouth full of buttered bread and ham. He was struggling to speak clearly with the food spilling out, which made Kain frown and take a step back, visibly uncomfortable. Noticing this, the blue-haired Conan quickly intervened. "Yahiko, swallow before you speak." "I'm sorry, Uncle Kain. We've just been so hungry for days, and your bread is amazing," Conan apologized with a polite bow. Kain sighed and corrected her, "Don't call me uncle. I'm not that old, and we're not that close. Just call me Mr. Kain." He then shifted the conversation. "So, where are you 3 headed? And which shinobi are you planning to learn ninjutsu from?" Yahiko, who had barely swallowed his food, replied with renewed energy, "We're not sure exactly where, but we saw Konoha shinobi fighting Hanzo last time, and they survived. We want to find them and learn ninjutsu to change the land of rain." Kain shook his head slightly, causing Yahiko to narrow his eyes in annoyance. "What, Mr. Kain, you don't believe us?" Yahiko asked, clearly feeling challenged. "No, it's not that. Your dream is admirable, keep at it." Kain wasn't interested in arguing with the boy. He found it pointless to debate with idealistic children, especially when they lacked the wisdom to see beyond their immediate desires. What he was really after had nothing to do with their childish dreams. Yahiko, undeterred, continued, "We saw the Konoha shinobi didn't leave any of their dead behind after fighting Hanzo. If we keep heading toward the land of fire, we'll catch up with them eventually. That's helpful, Kain mused to himself. He knew Yahiko was most likely leading him toward the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. Ideally, he would prefer to bind his world trading contract with someone like Tsunade or Orochimaru. They were bound to stay in Konoha before the Third Shinobi War erupted, and they wielded enough influence to be valuable trading partners. Jiraiya, on the other hand, might stick around to mentor Yahiko and his friends. Either way, establishing a relationship with Konoha Shinobi was a strategic move. If things went south, Kain could always retreat back to his home world without hesitation. Conan, who had been observing Kain's thoughtful expression, gently asked, "Mr. Kain, what are you thinking about?" Kain smirked slightly. "I was just considering a deal. How about this? I'll follow you three and help you find the Konoha Shinobi. In return, you help me find them quickly. As payment for your services, here's some milk and chocolate," he said, pulling out 3 boxes of milk and some candy from his backpack. Yahiko's eyes lit up at the sight of the treats. Milk and chocolate were luxuries even before the war, and now they were nearly impossible to find. Still, he couldn't help but be cautious. "What do you want with the Konoha Shinobi, Mr. Kain?" Yahiko asked, his wariness showing through. Kain chuckled and waved a hand dismissively. "I'm a businessman, kid, not someone looking to become a ninja like you. I'm just here for a potential trade, nothing more. Do I look like someone who's going to train to become a shinobi at my age? Be mature." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Yahiko nodded. "All right, Mr. Kain, we agree." "Thank you," he said, immediately dividing the milk and chocolate among Conan and Nagato. They all pocketed the chocolate, knowing it was too precious to eat right away. With the deal set, Kain stood up and dusted himself off. "Good. Now let's move. I don't have much time left," he urged. He was down to just over a day to secure a trading partner. If Tsunade or Orochimaru were unwilling to work with him, he'd have no choice but to bind the trade to one of Yahiko's companions, Nagato or Conan. The group set out toward the Land of Fire, where they hoped to find the Konoha Shinobi. Though Yahiko's idealism made him seem naive, Kain had to admit the boy had good instincts. Yahiko had correctly deduced the direction the Sannin would take after their battle with Hanzo, which was impressive for a kid who hadn't received formal training yet. The trio's lack of physical stamina, however, was a problem. They were often exhausted and had to stop frequently to rest. Kain, always impatient, used chocolate and other small treats to motivate them to keep going. His tactic worked. Fueled by the promise of more food, Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato pushed themselves harder than ever before. After hours of walking through the rain, the sun began to set, and they finally spotted movement ahead. "There they are, up ahead," Yahiko whispered excitedly, but his eagerness was tempered with a sense of responsibility. "Mr. Kain, should we just walk straight up to them? You're looking for their help, right? The only advantage you have is your youth and sincerity. I'm a businessman, not some spy. Moving suspiciously will only make them more wary, and that could ruin any chance of negotiating with them. Besides, they've probably already noticed us," Kain advised, brushing past Yahiko. Yahiko frowned but ultimately agreed with Kain's logic. "All right, Conan, Nagato, stay back for now. If something goes wrong, you two run," he instructed before hurrying after Kain. As they approached, they heard voices coming from what looked like a makeshift shelter in the ruins of a building. Kain caught snippets of a conversation between 2 people. "The war's finally winding down," a woman's voice said. "Once Sand Shinobi retreats, we can return to the village for some much-needed rest. Let's hope the other villages calm down too." "We can't handle another long battle, Tsunade," replied a man's voice, though it was cut off as they noticed Kain and Yahiko approaching. Kain decided to speak up before things got tense. "Shinobi of Konoha, we mean no harm. We're not from Omegakure. I'm just here to discuss a business proposal." The men they had heard speaking earlier, Jiraiya, appeared in the rain with his hands ready for combat, but the woman, Tsunade, looked at them suspiciously. She didn't sense the chakra of a ninja from either of them. After a moment of assessing the situation, Tsunade called out from the shelter, "Come inside and talk." As Kain and Yahiko made their way into the ruins, they noticed a figure stepping out from the shadows, Orochimaru. The trio had now officially encountered the legendary Sannin. Chapter 7, C7. Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, signaling that there was no immediate intention to attack. Perhaps they had determined that Kain wasn't a threat since he wasn't a ninja. The mere fact that they were willing to talk suggested that the first step was a success. Kain let out a small sigh of relief and walked forward with Yahiko, though they maintained some distance even after entering the sheltered area. This cautious behavior was entirely natural in Orochimaru's view, especially as he, too, remained wary of Kain. Jiraiya, ever curious, quickly posed a question. "What's your purpose?" Kain, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, "I'm a businessman who lost his way in the land of rain. I happened to meet these children and learned about the skirmish between Konoha shinobi and Rain shinobi from them. I asked them to bring me here to meet you." Jiraiya looked at him skeptically. "A businessman? Near a battlefield?" "I got lost," Kain explained again, his voice even. "Honestly, this is my first time in the land of rain, and I didn't know there was a war nearby. The goods I carry have great value for shinobi, so I'd like to propose a trade. I can show you samples from my backpack, but I'll need a promise from the three of you not to suddenly attack me." Kain's hand moved into his backpack, though it wasn't for the physical samples inside. Instead, using his backpack as a cover, he retrieved supplies from his space backpack, out of view of the others. "I have two categories of items for trade, medicine and food," Kain began. "The medicines include anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, antipyretics, vitamins, and various medical supplies. As for food, I carry staples like rice, flour, oil, sugar, and salt, but in large quantities." As Kain held up the medicine boxes, which bore labels written in Japanese, he made a note of the unfamiliar packaging. Even though the shinobi might not recognize the description, the value of the contents was unmistakable. Tsunade's attention peaked as she leaned in to examine the medicine. Being one of Konoha's most skilled medical ninjas, Tsunade was familiar with the stark limitations of Konoha's current medical resources. The village's medical systems had yet to develop fully, with most remedies still made from basic herbs. Capsules, pills, or anything resembling modern pharmaceutical products were practically unheard of. "What do these medicines do?" she asked, carefully inspecting the boxes. Kain explained, "There are instructions on each of the boxes. The effects are just as the labels describe. These are samples, so you're welcome to test them on your wounded shinobi to verify." Jiraiya and Orochimaru remained quiet as they observed Tsunade's reaction. Her focus deepened as she read the descriptions, and when she reached the final box, her expression grew serious. "Are the effects really as described?" Tsunade asked, her tone demanding clarity. "Of course," Kain replied confidently. "These are not for show. I am a businessman. You can test them on the injured. I wouldn't mislead you, deception is bad for business." It was clear that the medicine intrigued Tsunade. As the three shinobi from Konoha considered the possibilities, Kain pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Tsunade. "This is the list of available items and their quantities. Beyond that, there's nothing more to discuss for now." Jiraiya, still observing Kain closely, asked, "Are you from the land of lightning?" "No," Kain responded flatly. "I'm not affiliated with any of the known nations. I come from America, across the sea, though I doubt you've heard of it." Tsunade glanced up from the list and said, "If these medicines work as you say, I'll buy the entire first batch on behalf of Konoha." Konoha was wealthy enough to afford the purchase, and the scarcity of medical supplies during the war had proven disastrous for their wounded. If the medicines Kain offered could save lives, they would be invaluable, even potentially replacing the need for lower-level medical ninjas. "One more thing," Tsunade added. "It would be best if you came back with us to Konoha's camp." "I don't mind," Kain agreed, "but you must ensure my safety. I am not a shinobi, but I do have ways to escape. If I sense any danger or mistreatment, I will cancel the deal immediately, and you will never get your hands on my goods again." Tsunade gave a firm nod. "I guarantee your safety in the name of Konoha's Jonin, Tsunade." With that assurance, Kain confirmed, "So, the deal is set." Tsunade responded decisively, "Yes, let's trade." As soon as the agreement was sealed, the trading system Kain relied on indicated that the World Trading Coordinates were successfully bound. The name Tsunade appeared as the bound recipient. Tsunade then turned to Jiraiya and Orochimaru. "We need to head back as quickly as possible." Jiraiya glanced at Yahiko, who had stood silently beside Kain. "And what about this kid?" Kain quickly stepped aside, putting some distance between himself and Yahiko. "He's not with me. We were simply traveling in the same direction." With Kain disassociating himself from the young boy, all eyes fell on Yahiko. Under their collective gaze, Yahiko hesitated for a moment, but remembering Kain's earlier words and fueled by the burning dream inside him, he summoned his courage. I want to learn ninjutsu," Yahiko shouted, his voice trembling but filled with determination. "I want to change this crying country and make it a better place." Tsunade and Orochimaru exchanged silent looks. They were unimpressed by what they saw as a child's naive dream. To them, Yahiko's ideals seemed ill-suited to the harsh realities of the shinobi world. Orochimaru dismissed him. "We don't have time for this, Jiraiya. We still have tasks to complete back at camp." Tsunade nodded in agreement. "Yes, we need to return immediately." But Jiraiya, whose expression had grown more serious, couldn't help but be swayed by the boy's words. He looked into Yahiko's eyes and saw something more than just a childish wish. He saw resolve. Jiraiya, ever mindful of the prophecy of the great toad sage about the child of prophecy, felt the tug of fate. "I think I'll stay," Jiraiya announced, surprising both Tsunade and Orochimaru. "The war is almost over, and I can take care of these kids." Just then, Konan and Nagato emerged from behind a stone pillar, making their presence known to the three legendary shinobi. Both Tsunade and Orochimaru's expressions shifted to disbelief. "Jiraiya!" Tsunade shouted, her voice full of frustration. "Do you even understand what you're saying?" Chapter 8, C8. The war between Konoha and the Land of Rain had ended just over a day ago. Konoha's legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru had recently engaged in a fierce battle with Hanzo the Salamander, leader of Omega Kure. In the aftermath, while Orochimaru and Tsunade prepared to return to Konoha, Jiraiya made a surprising decision. He chose to stay behind in the war-torn Land of Rain to care for a group of orphans he had just met. This guy Jiraiya chose to stay in the Land of Rain. Can't he see what the situation is now? Tsunade complained as they made their way back to the Konoha camp. "We've just fought Hanzo, the war is barely over, and he's going to stay behind to care for a few kids. What if Rain Shinobi sees this as provocation? We could reignite the war, and then what? What if Konoha sees this as desertion? He could be labeled a traitor." Orochimaru, walking beside her, remained indifferent. "Don't look to me for help. I'll speak on his behalf to Sarutobi-sensei when we get back, but that's it. If he wants to throw his future away for a few orphans, let him." He shrugged, showing little concern for Jiraiya's decision. To Orochimaru, Jiraiya's actions were an unnecessary risk, and he had no intention of defending his comrade's decision beyond a few words. Tsunade sighed, realizing she wouldn't get much sympathy from Orochimaru. "Fine. Let him explain himself to Sarutobi-sensei when he returns." As they continued their journey, Tsunade slowed her pace to walk alongside Kain Pent, the merchant they had encountered. She had been intrigued by the medicines Kain had shown them, wondering about their effectiveness. These medicines seemed years ahead of anything Konoha could produce, particularly for battlefield injuries. Kain, a non-shinobi, had been cautious throughout their interactions, keen to avoid suspicion or conflict. Despite his wariness, he had willingly shared knowledge with Tsunade, explaining how his medicines could be used for emergency treatment, even by non-medical ninjas. Kain also provided detailed information about basic battlefield first aid techniques that could be employed by ordinary ninjas. His explanations impressed Tsunade, who saw great potential in applying such knowledge across Konoha's forces. The deeper they delved into the discussion, the more Tsunade's respect for Kain grew. Though he was not a medical ninja, his understanding of battlefield medicine and first aid techniques was advanced. This knowledge could save countless lives, especially when combined with the medicine he offered for trade. "You've got some impressive knowledge," Tsunade praised, her tone lightening. "Your name is a bit strange, but I have to admit, your medical skills are nothing to scoff at." Kain chuckled softly, "It's just a deeper understanding of this specific field. After all, I do need to know how to sell these medicines." As they approached the Konoha camp, Tsunade reflected on Kain's knowledge and the potential it had to revolutionize how they approached battlefield care. The idea of training more ninjas in first aid, coupled with Kain's supplies, could be a game changer. It was much more feasible than training more medical ninjas, a process that required rare talent and extensive time. Kain's knowledge, in contrast, was simple but effective. When they finally arrived at the camp, the guards at the entrance scrutinized the trio as a matter of routine. Kain, although under Tsunade and Orochimaru's protection, was still subject to inspection due to the ongoing war. After the security check, they allowed him to pass, though with some wariness. Tsunade led Kain to a tent, explaining, "This is where I rest. You can stay here for now while I take care of the arrangements. Don't worry, no one will trouble you here." Before leaving, she ensured a Hyuga clan ninja was stationed outside the tent to keep an eye on Kain. This served both to protect Kain from curious or aggressive shinobi and to ensure he didn't stray into areas he shouldn't. As cautious as Kain had been throughout the journey, Tsunade knew he was no threat. Despite his insistence that he would leave if he sensed danger, Kain had been thoroughly checked. The censors and Hyuga guards had confirmed that he had no chakra or signs of any ninja training. His claims of being an ordinary person seemed legitimate. Tsunade headed to the conference tent where the war council was held. She was the last to arrive, greeted immediately by Konoha's war commander in the Land of Rain, Shimura Danzo. His sharp tone caught her off guard. "Tsunade, why didn't Jiraiya come back with you? And who is this person you brought back? We're still at war, and you brought a stranger into the camp." Tsunade didn't flinch at Danzo's words. She had long grown tired of his abrasive nature. "I've already reported Jiraiya's decision to teacher Sarutobi. As for the person I brought back, we'll discuss that in due time." Danzo's annoyance was evident, but he was powerless to act against Tsunade directly. Not only was she one of Konoha's greatest assets in battle, but her ties to the Senju clan and her recent battlefield success gave her a level of protection that even Danzo had to respect. Additionally, her grandmother, Lady Mito, was still alive, making any direct confrontation unwise. Fine," Danzo grunted, shifting the topic. "Let's focus on the war effort." The meeting shifted to updates on the battlefield. The Rain Village forces had retreated, exhausted and unable to continue fighting due to their strained logistics. Only Sand Shinobi remained a significant threat, but Konoha was pushing them back. Once the general discussion of the war ended, Danzo turned his attention back to Tsunade, along with the rest of the gathered commanders. They were all curious about the medicines and supplies she had brought back. Tsunade wasted no time. She retrieved the samples Kain had given her and laid them out on the table. "His name is Kain Pent. He's a merchant from a distant land, lost in the Land of Rain. These are the medicines he's selling." Everyone in the tent examined the products closely. As they read the labels and descriptions, the atmosphere grew more serious. The potential of these medicines to revolutionize battlefield treatment was clear to all. Even Danzo, who had been skeptical, seemed intrigued. In the end, Tsunade's decision to bring Kain to the camp was vindicated. His medicines could save countless lives, and the knowledge he offered would help strengthen Konoha's forces. As discussions continued, it became clear that Kain's contribution would play a vital role in the future of the ongoing war. Chapter 9, C9. Are these medical supplies and medicine? The ninja in the camp, especially those with experience on the battlefield, easily recognized bandages, wound medicine patches, and similar basic supplies. However, some of the capsules, granular medicines, and even sprays were not immediately identifiable. Fortunately, there were instructions labeled on the packaging, so the ninjas began inspecting the items more closely. These were not ordinary supplies, they could change the course of how medical treatment was administered during the war. As the ninjas rummaged through the supplies, Tsunade, who had been keenly observing them, began explaining to the group. "These are emergency medicines designed specifically for the battlefield. They have various functions such as stopping bleeding, reducing inflammation, and treating fever. With these medicines, we can significantly reduce the current shortage of medical ninjas." She paused for a moment, letting the weight of her words settle in. "Combined with basic first aid techniques and simple suturing methods, we can reduce the casualty rate on the battlefield by several times." A Jonin from the Nara clan raised an eyebrow. "Is this medicine really as effective as it's described to be?" Tsunade replied calmly, "I'm not certain yet. These are just samples for us to try. But if the results align with the descriptions, I would strongly recommend we purchase these in bulk. Otherwise, with the current state of our medical corps, we simply won't have enough manpower to treat all the wounded in the camp. Her tone grew more somber, and though she didn't finish her sentence, everyone in the tent knew the grim reality of what she was implying. The medical team had been stretched thin, with some ninjas succumbing to their injuries simply because there weren't enough resources to treat them in time. The weight of her words was heavy on the minds of those present, especially after witnessing firsthand the overwhelming number of casualties and the immense toll the war had taken on their medical staff. Among the wounded were countless members of prominent ninja clans, and the thought of being unable to save their comrades was too much to bear. Shimura Danzo, ever the skeptic, spoke up, his voice low and serious. And what about the men who provided these? What do we know of his origins? Tsunade shrugged slightly. He claims to come from across the sea, from a place called the United States, but who knows what really exists on the other side of the world. One thing I can confidently say is that these medicines didn't come from another ninja village. If they had, Konoha would have heard something about them by now. She leaned back and crossed her arms. That said, he's a strange one. He has no chakra and doesn't appear to be trained in ninjutsu. He doesn't seem to be affiliated with any other village and certainly doesn't have the look of a spy. He's just a businessman, or so he claims. Danzo wasn't convinced. A businessman. And yet he conveniently appears near the battlefield, offering us supplies. What if he's more than he seems? Yamanaka Jonin, he was about to issue a command to probe deeper when Orochimaru intervened with a sly grin. Assistant Danzo, there's no need to be so hasty. If you scare him off or eliminate him prematurely, we might miss out on what could be a beneficial arrangement for Konoha. Let's face it, the man poses little threat by himself. His supplies, on the other hand, could turn the tide in this war. If we don't take advantage, it might be range shinobi who benefit from this discovery instead. The room fell silent as Orochimaru's words sank in. The other jonin present began to murmur among themselves, their skepticism starting to wane. There was wisdom in Orochimaru's assessment. If these medicines were as valuable as they seemed, and if range shinobi were to get their hands on them, Konoha's current advantage could be lost. Danzo's face darkened as he considered the possibility of range shinobi benefiting from their negligence. Fine, he muttered after a long pause. Tsunade, verify the effectiveness of these supplies. If they prove to be legitimate, send a report to Lord Sarutobi and the other elders. Large-scale procurement will require their authorization, and we must ensure everything is above board. Tsunade nodded. Understood. I'll also gather a list of all the supplies he provided, including food, and prepare a report on them as well. With that, the meeting came to an end, and the group dispersed. As Tsunade stepped out of the tent, she couldn't help but smirk slightly. Seeing Danzo frustrated always gave her a strange sense of satisfaction. That, and the thought of making a real difference with these new medicines, lightened her mood significantly. Orochimaru, she called out as she caught up with him. What's next for you? He glanced at her, his golden eyes thoughtful. If things go as planned, I'll be sent to deal with Sand Shinobi next. Tsunade nodded. Thinking of her younger brother, she hesitated for a moment before asking, Orochimaru, when we get back, would you consider taking on Nawaki as your disciple? He's been dying to train under you. Orochimaru smirked. If he can pass my evaluation, perhaps. At the very least, he has already proven his discernment by not choosing Jiraiya as a mentor. With that, the matter was settled. Tsunade returned to her tent, where Kain was waiting patiently. The meeting went well. If the medicines check out, Konoha will make a large-scale purchase. I hope you don't mind waiting for a while longer. Of course, Kain replied with a calm smile. Inspections are a necessary part of any transaction. Internally, however, Kain was already calculating his next moves. The deal with Konoha had progressed smoothly so far, and soon, he would have an established presence in this world. From there, he could expand his operations, perhaps even setting up trading posts in other countries. The potential profits from selling materials between the two worlds were astronomical, especially if he could maintain a monopoly on these medicines. He had bigger plans too. If he could learn more about the advanced medical techniques in this world, particularly the unique blend of chakra-based healing, he could revolutionize medicine back in his own world. It wasn't beyond reason to think that with the help of skilled medical nin, he could cure previously incurable diseases or even extend lifespans. Back at the medical camp, the harsh reality of the war was all too evident. Hundreds of wounded shinobi lay in rows, and the few medical nin available were struggling to keep up. As Kain observed the state of affairs, he couldn't help but feel a mixture of admiration and sadness for the ninja around him. These were warriors trained to fight, but here they were, some barely clinging to life due to a lack of medical resources. After assisting with suturing the wounds of 3 shinobi and applying some of his own medicine, Kain walked out of the tent, frowning slightly. He washed the blood from his hands and took a deep breath, calming himself. When Tsunade approached him, he spoke quietly, "The medicine's effectiveness is just about confirmed, Tsunade. But I need to reiterate, I'm just a businessman, not a doctor." Chapter 10, C10. "Of course, you've worked hard these past 2 days, ahaha," Tsunade laughed awkwardly, trying to lighten the mood. However, Kain's expression didn't change, so she continued, "Well, it has been confirmed in the past 2 days that your medicine is indeed as effective as described. I've already sent a message to Konoha, and will definitely purchase it in large quantities soon." Kain let out a small sigh of relief and replied, "That's good. To be honest, I've been away for quite a while. It would be great if we could finalize the transaction quickly." Tsunade smiled, trying to reassure him, "Don't worry. If there are no complications, a group will be returning to Konoha in 3 days. I'll be going back with them, and we can conclude the negotiations then." Kain glanced at her, hesitating for a moment, before he asked, "I was just curious. Given your strength, do you really need to go back right now just to oversee a transaction? If it's not convenient to answer, you can just ignore the question." Tsunade shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. "There's no issue in answering. The war is almost over, so I'm going back with the wounded. Sand Shinobi is retreating, and they've lost the will to continue fighting. Under the combined pressure from Konoha and Rain Shinobi, Sand Shinobi's casualties have far surpassed ours, all thanks to Danzo's strategy. If the fighting continued, Konoha would suffer heavy losses, but Sand Shinobi would collapse. That's why they've conceded." She paused before continuing, "My role here is no longer as critical. At this point, the best thing I can do is to return to the village and contribute at Konoha Hospital." Kain nodded, accepting her reasoning. He didn't know if time flowed differently between his world and the ninja world, but he had already been in the ninja world for 5 days. He estimated that he could only afford to stay for about 20 more days before his absence in his own world might raise alarms, possibly leading to police involvement and missing person reports. Several days later, Tsunade led a group of wounded back to Konoha, with Kain among them. Since he wasn't a ninja, Tsunade made arrangements for him to travel in a carriage. She understood that Kain would soon be a distinguished guest in Konoha and should be treated accordingly. The journey took some time, and by the time they arrived in Konoha, it was already late afternoon. As they entered the village, Tsunade looked back at Kain with a hint of pride. "Here we are, this is Konoha. How do you like it?" Kain looked around, unimpressed. "It's not bad. So, what's next?" Tsunade clicked her tongue, seemingly annoyed by his lack of enthusiasm, but she continued, "First, I'll find you a place to stay. There are still plenty of vacant houses available." "Your house?" Kain's expression stiffened, and he quickly interjected, "That's not necessary. Any hotel will do. I'm here for business, not to overstay my welcome in someone else's home." Living in Tsunade's home, in the heart of the Senju clan's territory, was the last thing Kain wanted. He had no desire to entangle himself further in the affairs of Konoha's elite. Tsunade waved off his concerns. "There aren't any hotels in Konoha, and the only other options are unassigned houses or ninja apartments. Neither of those is suitable for you. My house has plenty of space, and it's in the Senju compound, so you'll be well protected." Kain was momentarily taken aback. Konoha, a village without a single hotel. What had she been so proud of earlier? Konoha had only existed for a little over 30 years, and it was still primarily a military village. Civilian businesses were a recent development, and simply didn't exist. Tsunade's suggestion to have Kain stay in her home was more than just hospitality. In truth, she had already informed 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, about Kain's arrival, and he had given his approval. The real reason was more strategic. Tsunade's grandmother, Uzumaki Mito, had the unique ability to sense the malice in people's hearts. By having Kain stay in the Senju compound, Mito could easily monitor him without his knowledge. Mito's perceptive abilities had recently uncovered several spies within Konoha, and there was no doubt that if Kain harbored any hidden animosity toward the village, it would be detected. Given the importance of the medicine Kain had brought, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not taking any chances. The medicine could shift the balance of power in the ongoing war, and if Kain were an agent of another village, particularly range shinobi, it could spell disaster for Konoha. Kain studied Tsunade for a moment, realizing that this was not a matter for debate. He sighed, "Fine. I suppose I'll accept your hospitality, Tsunade-san." Despite his initial discomfort, Kain knew that continuing to press the issue would be pointless. Under Tsunade's guidance, he was led to the Senju clan's compound. The wars had decimated the once powerful Senju clan, and the clan lands now felt vast and empty. Once Kain was settled into one of the vacant houses, Tsunade gave him a final set of instructions. "You can rest here for the day. Tomorrow, I'll take you to meet Sarutobi-sensei, the third Hokage." "Got it," Kain replied. "I'll stay here unless something urgent comes up." "You don't have to be that cautious. If you want to go out and explore, just let me know," Tsunade remarked. Feeling a bit exasperated by Kain's overly cautious behavior. He seemed to have no interest in spying on Konoha or meddling in their affairs. Meanwhile, in another part of the Senju compound, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen stood next to Uzumaki Mito, holding a crystal ball. With great respect, he asked, "Mito-sama, would you kindly use your ability to sense good and evil? We need to know if this man harbors any malice toward Konoha." Uzumaki Mito closed her eyes and focused on Kain's presence. After a few moments, she opened her eyes and said calmly, "He bears no malice." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, visibly relieved. "Thank you, Mito-sama. I'll make the necessary arrangements for tomorrow's negotiations." With that, Sarutobi left Mito's side, preparing for the important business dealings that lay ahead. The medicine Kain had brought to Konoha could change the course of the war, and ensuring a smooth transaction was now his top priority. Chapter 11, C11. After breakfast in the morning, Kain was taken to the Hokage building by Tsunade to finalize the transaction as soon as possible. Tsunade explained that there were new patients arriving at Konoha Hospital daily, and the demand for medicine had surged. Without Kain's supplies, Hokage would have no choice but to request medicinal support from various ninja clans. Although Konoha Hospital lacked the deep resources of some larger clans, Tsunade's medical ninja training reform was gradually strengthening its capabilities. As Kain listened to Tsunade, he began to understand more about Konoha's situation. However, he also felt that Tsunade was being a bit too open with an outsider like himself. Shouldn't this kind of information be kept confidential? When they arrived at the Hokage building, Kain was introduced to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, a man in his prime, with an aura of authority that immediately impressed Kain. Sarutobi Hiruzen was only in his 30s at this time, a seasoned ninja with an extensive reputation for both starting wars and suppressing other powerful shinobi, such as the Rain Shinobi Village and the Sand Shinobi Village. His moniker, the Professor, was certainly fitting. Kain greeted him respectfully. "Third Hokage, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Kain Pent. Are there any questions or concerns about the medicine deal?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, already having reviewed the terms of the transaction the previous day, seemed thoughtful. The prices, though fair, were still a bit high for Konoha's war-torn economy. However, before he could respond, an elderly woman sitting beside him, Udatane Koharu, a member of Konoha's advisory council, interjected. "The prices are far too expensive," Koharu stated firmly. "We think a 40% reduction would be more reasonable." The bluntness of her remark took Kain by surprise, though he remained composed. He couldn't help but internally curse the abruptness of her demand. Tsunade, too, looked momentarily taken aback but quickly masked her reaction. "Third Hokage," Kain said, tilting his head with a thin smile, "may I ask who this is?" He knew very well that no one would dare interrupt the Hokage without permission, but he wanted clarification. Sarutobi Hiruzen introduced her. "This is Elder Udatane Koharu, responsible for Konoha's logistics and the hospital's management." Kain acknowledged her with a nod but made his stance clear. "It seems we cannot agree on the price of the medicine. If that's the case, should we discuss other trade items? Or will there be no further negotiation?" Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen were visibly shocked. It wasn't common for someone to walk away so decisively from a deal, especially in the middle of a war when supplies were desperately needed. But Kain wasn't someone who could be pressured. He knew that his goods, especially in a time of war, were in high demand. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed to regain control of the conversation. "Mr. Kain, is there really no room for negotiation on the price of the medicine?" Kain smiled again, unfazed. "I'm afraid not, Third Hokage. I don't have the authority to change the price." Koharu wasn't pleased with this. Konoha is taking a significant risk by purchasing a large volume of medicine from an unknown source. Kain remained calm, but his tone grew firmer. "In that case, I apologize for not considering the situation more carefully. If there are no other matters to discuss, I will prepare to leave." Kain's confidence came from the fact that the demand for food and medicine during the ongoing Second Shinobi World War made his goods indispensable. Whether it was Rock Shinobi Village, Sand Shinobi Village, or even Konoha's other enemies, someone would be eager to buy what he had to offer. Kain wasn't interested in playing games with Konoha's leadership. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly reassured him. "Please, wait a moment, Mr. Kain." He sent Tsunade to escort Kain out of the room while they discussed the matter internally. Back inside the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the council members deliberated. They couldn't afford to lose this deal, as Konoha's wounded required immediate medical care, and without these medicines, the situation could grow dire. Finally, they reached a consensus and called Kain back. "Mr. Kain," Sarutobi Hiruzen began, "we've reconsidered. We agree to purchase the medicine at the original prices, but we need your assurance that you won't sell these medicines to other ninja villages." Kain pondered for a moment before responding. "I can agree that large quantities of the medicine will only be sold to Konoha. However, I cannot prevent civilians from purchasing smaller quantities. Additionally, I would like permission to open a medicine shop and a grain store here in Konoha." The terms seemed reasonable to Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Kain set up shop in Konoha, it would actually make it easier for Umbu to monitor him. Furthermore, it would stabilize the supply of both medicines and food in the village. With the deal settled, Kain provided the first batch of medicines, which were worth around 100 million ryo. Kain had cleverly structured the deal so that only a portion of the payment would be in cash, with the remainder being covered by Konoha's gold reserves and real estate properties. The total gold he acquired was over 50 kilograms, enough to comfortably offset his costs. As for the real estate, Kain knew that the land he was being given wasn't of the highest value, but it was still a valuable investment. Kain's decision to open a shop in Konoha meant he could continue profiting from the war-torn economy, and with his access pass granted by the Hokage, he was now free to move about Konoha and conduct further business. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, the success of this transaction meant that Konoha's wounded would receive the treatment they needed, at least for the foreseeable future. The negotiations, though tense, had ended successfully. Kain left the Hokage building with the knowledge that his position in Konoha was now secure, and the wealth he had amassed would only grow as the war dragged on. He would return soon with the medicines, ready to take advantage of the ongoing conflict and cement his role as a key supplier to one of the most powerful ninja villages in the world. Chapter 12, C12. Didn't notice anyone else? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again, his expression solemn as he confirmed the situation with Umbu. Despite repeated questioning, the response remained the same. "Yes, Lord Hokage," Umbu replied while half-kneeling in front of him. "We checked all individuals entering and exiting Kain's rented warehouse in town. We still haven't identified who delivered the medical supplies. Umbu's tracking mission had, by all accounts, failed, and they had come up empty-handed." Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed in thought, murmuring, "He managed to hide it from you three. Whoever it is must be incredibly skilled. Which ninja could it be? Who would go to such lengths to help him in Konoha?" In less than a day, hundreds of boxes of medical supplies had arrived in town. Although they might have been prepared beforehand, Umbu had already thoroughly inspected the warehouse that Kain had rented. The fact that they found nothing was troubling. Mitokato Hamura spoke next, his voice thoughtful. "If a ninja from another power is behind this, it's hard to believe they'd go through all this effort just to help Konoha. Koharu has already instructed Konoha Hospital to meticulously check all the medicines. There's little chance they'll find any foul play." Udatane Koharu added, "These medicines are unlike anything we've seen in the ninja world before. Hiruzen, should we continue sending Umbu to other nations to gather intelligence on this mysterious supplier? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a slow drag from his pipe before responding. For now, let's proceed cautiously. We're still in the middle of the war. As long as the medicines are legitimate, Konoha stands to gain. The deal was relatively small in terms of cost, 30 million ryo, some houses in Konoha, and a portion of the gold seized from the battlefield. The gold came from rich veins in the Land of Wind, often looted during skirmishes with the Sand Shinobi village. Konoha regularly raided Sand Shinobi village's logistics and domestic caravans, collecting gold and other ores. Just then, an Umbu member entered the Hokage's office and immediately reported, "Lord Hokage, there's news from Konoha Hospital. Lady Tsunade has inspected half of the medicine, and all of it is qualified for use. The wounded have already begun receiving treatment. The remaining half should be fully tested by noon tomorrow." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, finally allowing himself a small smile. "Inform Tsunade to send some of the medicine and supplies to the medical ninjas heading to the Land of Grass battlefield. The pressure on the front lines is intense." "Yes, Lord Hokage," the Umbu responded before disappearing from the room. With the influx of medical supplies, Konoha Hospital was able to ease some of the burden it had been under. Tsunade had also employed numerous careful Konoha women, training them in bandaging, suturing, and other supportive roles alongside the medical ninjas. This greatly reduced the workload on the medical ninjas, improving overall efficiency. Meanwhile, Kain was unaware of the hospital's progress. His focus was on a different goal, opening 2 stores in Konoha. After surveying the area, he realized that the location of his stores wasn't too remote. With the right investments, he could even develop the area into a bustling street of business and entertainment. However, he needed to recruit staff to help manage his enterprises. Kain knew he couldn't personally oversee the day-to-day operations of the stores, especially considering the scale of his activities in both worlds. Unsure of how to proceed, he decided to seek advice from Tsunade. That afternoon, Kain went to Konoha Hospital, hoping to catch Tsunade when she finished her work. After asking around, he learned that she was still busy, so he waited patiently at the hospital entrance. As dusk settled, Tsunade finally emerged. "Kain, what are you doing here?" Tsunade asked as she approached. "I have something I'd like to consult with you about, specifically, recruiting staff." Before Kain could continue, Tsunade interrupted him. "Let's talk about it over dinner. I'm starving and haven't had a chance to eat yet." Kain followed Tsunade to a local izakaya, where they sat down for a meal. Once Tsunade placed her order, Kain explained his situation. "I need to recruit some staff to help run my stores. It's nothing too complicated, but they need to be trustworthy and detail-oriented. I'll start with 5 people for now, but I'll need more as the business grows. Of course, they'll be fairly compensated." Tsunade thought for a moment. "That sounds simple enough. I can help you find some people by tomorrow. By the way, thank you for sharing your first aid methods for the battlefield. They've been invaluable." Kain nodded, appreciating her gratitude. "I'm glad to hear it." As Tsunade sipped her drink, a thought crossed her mind. Many families in the Senju clan had lost their primary breadwinners due to the war. Although Konoha provided pensions, they were hardly enough to support these families long-term. The Senju clan had been supporting these widowed families, but even the clan's savings were not endless. With Kain's offer in mind, Tsunade realized this could be a perfect opportunity for those families. "I have a suggestion," she said. "I'd like to recommend some people from my clan. Most of them are widows whose husbands died in battle. They could really use the work, and they're reliable." Kain considered her offer and then nodded in agreement. "That sounds good. Let's go with them. I'll meet them tomorrow." "Thank you for the help, Tsunade." After settling the bill, Kain stood up to leave. "I have other matters to attend to, so I'll head out now." Tsunade watched him go and then muttered to herself, "That guy, always leaving as soon as business is done." The following morning, the women Tsunade had recommended arrived at Kain's store. There were 5 of them, all from families that had suffered greatly in the ninja wars. Although they no longer carried the Senju surname, they remained a resilient and active group, even after losing many of their men to the battlefield. Kain took the time to ask each of them their names before appointing the most stable-looking woman as the store manager. The others were assigned roles as clerks, cashiers, and cleaners. He then spent a little time explaining how the store would operate. For now, it would primarily sell non-staple food items, but as business grew, they would expand to other snacks and goods. Kain had meticulously planned the entire operation and knew exactly how much profit he could generate by purchasing and reselling items. Once everything was in place, Kain left the village to prepare the next shipment of food for his stores. With his new staff in position, he was ready to begin the next phase of his business venture, all while keeping a close eye on the ongoing war and its opportunities. Chapter 13, C13. Come back smoothly. Upon his return, Kain took a moment to assess his surroundings. He was indeed back in his living room. Glancing at the clock, a look of surprise flashed across his face as he exclaimed, "It's only been 2 days. The time ratio is 5 to 1. Kain quickly opened the panel of the trading system, reading through its descriptions. He began to understand the situation more clearly. The time difference between the two worlds was initially set this way upon the establishment of the world trading goal. However, with the frequent deepening of transactions, the time ratio between the two worlds would gradually shift back to normal, and this time differential was bidirectional. It'll sort itself out eventually, Kain muttered to himself. For now, it is what it is. The trading system operated by its own rules, and Kain couldn't change that. He could only use this cheat to make himself stronger as quickly as possible. Although his first transaction didn't yield much in terms of personal wealth, Kain's greatest gain from his venture into the ninja world was more than 50 kilograms of gold. He also managed to save his few life-saving firearms, although they would be more useful for building his power later on. Kain had ambitious plans for the future. Once his influence in the ninja world grew, he could establish contact with Orochimaru. He knew that the main reason Orochimaru cooperated with Danzo was because of the resources provided by the root, namely, money, materials, and Hashirama cells. While Kain couldn't provide the last one, he could certainly offer the first two. Additionally, Kain believed that some of the biological research from the Marvel world would be highly appealing to Orochimaru. I need to establish a trading company to cover up my activities, a biotechnology company, and a channel to sell gold, Kain thought aloud. Selling gold in small quantities, tens of kilograms at a time, could be managed through contacts. However, if he continued trading in larger amounts, Kain knew he would eventually attract unwanted attention. He made a mental note to take action before that happened. It's only been 2 days, and nothing significant has happened. Before heading back to the ninja world, I need to register these companies and hire a lawyer, he reminded himself. After checking his mailbox and finding nothing of concern, Kain's thoughts shifted back to the ninja world. He realized the scarcity of supplies during wartime, particularly food and medicine, which were essentially hard currency at this point. The vegetable market in Konoha village had been completely empty due to the shortage of supplies, making it a prime opportunity for him to capitalize on. Kain made 2 quick phone calls, ordering another batch of supplies. Then, he called Carl's father, Connor, and planned a visit to his house that evening. Carl, Kain's friend, couldn't help much when it came to finding a lawyer or registering a company, but Connor, a well-connected gold broker often seen on Wall Street, could. That evening, Connor knew that Kain had something important to discuss, so he turned down other appointments and prepared a dinner, albeit not a particularly delicious one, but something he had made himself. He served steamed sea bass with a dipping sauce, a dish he'd come across somewhere and decided to try. Despite Carl once deceiving Connor into thinking his cooking skills were great in exchange for pocket money, Connor had come to genuinely believe it over time. So, when Kain arrived, Connor had prepared 3 sea bass, each with its own dish of sauce. Upon Kain's arrival, Connor led him straight to the dining table. "Kain, try my cooking. The sea bass is fresh today. If I can get my hands on such fresh fish again, I might even try eating it raw with mustard." Thanks, Uncle Connor," Kain replied awkwardly. He cut a small piece of the fish, swallowed it quickly, and washed it down with juice before moving directly to the topic at hand. "Uncle Connor, I want to start 2 companies, and I was hoping you could help me find someone in this line of work. I'm also looking to recruit managers. Do you know where I should go?" Before Connor could respond, Carl enthusiastically chimed in, waving his knife and fork. "That's awesome, brother. I always thought lightning wasn't as good as Wall Street lightning. You're finally..." "Wait a minute, Carl. This has nothing to do with lightning, Kain interrupted quickly, referring to Carl's exaggerated financial nickname. We'll talk about that later. For now, I want to focus on registering a trading and biotechnology company. Connor thought for a moment, then nodded. Registering a company? I know someone who specializes in that field. Let me grab their business card for you, he said, getting up to search for it. As he rummaged around, he asked, "Are you sure you want to register a company in trade and biotechnology, and not a securities firm?" "I'll likely get into that at some point too, but these two are more important for me right now, Uncle Connor," Kain affirmed. Connor, seeing Kain's confidence, knew that his son's friend had made up his mind. For years, he had admired Kain's assertiveness and quick learning. Kain had been making smart financial decisions long before his peers, and a year ago, Connor had stopped viewing him as a mere teenager and started treating him as an equal. Kain had even gotten Carl involved in a profitable venture recently, and Connor had analyzed the situation himself, concluding that there was indeed a lot of money to be made. In fact, he had mobilized a considerable sum to capitalize on the opportunity. After dinner, Kain obtained the contact information for the business specialist from Connor, who promised to reach out to the person before Kain made contact. The next day, Kain visited the address on the business card and was warmly welcomed by the company Connor had recommended. He explained his needs, and registering the company turned out to be a trivial matter for them. If left to their capable hands, they could complete the process within 3 days. Additionally, they offered to help rent office space, which would only take 2 extra days. Wanting to save time, Kain decided to delegate the entire process to the company. Although it would take a few more days, it spared him the trouble of handling the details himself. The trading company was essential to Kain's plans, not for making money, but for its ability to move large quantities of goods without drawing attention. However, building the infrastructure from scratch would take time. Kain needed to hire more people to execute his vision. At this stage, his priority was to find obedient and efficient staff who could carry out his instructions flawlessly. As the company grew, Kain would eventually need a manager who could oversee the big picture, someone akin to Pepper Potts at Stark Industries, an executor who could manage the operation's complexities and lead it to success. Chapter 14, C14. Kain had not sold gold for a while, but there was no rush. His savings were still plentiful, and he knew it wasn't the right time yet. Gaining wholesale agent qualifications for medicines and food was a complex process, but Kain had professional companies running errands for him. Besides, in the year 2000, many parts of the world were facing shortages of medicines, and the wholesale pharmaceutical industry in the United States was still in its infancy. Kain aimed his trading ambitions beyond the U.S. to regions in need of supplies, such as Mexico and parts of West Asia. Word of Kain's plans to open a pharmaceutical and food trading wholesale company had slowly spread, though the news no longer elicited much surprise. Most people were mildly interested, but they quickly lost focus, assuming it was just another business endeavor. After all, Kain had inherited shares in a large-scale private hospital built by the Pent family, but he showed no interest in managing hospitals. As usual, that part of the business remained tied to his family name, and he had other ventures in mind. Spending money is like running water, Kain mused as he calculated the expenses he'd accrued over the past few days. While the company was successfully established and the qualifications for drug wholesale and trade had been processed smoothly, keeping up with these ventures wasn't cheap. Kain had even hired several people with expertise in pharmaceutical wholesale and cross-border trade. His accountants and lawyers were also ready, ensuring that the company would be able to operate efficiently once all legal procedures were complete. Though Kain's company was primarily a facade to deceive those around him during the early stages, it would eventually become irrelevant. His real focus was on his future biopharmaceutical company. This first business venture was merely a stepping stone to something far greater. What Kain really hoped for was that the medical ninjutsu he'd encountered in the ninja world would provide a breakthrough in drug development. The potential was immense. Ninja world wars often led to innovative developments, like the poisons created by Sand Village puppeteers. These toxins were eventually deciphered and countered by skilled medical ninjas. Kain imagined the impact someone like Tsunade, one of the greatest medical ninjas, could have if she were to focus on curing diseases like cancer. The ninja world had vast potential in medical research, and Kain was eager to tap into it. In the past few days, aside from appearing at school briefly, Kain had been busy balancing his company and the futures market. Though running a company drained his funds, Kain made substantial profits from the futures market. After many all-night research sessions with Carl, the two had earned at least $2 million from gold and oil trades. War always had economic consequences, and though Kain felt guilty for capitalizing on such chaos, the money was irresistible. To celebrate their growing fortune, Kain, Carl, and Connor opened a bottle of champagne, raising a toast to condemn the war, even though they were profiting from it. Connor, who had always been a bit lenient, even let the two boys have a couple of drinks despite their age. The drug wholesale and trading company was progressing steadily. Although the qualifications for operations hadn't been finalized, it was only a matter of time before they were approved. Kain discussed future plans with his employees, deciding that Mexico and parts of West Asia would be the company's initial target markets. There, the demand for medicine was high, and Kain's company could thrive with careful management. To incentivize his sales staff, Kain offered high commissions, knowing that the promise of big money would motivate them to perform. With the trading system cooling down after dropping coordinates in the ninja world, Kain knew it would be at least 2 years before he could find another trading world. Yet, he wasn't worried. The ninja world alone had enough resources and opportunities to keep him occupied for a while. 10 days after his return, Kain checked his space backpack and, once everything was in order, traveled back to the ninja world using the trading system. After leaving the hotel in the town, he headed straight to the warehouse he had rented, preparing to hire help for transporting his goods to Konoha. It's been almost 2 days since I left here, Kain thought. The time ratio between the worlds is strange, but it's manageable. There's still plenty of time. To ensure everything went smoothly, Kain issued a mission in Konoha, hiring a Chunin team to assist him in transporting his goods. The trip between the town and Konoha wasn't far, but Kain had a large quantity of supplies to move, and hiring ninjas ensured his safety. If any bandits attacked, the ninjas would protect Kain, while Kain would focus on safeguarding the goods. After arriving at Konoha's gates, the guards checked Kain's cargo before allowing him to pass. He directed the convoy to his 2 stores in Konoha and arranged for the workers to unload the supplies. "Boss, is this a new shipment?" asked Aya, the store manager. Her full name was Aya Senju, though the Senju surname had disappeared from official records when she was young. "It is," Kain replied, handing her a list. "Check the boxes against this list and make sure everything is stocked. The rest can go into the storage room in the back." Aya quickly set to work, directing the staff to move the goods to the back room, which doubled as Kain's living quarters and had a side entrance leading to the street. Kain had acquired these properties from Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had mortgaged 4 nearby houses to Kain in exchange for medicine, alleviating some of Konoha's financial struggles during the war. While Aya managed the supplies, Kain walked through the store, noting that many shelves were completely empty. The demand was clearly high, and Aya hadn't been slacking off. Almost everything had been sold within the past few days, and it was evident that supplies were still in short supply. Kain considered raising prices slightly to capitalize on the situation. After Aya organized the stockroom, Kain called her over and reviewed the inventory list. He decided to increase the prices of nearly half the items by 50% and raise the rest by 25%. "Boss, isn't that a bit steep?" Aya asked, surprised by the large markup. Kain sighed, feigning the helplessness of a businessman forced to make tough decisions. "Aya, it's wartime. External pressures are significant. Without ninja escorts, I wouldn't even dare transport these goods myself." Aya thought it over and realized that Kain had a point. The other shops in Konoha were almost entirely out of stock, and Kain was the only one capable of bringing in supplies from the outside. Additionally, hiring ninjas for protection added to the expenses. "You're right," she nodded. "It makes sense." "Aya," Kain said, leaning in slightly. "I know you're concerned about the price hikes. Don't worry, store employees and your family can still purchase goods at the original price. Just keep it quiet." "Thank you, boss," Aya said, grateful for the gesture. Though Aya wanted to bow in thanks, Kain waved her off. Small favors like this helped him build loyalty among his workers, and once his business expanded, he planned to hire more people. He also saw potential in recruiting civilians from the Senju clan, believing it would be a wise move in the long run. He had big plans for Tsunade as well, hoping to involve her in future medical research projects. Just then, Kain noticed a red-haired girl standing by the door, peering inside. She had been watching for a while but hadn't come in. Aya, who is that? Kain asked, motioning toward the mysterious girl. Chapter 15, C-15. After hearing Kain's question, Aya turned to look in the direction of the door, then waved to the red-haired girl standing outside. Boss, this is Kushina. She has been coming to the store frequently these past few days to buy chocolates and candies, Aya said, introducing Kushina to Kain with a slight smile. Kain immediately recognized her. Kushina, a Jinchuriki. While he didn't want to get too close to her, he also had no intention of avoiding her. Ah, I see. A regular customer. You can take care of her, Aya. Kushina suddenly spoke up. Are you the boss? I want to buy a lot of chocolates at once. Is that okay? Kain, slightly amused, looked at Kushina and asked, as long as you have the money, you can buy as many chocolates as you want. You can even buy the whole stock. Really? Thank you, boss. Kushina exclaimed. She quickly pulled out a stack of Rio notes from her pocket and placed them on the table. Kain counted the money. Kushina had brought out 5,000 Rio, which was quite a large amount for a child. She intended to buy chocolates, which previously cost 200 Rio each. Kain glanced up at her. It was quite a sum for someone so young, but he knew better than to underestimate her. 5,000 Rio. That would get you 25 pieces of chocolate, Kain announced, his tone neutral as he called over Aya. Aya, help pack up the chocolates for her. But before he could finish, Kushina slammed her hand down on the table, her voice rising in protest. 25 pieces. Last time, I bought 10 pieces with 1,000 Rio. This time, I should get 50. Kain raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Well, you're pretty sharp with numbers, he remarked. Kushina scratched the back of her head, suddenly looking bashful. That's right. But don't try to flatter me, boss. I know how much I'm supposed to get. Unfortunately, the price has increased, Kain said, shrugging helplessly. Just before you came, we decided to raise the price on some items. Chocolates are now 200 Rio each. If you don't want to pay the new price, I can return your money. Kushina's face fell. Chocolates were a luxury, and while she loved them, they were now much more expensive. She had borrowed money from Tsunade and Nawaki, but asking for more was out of the question. The idea of asking Grandma Mito for money for snacks was embarrassing beyond measure. After a long pause, she finally sighed and muttered, "Fine, I'll buy 25 pieces." Seeing her disappointment, Kain pretended to think for a moment before smiling. Tell you what, since you're a regular, I'll throw in an extra 5 pieces. From now on, for every 5 you buy, I'll give you 1 extra, no limits. Kushina's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Thank you so much, boss. She beamed at Kain, bowing gratefully. Thank you, boss. You're a good person, she added as she grabbed her bag of chocolates, her earlier frustration forgotten. After all, she had ended up with 30 pieces instead of 25. As she left the store with her bounty, Kain chuckled to himself. It was easy to manipulate customers by giving them small favors after raising prices. People like Kushina, who felt like they were getting a good deal, were always eager to come back for more. After Kushina was gone, Kain gestured for Aya to follow him to the neighboring store. We need to prepare this shop. I'm thinking of selling basic medical supplies like bandages, swabs, and daily medications here. Aya was slightly surprised by the plan. Boss, you're going to sell medicine here too? Kain nodded. That's right. We'll recruit a few more people to help run the place. We can start cleaning up now and aim to open the store in 3 days. Aya hesitated for a moment before speaking. Boss, I know someone who might be a good fit for the job. His name is Mirai. He used to be a ninja, but he lost his hand in battle and had to retire. He knows some medical ninjutsu, but, well, he hasn't been the same since his injury. Aya looked a bit uneasy. Mirai was the husband of her friend, and despite receiving compensation after his injury, it hadn't lasted long. Unable to work, he had fallen into a state of depression, ashamed to rely on his wife for support. Kain thought for a moment. If he knows medical ninjutsu, that could be useful. Tell him the pay will be the same as yours, and ask if he's interested in joining us. Aya smiled. clearly relieved. "Thank you, boss. I'll talk to him right away." "Good. We'll also need 2 more people for physical work, but make sure they're trustworthy. I don't want anyone who steals or slacks off." "Understood. I won't let you down." With that, Aya left to find Mirai and the other potential employees. Kain, meanwhile, busied himself with the inventory and customer transactions while Aya was gone. Kain knew he couldn't stay in Konoha forever. Once the war subsided, his plans would take him beyond the village's walls. His goal was to establish a foothold in the Land of Fire and then slowly expand his influence into the smaller surrounding countries. Medicine and food were profitable industries, but they had their limits, especially with Konoha's monopoly on medicine for the time being. The entertainment industry, maybe that's something worth exploring, Kain mused aloud. He remembered how much money Jiraiya had made from writing a few popular novels. Behind Kain was an entire world of stories that hadn't been introduced to this one yet. If he played his cards right, he could trigger a cultural renaissance in the ninja world. He had already brought 10 novels with him, enough to start a small revolution in entertainment. If he introduced them slowly, allowing demand to build, it could be a lucrative side business. "Let's see where this goes," he thought with a smirk, already envisioning the possibilities. With control over both goods and culture, he could gradually influence the flow of public opinion across the ninja world, one step at a time. Chapter 16, C16. "Sure enough, you're back. How about going for a drink tonight?" Tsunade's voice came from the entrance as the sky darkened. She had stopped by Kain's food store and found him overseeing some workers who were packing up items next door. She greeted him with a friendly smile. Kain shook his head politely. "There's no need for that, Tsunade-san. I'm still busy organizing my place, and I don't think I have much time tonight." Just as he finished speaking, Aya, the store manager, stepped forward. After bowing slightly to both of them, she respectfully interrupted their conversation. "If you're talking about cleaning the yard where Kain-san lives, you could leave that to me. I know where to buy household items and how to organize them quickly." Kain suppressed a sigh. While Aya's intentions were good, she had completely misunderstood him. He had been making an excuse to avoid going out, and now she had unwittingly backed him into a corner. Tsunade had already tracked him down that evening, no doubt. She'd been tipped off by someone, and Kain had a pretty good idea of who that might have been. Tsunade chuckled, stepping closer and patting Kain on the shoulder. "Aya's right. You should come with me." Resigned, Kain nodded. "Fine. I'll leave my place in your capable hands, Manager Aya." He handed Aya some money for shopping and cleaning supplies before turning to follow Tsunade. She was known for 2 things, her love of gambling and her passion for drinking. It seemed she was determined to indulge in the latter tonight. Aya watched them leave, feeling somewhat pleased. "This is the first time Kain-san has called me Manager Aya. Maybe that means he's recognizing my abilities," she thought to herself. With that in mind, she returned to the store, planning to enlist a few more hands to help tidy up Kain's living quarters. While the space was already clean, it lacked proper furniture. At the izakaya, Tsunade effortlessly ordered a few bottles of sake and several plates of skewers. Kain, on the other hand, kept it simple. He ordered tea and a bowl of noodles, feeling genuinely hungry. Since he couldn't eat at home, he figured he might as well have something substantial here. When the sake arrived, Tsunade offered him a drink, but Kain politely declined. She grumbled something about him being boring and happily downed a few glasses on her own. "Tsunade-san," Kain began after taking a few bites of noodles, "we've known each other for a while now. Why don't you go ahead and tell me why you're here?" Tsunade's face was slightly flushed, likely from the alcohol. "Did you figure it out already?" she said with a slight slur. "Since you've already seen through me, I won't waste time. Konoha needs another batch of medicines, Kain-san. This time, we need a lot more." Kain paused. He had anticipated that Konoha might come to him again, given the constant flow of wounded ninjas from the battlefield. Supplies were always running low, especially with the ongoing conflict in the Land of Grass, and now the skirmishes with other villages were ramping up once more. Although the war in the Land of Rain had mostly ended, tensions with Cloud Shinobi and Kirigakure were rising, creating new demand for medical supplies. Kain leaned back in his chair and asked, "The same type and quantity of medicines as before, Is that what Konoha wants? Yes, Tsunade confirmed. She hesitated for a moment, then added, we hope you can sell the entire batch to Konoha. Kain gave her a long look, sensing there was more to the story. But Konoha's finances are tight, and there's no money to buy medicine right now, correct? Tsunade sighed, rolling her eyes as she poured herself another glass of sake. I really can't hide anything from you, can I? It wasn't easy for her to admit the village's financial struggles, and negotiating with Kain had never been simple. He was always direct, and last time, he had firmly refused any deals that weren't clear-cut. So, you want me to provide the medicine on credit? Kain asked. Tsunade set her glass down and gave him a pleading look. Yes. Would that be possible? Kain's expression hardened. I'm sorry, Tsunade-san, but I can't extend credit for medicine. If Konoha doesn't have the funds, I'd be willing to accept gold, jewelry, or other valuables in exchange. Tsunade grimaced, knowing this was exactly what she had feared. Gold and jewelry, huh? I'll need to ask the Hokage about that. But the village is really struggling right now, the daimyo hasn't provided any funding in quite some time. Before she could continue, Kain raised his hand to stop her. Please, Tsunade-san, don't share confidential details about Konoha's financial situation with me. I'm just a businessman. The inner workings of the village are none of my concern. Tsunade blinked, realizing she had nearly let slip too much in her slightly tipsy state. She apologized softly. I tend to lose control of my mouth when I've had too much to drink. I'll be more careful. By the way, how's Aya doing with her work? She's doing well. I've already promised her that when the business expands, her relatives will be prioritized for employment. Thank you for that, Kain. Honestly, the Senju clan can't accommodate them anymore, Tsunade said, sounding relieved. Many of her clan members had fought bravely on the battlefield, and the Senju clan's resources were stretched thin. The fact that Kain was offering them jobs was a huge help. Kain nodded. Speaking of expansion, if I decide to open shops in other parts of the Land of Fire, would people like Aya be allowed to leave the village to help? Of course, Tsunade replied casually. Some of them know ninjutsu, but they're not full-fledged ninjas, so they can leave the village without restrictions. Kain felt a sense of relief. Having trustworthy people like Aya and her family working for him, even outside Konoha, would give him more peace of mind. After a few more minutes of casual conversation, Kain excused himself, leaving Tsunade to enjoy her sake. The following day, Kain checked in with Aya about the progress of the pharmacy and began making plans for a trip to the capital of the Land of Fire. The capital had the largest bookstore in the region, and Kain was confident that the 10 novels he had brought with him would be well received. In a world plagued by war and uncertainty, he believed that literature, especially entertaining and even risque content, would offer people a much-needed escape. Just as Kain was about to leave Konoha, however, an Umbu ninja appeared in front of him. Mr. Kain, Lord Hokage wishes to meet with you, the masked figure said. Chapter 17, C-17. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Kain noticed that in addition to Tsunade, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Udatane Koharu, and Mito Kato Hamura were also present. Kain-san, I apologize for the sudden invitation, but we have an important matter to discuss. Hiruzen Sarutobi greeted him with a polite tone, even though the situation was quite urgent. Konoha's medical ninjas were spread thin, and the village heavily relied on the medicine that Kain provided. His medicines had proven to increase the survival rate of the wounded by 50 to 60%, which was crucial in the ongoing war. Without these medicines, the village risked suffering greater losses. Kain's supplies had become vital for Konoha to sustain its forces and prevent heavy casualties. I understand what the third Hokage means, Kain responded. However, I cannot offer the medicines on credit. In fact, I had to pay a large sum for the last batch of supplies. If I can't recoup those funds, I won't be able to provide further medicines in the future, and you might have to find another supplier. Kain wasn't interested in hearing a long explanation. He wanted to cut to the chase. Credit and price were non-negotiable for him. If he agreed to loosen his standards now, it would set a bad precedent. Future negotiations could easily become more difficult if he showed leniency, and it was clear to him that Konoha would take advantage of that. Hiruzen sighed internally, understanding the businessman's standpoint. He was trying to navigate the fine line between Konoha's financial difficulties and Kain's firm stance. Still, the third Hokage forced a smile and asked, "Then, what kind of collateral would you accept?" It was clear that Konoha didn't have the upper hand in this situation. They needed Kain more than he needed them, but Hiruzen couldn't afford to let those medicines slip away to another village. Despite numerous attempts, Hiruzen's Umbu had failed to uncover how Kain was smuggling the medicines in. It remained a mystery. "I'm willing to accept various forms of collateral," Kain began, including jewelry, jade, gold ornaments, or even utensils that are a few hundred years old. "However, the pricing power remains with me, and I assure you, I won't deliberately undervalue them." As soon as Kain mentioned setting his own prices, Udatane Koharu's expression soured. She had tried inflating the value of a few houses during a previous transaction, and she assumed Kain was subtly calling her out. "Alternatively, you can offer me protection," Kain continued. "I'm heading to the capital of the Land of Fire for some business negotiations, and I could use some guards." Although Kain had firearms in his backpack for protection, he knew they wouldn't be enough if he encountered a Jonin-level attack. He needed skilled ninjas to ensure his safety. Mitokado Hamura, who had been silent until now, suddenly asked, "Would you accept ninjutsu scrolls as collateral?" Konoha has a vast collection. Ninjutsu scrolls? Kain shook his head. "No, Elder Hamura. I'm not a ninja. Ninjutsu scrolls hold no value to me. A best-selling novel would be far more appealing." With that, Mitokado Hamura seemed to accept Kain's position and fell silent. After this exchange, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. "Very well, Kain-san. Konoha will require the same amount of medicine as before. We'll send you a list of collateral for you to review." Kain agreed, and an Umbu agent escorted him out of the Hokage building. The medicines were stored in the warehouse behind Kain's food store, ready to be distributed between the pharmacy and Konoha's immediate needs. Later that afternoon, after a meal, Kain was again summoned to the Hokage building. This time, however, he wasn't taken to Hiruzen's office. Instead, Umbu led him to a different house, where only Mitokado Hamura was present. "Kain-san, here is the list of collateral for this transaction," Hamura said, handing Kain a detailed inventory and gesturing toward a box on the table. The box contained 40 kilograms of gold, 100 pieces of jewelry, a separate box of accessories, and over 30 antique utensils. Kain examined the items closely. Some of the antique utensils were more casually arranged, clearly indicating they had been passed down through generations. Mitokado Hamura confirmed this, explaining that they were contributions from the Senju clan, dating back at least 500 years. These antiques had a long heritage, but for the most part, they didn't hold much value to Kain. However, he realized that, with the right marketing, he could present them as cultural treasures and turn a considerable profit. Moving on, Kain inspected the jewelry and gemstones. Most of the gems appeared legitimate, though some had visible cracks or poor quality, which he promptly rejected. This clearly embarrassed Mitokado Hamura, who silently cursed Udatane Koharu for including them. Finally, Kain opened the box of accessories, most of which seemed authentic. But when he picked up two pieces that still had traces of dried blood, he paused. These items were probably looted by the Root Division, and Mitokado Hamura, recognizing Kain's reaction, quickly diverted his gaze, pretending to notice something wrong with the room's corners. The situation was clear: Danzo's division had been involved in some illicit activities. "Other than what I've set aside, this looks acceptable, Elder Hamura," Kain finally said, closing the box. Mitokado Hamura nodded in agreement. The remaining rejected items would likely be used to settle housing debts. After all, Konoha had plenty of houses, especially with the village expanding. "The next thing to discuss is the commission tasks," Kain reminded him. "Of course," Mitokado Hamura replied. "We'll need to involve the mission team to provide a more detailed assessment. Hiruzen Sarutobi might allow some flexibility when it came to trade items, but the missions were Konoha's reputation on the line. Neither Sarutobi nor Mitokado Hamura would tolerate any tampering when it came to the village's credibility." Chapter 18, C-18. Konoha's missions are categorized into 5 levels: D, C, B, A, and S. A-level and S-level tasks are extremely difficult, typically involving sensitive matters related to other nations, and they usually require at least Jonin-level expertise to complete. Therefore, individuals or common entities rarely have the authority to issue such missions unless they hold high-ranking positions, like the daimyo of the Land of Fire or similarly influential officials. These figures, due to their strong sway over Konoha, can commission A or S-level missions, but for ordinary people, the highest they can request is a B-level task. Kain's upcoming mission was assessed as a B-level task, primarily due to the inherent dangers that come with traveling across the Land of Fire. The potential for encounters with wandering ninjas, rogue samurai, and bandits after the war was high. Conflict inevitably breeds these groups, and Kain's journey could expose him to such threats. Since Kain's mission would take a considerable amount of time, the mission team in Konoha set the reward at 200,000 ryo. 2 teams, each led by a Chunin, would accompany Kain on his journey starting the next day. However, this single mission was not enough to settle the medical debt Konoha owed to Kain. He would need to commission several more missions like this to balance the scales. Kain planned to return to his store to inform Aya about his impending departure. She would be responsible for managing the 2 stores in Konoha during his absence. Fortunately, the shops weren't facing any major challenges at the moment, aside from routine tasks like restocking merchandise and bookkeeping. They had recruited 8 employees to help run the stores smoothly. While walking into the store, Kain noticed several Ninja Academy students shopping. "Aya, there are guests right now. We can talk later," he said before heading to the living quarters in the backyard. A short while later, Kain heard someone approach the door. Assuming it was Aya, he said, "Come in, Aya." However, to his surprise, it wasn't Aya who entered but a girl with red hair and a round face, Uzumaki Kushina. She looked slightly flustered as she entered. "Oh, you're Kushina, right?" Kain asked, pretending to recall her name after a brief moment of thought. "If you're here to buy something, please go to the front of the store. This is my private living area." Embarrassed, Kushina bowed and apologized. "I'm sorry, boss, but I actually wanted to ask you something." Kain waited for a few moments, hoping she would realize her mistake and leave. However, after a few seconds of awkward silence, he realized she wasn't going anywhere. With a resigned sigh, he stood up and said, "All right, come in and sit down. I'll make some tea." "Thank you, boss," Kushina replied, taking a seat and curiously glancing around Kain's living space as she waited. Kain poured the tea and, eager to resolve the situation quickly, asked, "So, Kushina, what did you need my help with?" Kushina, looking hopeful, said, "Boss, the chocolates you sell are so popular. I was hoping to reserve some for myself." It turned out that she had come to Kain's private area because the store had been too crowded earlier, and she hadn't been able to get her hands on any of the chocolates before they sold out. Already sold out again. "I didn't realize the business was doing so well," Kain mused aloud. It dawned on him that he might be able to capitalize on the growing demand by opening a candy factory in the ninja world. To his knowledge, there wasn't a particularly famous sweet in this world, with the most iconic treats in Konoha being dango and anko dumplings, largely due to someone's endorsement. Considering his monopoly on desserts like chocolates and lollipops, Kain realized there was immense potential in this untapped market. In the American market, sweets generated billions of dollars in revenue. If he could replicate even a fraction of that success in the Land of Fire, Kain could dominate the confectionery industry within a few years. This thought sparked a new business plan in his mind. He would need to scout for suitable locations to open a factory after leaving Konoha. "Boss. Boss." Kushina's voice interrupted his thoughts, and Kain snapped out of his reverie. "Sorry, I got a little distracted there," Kain apologized. "You mentioned making a reservation. How many chocolates are you looking to order?" Kushina thought for a moment and then replied, 100. "All right, 100 chocolates will be 20,000 ryo. Plus, I'll throw in the extra 20 pieces I promised you last time, so a total of 120, Kain said, nodding. He then added, "But don't forget, if you eat too much chocolate, you'll gain weight, so make sure to balance it out with enough exercise." That's right, that's right." Kushina agreed eagerly, completely unconcerned about the weight warning. She recalled how quickly the 30 chocolates she bought last time had been eaten, with even Tsunade and Nawaki taking some from her stash. With her intense daily training, Kushina felt no guilt about indulging in her favorite treat after a hard day of work. "Okay, be sure to pay Aya at the counter when you leave, and I'll let you know as soon as the next batch of desserts arrives," Kain said, mentally preparing to wrap up the conversation. Kushina blinked in surprise. You mean I still have to pay? Of course. Kain responded with a raised brow. A reservation is still a purchase. You need to put down at least a deposit. Seeing the surprise on Kushina's face, Kain asked suspiciously, You don't have the money, do you? Of course I do. Kushina declared, but her guilty tone gave her away. Without waiting for a response, she quickly stood up and made her way out, presumably to find some money to pay for her order. As Kain watched her leave, he reflected on how the first batch of chocolates had barely gained recognition, but now, there was a frenzy surrounding his products. The customers today were mostly Ninja Academy students, a demographic that could actually afford the expensive snacks thanks to their ability to earn money from simple D-level missions. Even the youngest genin could easily complete 3 such missions in a day, earning between 500 and 10,000 Ryo per task. The ninja world was truly a land of opportunity, with vast, underdeveloped markets. Kain's mind buzzed with plans to expand his business. In the next 3 to 5 years, he was determined to establish a business empire so influential that it could sway decision-making in Konoha village. His ultimate goal, however, was to use this power to extend his influence into the Marvel world. After explaining his departure plans to Aya, Kain prepared for his journey. The mission included 2 teams of Konoha ninjas, consisting of 2 Chunin and 4 Genin. Given that Konoha was still in the midst of the war, ninja teams were smaller than usual, with 1 Chunin typically leading 2 Genin. Still, with 6 ninjas in total, Kain felt confident about his safety during the trip across the Land of Fire. In addition to the ninja guards, there was also a coachman. Kain had purchased 2 carriages for the journey, one for transporting supplies and the other, a more luxurious model, for his personal use. The latter was spacious enough to allow Kain to travel comfortably and even sleep soundly at night. Once everything was ready, Kain set off from Konoha village. Chapter 19, C-19. Okay, what a good book. The owner of Lichuan bookstore, located in the capital of the Land of Fire, exclaimed in excitement as he finished reading the manuscript Kain had given him. The manuscript engrossed him so thoroughly that he was unable to pull himself away until he reached the end of the first volume. Realizing he had been swept up in the story, the owner, Mickey, regained his composure and smiled sheepishly at Kain. After a moment, still intrigued by the manuscript, Mickey couldn't resist asking, Kain-san, is there more to this book? A sequel perhaps? Kain, sensing the owner's eagerness, responded with confidence, of course, the entire novel is complete. But Mickey-san, shouldn't we discuss business first? Kain was fully confident in the potential of his novels. The literary landscape of the ninja world was, at best, barren. Before arriving at Lichuan bookstore, Kain had perused several bestsellers, only to find them lackluster and unappealing. They were predictable, full of excessive moral preaching, and overall devoid of the thrilling elements that make for a captivating story. Given this, Kain knew that his books, originating from another world, had the potential to become instant hits. Of course, let's talk business, Mickey said with a smile. With your level of writing, Kain-san, I can offer you 20% of the profit. However, Kain shook his head, cutting Mickey off. Mickey-san, this offer feels a bit lacking in sincerity. Before coming here, I took a look at the so-called bestsellers in your store. Frankly, they don't hold a candle to what I have to offer. Moreover, I have 2 more novels of the same caliber as the one you just read. If this is your best offer, I'm afraid I'll have to take my leave. Wait. Mickey quickly interjected, alarmed by the prospect of losing such a valuable opportunity. Kain-san, did you say you have 2 more novels of equal quality? Could I perhaps take a look at them? Of course, Kain replied, but I advise you not to read them all at once. Otherwise, you won't have time to get any work done. With that, Kain pulled 2 more manuscripts from his backpack and handed them to Mickey. Unable to contain his curiosity, Mickey eagerly began reading the first manuscript. It wasn't long before he was completely absorbed in the story, just as he had been with the first book. Mickey was not just any bookstore owner, he prided himself on his ability to recognize good literature, and his instincts told him that these manuscripts were special. After a few minutes, Kain cleared his throat, bringing Mickey out of his reverie. Embarrassed, Mickey chuckled and picked up the last manuscript to read. By the time he finished, he was left breathless, both from the compelling narratives and from the realization that he had stumbled upon 3 gold mines. I'll offer you 37% of the profits, Kain-san, Mickey said, now wearing a serious expression. This is the highest offer you'll find anywhere in the ninja world. I guarantee it. Kain smiled, knowing that he had gotten the best deal. It's a deal, Mickey-san. Once the contract is signed, I'll hand over the first 3 volumes of each novel. Mickey and Kain quickly drafted and signed a contract. True to his word, Kain handed over the manuscripts for the first 3 volumes of each novel. He also suggested that Mickey consider opening a branch in Konoha, as it represented a significant untapped market. Jiraiya had earned hundreds of millions from just 3 books, and Kain saw no reason why he couldn't replicate that success. With minimal effort, he could generate a continuous stream of revenue. After sealing the deal with Lichuan Bookstore, Kain decided to explore the capital of the Land of Fire. The city was many times more prosperous than Konoha, with a population that dwarfed that of the hidden village. Accompanied by 2 teams of Konoha shinobi as guards, Kain indulged in the city's finest food and entertainment. Although the team leader, a Chunin, initially refused Kain's offer to join him for a meal, Kain and the 4 genin in the group managed to persuade him. They assured him that as long as he avoided alcohol and maintained his composure, there would be no violation of shinobi protocol. After all, they were in the capital of the Land of Fire, a relatively safe place. Their camaraderie, fueled by good food and company, ensured that when they returned to Konoha, the shinobi's report on Kain's mission would be favorable, even slightly embellished in his favor. For 2 days, Kain wandered through the Land of Fire's capital, gathering information about the region's economy and development. He concluded that the ninja world's economy was roughly equivalent to that of Earth in the 1970s, industrialization had only just begun, and many essential goods were in short supply. However, the nobles and daimyos paid little attention to industrial growth, allowing Kain ample opportunity to establish a foothold. The dessert factory was only his first step. Next, Kain planned to control food production and labor. Once he had accumulated enough resources within the Land of Fire, he would expand his influence to smaller, less stable nations without strong ninja villages. These countries would be easy to dominate, providing Kain with an opportunity to amass political and economic power effortlessly. After leaving the capital, Kain visited several prosperous towns in the Land of Fire, taking notes along the way. Eventually, he settled on a town near Konoha to establish his dessert factory. It was close enough to the hidden village to ensure safety but far enough to avoid unnecessary attention. Moreover, the local civilian population would provide a steady source of labor. To manage the factory, Kain planned to recruit more people from the Senju family, much like Aya. The family's reputation and values would ensure that his business was in good hands. The only thing left would be to train the new recruits in the necessary professional skills. Kain immediately set about acquiring land for the factory. He met with officials from the Land of Fire, hired a construction team, and had a large workshop and warehouse built to his specifications. The initial investment cost him several million ryo, but the land, factory, and warehouse were only the beginning. Kain still needed to acquire specialized production equipment, which the ninja world did not yet have. For that, he planned to return to the Marvel world, where he could purchase outdated but functional machinery at a fraction of the cost. In the meantime, he arranged for the cultivation of cocoa trees near the factory, ensuring a local supply of raw materials for his dessert production. After spending 3 more days overseeing the construction of his factory, Kain returned to Konoha. By that time, the construction was nearly complete, and he had already laid the groundwork for his next major venture. Chapter 20, C20. Boss, you're back. Aya greeted Kain with a smile when she saw him returning. Following close behind her was another individual, missing an arm, Mirai. It had been a while since Kain left Konoha, and during his absence, the Kain Pharmacy had opened for business. Mirai, who had trained in medical ninjutsu, joined the workforce shortly after its launch. "Yeah, I'm back," Kain replied, then turned to Mirai. "I'm counting on you for the Kain Pharmacy. Having a store manager who knows medical ninjutsu really puts my mind at ease." Mirai felt moved by Kain's words. Despite his disability, Kain entrusted him with significant responsibilities, which made him feel valued. He quickly saluted and said, "Don't worry, boss. I'll work hard." Kain nodded in approval and walked into the store to check the recent sales reports. The snack sales remained strong, reaffirming the age-old wisdom that children and women are the biggest spenders. Once the dessert factory opened, Kain's desserts could be distributed across the entire land of fire. Although other food items sold reasonably well, Kain noticed that the demand for food had reached a ceiling. The ninja population in Konoha had their own established supply chains, and most of the customers who bought from Kain's store were civilians, a group that wasn't particularly large. Going forward, Kain decided to phase out selling food from his space backpack. Although American food was cheap, importing it and selling it with the backpack wasn't worth the trouble. Instead, he planned to focus on reselling food in smaller countries that could yield more significant profits. Kain smiled to himself, noting that while he might take a similar approach as the notorious Kato in dominating small countries, he wasn't foolish enough to meet the same fate. "Boss, Kushina mentioned that you allowed her to pre-order desserts," Aya reported, pulling Kain out of his thoughts. After others found out, many people started doing the same. "Here's the list of reservations and the total orders." Aya handed Kain the list. After skimming through it, he raised an eyebrow. "Over 80 people. That's more than 3 million ryo. I didn't realize Konoha had this many people interested in desserts." Aya nodded, adding, "Yes, even some ninjas have made reservations. Many of them have developed a liking for chocolate, even me." She cleared her throat, embarrassed to admit she had secretly bought some for herself and her children. The desserts were so delicious that it became hard to resist indulging. "I see," Kain said with a small chuckle. "I'll handle this. For now, I have something else to ask of you." Aya's face turned serious as Kain continued, "I need you to take charge of a business outside Konoha for me. You'll need to leave the store in the hands of someone else, and I want you to recruit more staff." Kain was referring to the dessert factory in town. It was crucial to have someone trustworthy oversee its operations, and while Kain hadn't known Aya for long, she had proven herself reliable and honest. The only person he could entrust with this job was her. Aya took a moment to think before nodding decisively. "I understand, boss. Many people from the Senju clan don't have much to do. If there's a job for them, they'll definitely be willing to help." Kain smiled. "Good. You'll be in charge of hiring. The salary is 80,000 ryo a month, almost as much as several high-quality D-rank missions." Aya's eyes widened slightly at the generous offer, but she quickly composed herself. Kain continued, "Although town isn't far from Konoha, accidents can happen. Be careful when you go, and I'll recruit some guards to protect the factory." Aya smiled, grateful for the concern. "Don't worry, boss. We'll be safe. After all, we do know some basic ninjutsu. The Senju clan may not be what it once was, but we can still handle ourselves." This current generation of the Senju clan still carried a sense of duty to protect Konoha. Aya, for instance, planned to send her child to the ninja academy once he turned 6. In the meantime, like many other Senju parents, she was personally handling her son's pre-academy training. Kain chuckled. "I underestimated you all. Well, that's good. I'll take you to town myself. Besides you, there will be 8 others joining. You can pick the team yourself, I trust your judgment." Aya smiled gratefully. "Thank you, boss. I won't let you down." Feeling an even greater sense of responsibility, Aya was determined to prove herself worthy of Kain's trust. Without him, she and many of her relatives would still be struggling to find stable, well-paying work. Once Aya gathered the team, Kain planned to take them to town to begin working on the dessert factory. 4 of the staff members would manage the factory's operations, while the remaining 5 would oversee the cocoa tree plantations. The land around town wasn't perfect for growing cocoa, but it would suffice for now. Kain had bigger plans for the future, expanding his influence into the land of tea, which was much better suited for cocoa cultivation. As he managed his growing business, Kain also kept a close eye on the brewing Second Shinobi World War. Recently, many ninjas had returned to Konoha, especially those from the Land of Rain battlefield. After Rain Shinobi's surrender, Sand Shinobi soon followed suit, retreating to their borders and signaling the end of the conflict. Despite the retreat, Sand Shinobi was far from fully cooperating. They hadn't yet signed the peace treaty Konoha had proposed, likely because the terms, largely influenced by Danzo's hawkish faction, were highly exploitative. Though Konoha had shown leniency toward Rain Shinobi, they sought to extract compensation from Sand Shinobi. While the battlefield seemed to be quieting down, there was one topic Kain heard discussed repeatedly among the returning ninjas, the terrifying Jinchuriki unleashed by Sand Shinobi. While no one explicitly mentioned its name, Kain could infer from their descriptions that they were talking about Shikaku, the one-tailed beast. Shikaku's wind-style jutsu, described as natural disasters in their own right, spread like wildfire among the Konoha ranks. Thankfully, Danzo and Orochimaru had managed to find a way to counter the beast. Otherwise, Konoha's forces would have suffered devastating losses. However, Kain knew this level of conflict was beyond his current influence. His goal remained clear: expand his power base as quickly as possible. Ninjas were a strange group, Kain mused. Though many possessed extraordinary power, they were still bound by the identity of being ninjas, servants to the powerful and wealthy. Even a figure like Madara Uchiha had nearly escaped this fate, only to be brought back down by the might of Hashirama Senju. For now, Kain's ambitions would have to simmer in the background. There was still much work to do in expanding his business and laying the groundwork for his future endeavors. Chapter 21, C21. Kain, where did you find all these amazing things? Carl asked, his eyes wide with amazement as he followed Kain into the Caltex auction house in Washington. Kain had been warming up these items for over 10 days, and the buzz they created had already attracted a number of art enthusiasts and collectors. The appraisers at Caltex were intrigued as well. According to one of them, the items might represent an undocumented piece of history, a simple statement that dramatically increased their value. My grandfather inherited them from his great-grandfather, and they've been stored in the deepest part of our basement for generations. If I hadn't stumbled upon my father's old notebook, I would never have known they existed, Kain replied casually, fabricating a plausible backstory as he continued to observe the auction proceedings. Although it was the early 21st century and auction technology was not yet as advanced as it would later become, even a prestigious auction house like Caltex retained a certain old-world charm. Kain's main interest wasn't in purchasing anything but in observing how much his items could sell for. His current assets were still modest, and his focus was on expansion, not personal indulgence. He knew that once his wealth multiplied 100 or 1,000 times over, he might consider engaging in the opulence that often corrupted those who came into power. For now, though, Kain was focused solely on developing his business and expanding his influence. Carl, on the other hand, was attending his first auction and was amazed by the variety of items on display. Despite this, he couldn't help but lament the absence of a collector's edition manuscript of Kid Lightning. The disappointment didn't last long, however, as he became more interested in the spectacle of the auction itself. The items Kain brought to auction were not particularly rare, but they were large and carried historical significance, making them valuable. Most of his collection consisted of jewelry, which he had already sold separately for more than $6 million. It wasn't quite the windfall he had imagined, but considering the lack of an official provenance, it was the best he could manage. As more pieces of his collection were sold, the smile on Kain's face grew brighter. He had originally anticipated earning around $3 to $4 million, given that a significant portion of the items were simple jewelry. However, by the end of the auction, he had managed to pull in nearly $9 million. Combined with the jewelry sales, Kain had made over $15 million in total, which was more than he had earned from stock investments over the past 3 years. On the flight back, Carl could hardly contain his excitement. Kain, you're a multimillionaire now. You should upgrade your car, maybe get a sports car that matches your new net worth. Kain shook his head, chuckling. Carl, I've been worth tens of millions for a while now. My car works just fine. I don't need to change it yet. Carl, however, didn't take the hint and continued to nag about sports cars until he eventually wore himself out and fell asleep on the plane. After returning to New York, Kain briefly returned to school to take care of some personal matters, but he soon took another month-long leave to focus on his business. His pharmaceutical wholesale and trading company had officially been established, and Kain had hired a few international businessmen to help manage operations. The company quickly began running smoothly, thanks to these professionals. Kain himself took charge of the finances, purchases, and warehouse management, ensuring everything was handled meticulously. He maintained strict control, especially since some of his trading partners came from other worlds. Kain knew the next logical step was to establish a biotechnology company. It was an idea he had been toying with for a while, though he hadn't yet decided on a specific research direction. I can't just build an empty shell of a company without knowing what to focus on, he mused to himself. Although he had a long list of personal goals, enhancing his physical strength, studying gamma radiation, or even achieving eternal life, Kain lacked the technical background to pursue these ideas directly. He had done well in high school, but his knowledge of biomedicine was practically non-existent. He knew that his role would be better suited as an investor and collaborator rather than a researcher. The funds and manpower for the biotech company were ready, and even the construction drawings for a research base had been prepared. However, Kain was still searching for a suitable project to invest in. Tony Stark, he wondered aloud, briefly considering collaborating with the genius inventor. But then something else clicked. The Extremis virus. The Extremis virus seemed like the perfect project for his biotech company's first venture. Aldrich Killian had likely been rejected by Stark late last year or earlier this year, meaning he and Maya Hansen had only just begun their research. Kain knew that both of them were geniuses in the field of biotechnology, and the Extremis virus represented a potential evolutionary leap for the human body. Most importantly, both Killian and Maya were experts in human biology. Kain could use their research to make deals with Orochimaru, a ninja with his own expertise in human evolution. The synergy between these researchers could yield groundbreaking results. If Kain could aid Orochimaru in making advancements in his work with Hashirama cells, it would bring Kain one step closer to achieving extraordinary power. If successful, he might not have to spend years stuck as a genin-level ninja. Still, the basics of chakra control could be useful to him. Techniques like the three-body technique or the shadow clone jutsu might be enough to keep him safe in minor skirmishes in the Marvel world. All Kain had to do was learn from the ninja world experts. As Kain mulled over his plans, he realized one key element was missing. I need an assistant, someone who can handle all the trivial matters perfectly. He immediately contacted a headhunting firm to find 2 capable assistants, which would free him from the burden of micromanaging everything. With assistants taking care of the day-to-day details, Kain would have more time to focus on the bigger picture, whether it was managing his pharmaceutical wholesale business, establishing his biotech company, or networking with Killian and Maya. The $15 million he earned from the auction was allocated wisely. Kain invested in materials to fill his space backpack, used some to fund the construction of his 2 companies, and entrusted a few $1,000,000 to his business associate Connor. While Carl was a close friend, Kain knew that Carl sometimes struggled with decision-making when Kain wasn't around, and he wanted to avoid any potential issues. By now, Kain's net worth had climbed to nearly $40 million, excluding his hospital shares. In just under 2 months, most of his wealth had come from trading with the ninja world. It was a rate of return that would be difficult to match through traditional means like the stock market. Weapons can wait, Kain thought as he reviewed his next steps. For now, I need to focus on securing production lines and planting cocoa trees. Once I've established myself, I can start thinking about building a private military force. For the time being, Kain knew he had to stay under Konoha's radar. Expanding his influence meant being cautious about attracting too much attention from powerful factions like the ninja villages. He would bide his time, until the moment was right. Chapter 22, C-22. After Kain returned to the ninja world, Aya greeted him with good news. While he had been away for a few days, she had successfully negotiated with the commoners in 4 surrounding villages to begin planting cocoa trees. The incentive was clear: the cocoa beans would be bought at high prices, and in return, Kain's food store would offer them grains at lower prices. The math was simple, and the potential profit far outstripped what they could make by growing ordinary crops. As long as there's money to be made, even the commoners of the ninja world will jump at the chance, Kain thought, pleased with the outcome. The villagers had already agreed to plant cocoa trees, a positive step forward in his plans. Good job, Aya. It was definitely the right choice to put you in charge of the dessert factory, Kain praised her. Aya smiled, a bit embarrassed. It's nothing, really. It's what I should be doing. The news was indeed excellent for Kain, saving him time and energy. The dessert factory was nearly completed, and Kain had already discreetly moved the chocolate-making machines into the warehouse. He had done so without drawing attention, although a few people had begun speculating that he used some method akin to a sealing scroll. People from Konoha were already suspicious of his background, and such rumors only fueled their curiosity further. Once the production line was set up, Kain called Aya and 4 other workers over. He handed them the instruction manuals for the machines and proceeded to teach them personally how to operate the equipment. This is the switch. Press it, and the machine starts. Pour the raw materials here, and let it work its magic. Once the process is done, you package it, and voila, you've got chocolate, Kain explained patiently. After a few demonstrations, the workers began to grasp the basics, but Kain knew they needed more practice to fully master operating the machines. This step couldn't be rushed. When Kain expanded with branch factories in the future, these 4 would be the managers of those new locations, and Aya had even more important responsibilities awaiting her. Kain stayed in town for 2 more days, overseeing the workers and finalizing the cocoa tree planting plan. The first harvest wouldn't happen until the following year at the earliest, but it was a solid start. For now, the chocolate produced with the limited resources he brought would last for just over a month. He still needed to source milk and sugar within the ninja world. Next time, Kain planned to bring more raw materials into the ninja world in bulk, or perhaps he would create a special line of ninja chocolate. He mused about the possibilities: kunai-shaped chocolates, shuriken-shaped sweets, or fudge-shaped like forehead protectors. With some new molds, these novelty items would undoubtedly be popular. Ninjas commanded significant attention in this world, and whenever war erupted, it affected the livelihoods of entire countries. Once everything in town was settled, Aya headed back to Konoha. Upon reaching the gates, Kain and his convoy were briefly interrogated, but they were allowed entry without much delay. As Kain entered Konoha, he noticed an unusual atmosphere in the village. There was a mixture of joy and sorrow in the air, with many people dressed in black. It seemed as though they were mourning their fallen loved ones. Kain guessed that the ninjas who had fought in the Land of Rain had returned, both the living and the dead, and were being honored as heroes. Hero chocolate, perhaps. Kain briefly entertained the idea before shaking his head. Capitalizing on such tragedies would only invite trouble, with boycotts and conflicts sure to follow. After returning to his food store, Kain asked Miwa, the new store manager, to move all the goods into the warehouse. Miwa had taken over from Aya and had proven herself to be reliable, keeping the store running smoothly. Business was still good, but Kain knew that a single store in a village had its limitations. The desserts produced at the factory in town would eventually need to be distributed across the ninja world, reaching not only ninjas but also the wealthy merchants and nobles, whose numbers far exceeded those of the shinobi. Miwa-san, later on, arrange for deliveries based on the last reservation list. You can handle the rest, Kain instructed. After 3 days of non-stop work, Kain felt exhaustion setting in. Despite being worth tens of millions, he was still running his business himself, making him the least typical capitalist. Ever since he acquired the system, he hadn't had a proper rest. Noticing the weariness on Kain's face, Miwa suggested gently, "Boss, if you're feeling tired, perhaps a hot spring bath would help. It's great for relieving fatigue." In the ninja world, soaking in hot springs was widely recognized as a method of rejuvenation. There was even a small nation known as the Land of Hot Water, famous for its natural hot springs. Many believed that regular soaks could extend one's lifespan, an idea that attracted aristocrats and wealthy merchants from across the land. However, Kain was not convinced. In his view, all the talk about hot springs and longevity was merely a gimmick. "No thanks, Miwa. I'll just go rest in the back for a while. If anything comes up, let me know," he said, dismissing the idea of a hot spring bath. He headed toward the courtyard behind the store, not just to rest but also to contemplate his next steps. Orochimaru had likely begun researching forbidden techniques by now, as the Third Shinobi World War loomed on the horizon. At this point, Orochimaru hadn't yet experienced the death of someone close to him, which meant his obsession with immortality wasn't fully formed. Kain recalled that Orochimaru's initial dream had been to master every jutsu in the world. It was only after the death of Nawaki that his thoughts turned to eternal life. Orochimaru was undoubtedly gifted in biological research. He was naturally inclined toward this field, and in a span of 50 years, he would transition from being a shinobi to a leading expert in biological research. His advancements in gene transplantation, human cloning, soul transfer, and regeneration were impressive, culminating in his ability to rejuvenate his own body. And he had done most of it with only Kabuto assisting him. Kain calculated that within 6 years, Orochimaru would have made significant strides in human biology. By then, Kain could entice him into a partnership. Once Kain had amassed enough manpower and financial resources, Orochimaru would be instrumental in developing groundbreaking technology. Kain was confident he could share in the success of each stage of research. Moreover, if Orochimaru ever attempted to withhold findings, Kain could always recruit top experts from the Marvel world to further his own biological research endeavors. After some rest, Kain planned to enjoy a cup of black tea and unwind. The war was nearing its end, and Konoha would likely stop purchasing large quantities of medicine from him soon, given their depleted funds. Kain's next move would be to open a drug store in the Land of Fire. However, he wanted to hire a retired medical ninja from Konoha, someone with even basic medical ninjutsu skills. He'd have to ask Mirai about potential candidates. As Kain mulled over these thoughts, footsteps approached from outside. Miwa appeared at the door, saying, "Boss, Tsunade Jonin is here to see you. Should I let her in?" Chapter 23, C-23. To be honest, it was a bit inconvenient, but Kain got up and answered because he understood the value of Tsunade's visit. He let her wait outside for a while. After Kain changed his clothes, he welcomed Tsunade in. After they sat down, Kain asked, "Tsunade-san, what can I do for you?" He hoped it wasn't about medicine, as it would be inappropriate for Konoha to send Tsunade to him. Kain had always refused to mix business with friendship. Tsunade waved off his question with a smile, though poorly acted. "I just want to hear your opinion on something. After all, you are a master with some medical skills, and the battlefield first aid manual has some of your credit." Kain quickly shook his head, denying the compliment. "I didn't do anything. It has nothing to do with me." "You're too modest," Tsunade continued. "Besides, I'm asking for a personal favor. It has nothing to do with Konoha officially, but as a friend, please help. I'll buy your chocolates." Kain raised an eyebrow and replied bluntly, "We're not friends, Tsunade-san. And besides, chocolates are easy to sell. If you buy them all, the others won't have any, and they'll blame my store." He noticed that despite his straightforward answer, Tsunade continued smiling and showed no intention of leaving. Kain sighed, realizing she wouldn't be deterred easily. "Fine, tell me what you need. But if it involves Konoha's government, I'll pretend I didn't hear it." "You're really cautious," Tsunade remarked. She knew from her conversations with Grandma Mito that Kain wasn't hostile toward Konoha, but his reluctance to engage in its political matters was quite clear. "It's about training medical ninjas. I mentioned it to Sarutobi-sensei in private, but he didn't seem interested at all. Reforming the medical system could greatly reduce the number of casualties among Konoha's shinobi. Don't you think I should bring it up at the next Jonin meeting? Surely, many would support it." Kain, however, was not optimistic. "Give it up. It won't work, even if you have the backing of every Jonin." "Why not?" Tsunade asked, clearly unconvinced. "This battlefield has already proven how important medical ninjas are." Kain leaned back in his chair and explained, "I'm not an expert on war, but training medical ninjas will cost a lot of money and resources. Konoha isn't exactly flush with cash right now, are they? Remember, they paid me millions in Rio just by handing over a few properties." Tsunade winced at the reminder. It was true, and the transaction had the flavor of exploitation. "Beyond that, do you have any concrete plans?" Kain asked pointedly. Tsunade was silent for a moment before she admitted, "Well, no detailed plan yet. I thought we'd discuss it." Kain shook his head. "You should have at least a basic outline. What's your goal? How young do you start training? Will it be a new class in the ninja school or an entirely separate medical school? What are the selection criteria, the course syllabus, and the costs? And once they're trained, what's the incentive for people to become medical ninjas? What's their salary, and how does that compare to regular ninjas?" Without those answers, even if the third Hokage wants to help, it'll be easy for him to find reasons not to. Tsunade was struck silent by Kain's questions. They made perfect sense, and her lack of preparation became glaringly obvious. However, she now felt inspired. "You're right. I'll need to figure these things out." As thoughts whirled through her mind, Tsunade realized that Kain's words had given her a clear idea of what to do next. Kain sipped his tea and added, "But don't get any ideas about asking me for more help. What I just said was to give you direction. The rest is your problem." Realizing Kain was politely showing her out, Tsunade chuckled. She hadn't expected much from him, but his advice had been invaluable. Still, she took her leave, though not without teasing, "Don't think you can get rid of me so easily next time." After Tsunade left, Kain sighed in relief. Dealing with her was exhausting, even though he had managed to avoid getting drawn into Konoha's affairs. Meanwhile, Tsunade rushed back to Konoha Hospital, brimming with ideas. She called two of her best medical ninjas, Yano and Kenji, to help her put together a detailed proposal. She began outlining everything Kain had mentioned: criteria for selecting medical ninjas, the difficulty levels of different medical techniques, and how to classify them in a practical way. "Start with basic chakra control and minor healing techniques," Tsunade instructed. "Then, gradually move into advanced areas like surgery and intensive care. If we standardize these courses, we can start producing skilled medical ninjas continuously." Her team worked diligently alongside her, and Tsunade took it upon herself to clarify the structure of medical ninjutsu. Healing jutsu was the most commonly used technique, but its requirement for precise chakra control made it difficult for most ninjas to master. She planned to develop a set of techniques that could be taught to a wider range of students, even those with less refined control. The more she worked, the more Tsunade realized that the training process needed to be rigorous. "Carefulness and patience should be the primary traits we look for," she said aloud to herself. "Maybe we should introduce basic medical training in ninja schools first, just to screen for those with natural aptitude." Tsunade knew that establishing a separate medical ninja school might be too much to ask, especially in Konoha's current financial state. She would need to be more realistic. "Perhaps we can integrate medical training into the existing academy," she mused. "We can start small, test their healing abilities with simple tasks." By the time it was late into the night, Tsunade was still at Konoha Hospital, writing down notes and refining her plan. Many medical ninjas passing by were surprised to see her working so diligently. Normally, Tsunade would be at an izakaya or a casino at this hour, not stuck in the hospital. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, Tsunade paused, realizing that something was bothering her. She had been thinking about routine surgeries and felt uncertain about a particular detail. She considered going back to Kain's shop to ask for his advice but decided against it, given the late hour. "TSK, I also forgot to buy chocolate," she muttered to herself. "I wonder how much Kushina has left in her stash." Tsunade's sudden craving for sweets distracted her from her work for a moment. She hadn't even bought any chocolate during her visit to Kain's shop, despite promising to clear out his stock. But the slight unease she felt didn't just come from forgetting to buy treats. Something deeper was stirring inside her, an unshakable sense of foreboding. "Maybe it's just nerves," she said to herself, shaking her head. The war is over, so what could possibly go wrong now? Chapter 24, C-24. "Master Tsunade, hurry up, go to the emergency room, your brother." Boom. Before the medical ninja could finish his sentence, Tsunade dashed past him, her footsteps creating a small crater in the floor as she sped towards the emergency room. Her heart pounded in her chest, fear and panic gripping her tightly. When Tsunade arrived, she found her brother, Nawaki, on the brink of death. His injuries from the battlefield were severe, the detonation talisman had wreaked havoc on his body. Although the medical ninja on the scene had provided immediate care, they weren't skilled enough to stabilize him fully. "Master Tsunade," one of the medical ninjas said, relief evident in his voice as Tsunade entered the room. The others, clearly overwhelmed by the severity of Nawaki's condition, quickly stepped aside to let her take over. Tsunade barely had to look to assess the gravity of the situation. Nawaki's body was littered with injuries, but the internal damage was far worse. The golden time, the critical window for life-saving interventions, was rapidly slipping away. Without wasting any more precious moments, she summoned 2 shadow clones to assist her and began administering 3 medical ninjutsu techniques simultaneously, pouring all her energy and expertise into the operation. If only she had perfected the regeneration technique earlier, she would feel more confident in her brother's survival. But there was no time for regret now. Luckily, the battlefield medics had done enough to keep him alive until she arrived. Without them, she knew she wouldn't even have had a chance to save him. Minutes passed. Then hours. As the procedure dragged on, Tsunade's chakra reserves began to deplete, and she had to ask her assistant to feed her special military ration pills to maintain her energy. The operation was grueling, stretching on for 7 or 8 hours. Finally, she completed the surgery, but by then, her chakra was nearly exhausted, and she slumped into a nearby chair, her willpower being the only thing keeping her conscious. The rest, you handle it. Clean, suture, and bandage, Tsunade muttered, her voice weak but authoritative. She could barely lift her head as the medical team quickly moved to finish the operation under her guidance. Leave it to us, Master Tsunade, one of the medics said, taking over. Nawaki, his body now wrapped in bandages from head to toe, still hadn't woken up. Tsunade knew the truth, though. Even if he regained consciousness, he would likely never be the same again. His injuries were so extensive that he might never become a ninja again, a devastating blow to a boy who had always dreamed of becoming Hokage. I know, thank you, Tsunade murmured as she stood up, her face pale and her legs trembling from the exertion. Despite her best efforts, she knew Nawaki's chances of returning to a normal life were slim. His body was alive, but the future that he had once envisioned for himself was likely gone forever. The war had taken so much from them all. Yet, as Tsunade thought about the young medical ninjas who had treated Nawaki on the battlefield, her mind was already racing. If there had been more trained medics, if they had been better prepared, then maybe Nawaki wouldn't have been so close to death by the time he reached her. The need for medical reform within Konoha had never felt so urgent. As she stepped out of the emergency room, she crossed paths with Orochimaru, his eyes sharp and inquisitive. How is he? Orochimaru asked, his usual calm tone hiding the faintest hint of concern. He's stable for now, but we'll have to wait and see. Let's talk more about it later, Orochimaru. Tsunade was too exhausted to discuss it further and had to inform Grandma Mito as well. She barely had the energy to keep moving. Kain, meanwhile, remained unaware of the situation. In his timeline, Nawaki was supposed to die. The fact that Nawaki survived this time was a deviation, perhaps influenced by the presence of Kain's medical supplies, which had alleviated the pressure on Konoha's medical system. The abundance of medicine had allowed the hospital to treat more patients quickly and efficiently, helping them save countless lives, Nawaki's among them. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, had even sent additional medical support to the front lines, and it was that timely intervention that had kept Nawaki alive long enough for Tsunade to treat him. But Kain didn't know this. He was busy with his own plans. After a day of rest, he was in the process of discussing the purchase of 2 more properties nearby to expand his business. One would be a barbecue restaurant, the other an izakaya. Kain had noticed that Konoha's commercial district was still in its early stages, with shops and homes intermixed haphazardly. He envisioned building a proper commercial street, anticipating that the surviving ninjas, flush with war and Rio, would have money to spend once the economy rebounded. Once the war ended, these ninja would need food, clothing, housing, and entertainment. Kain was determined to meet those needs, starting with his new restaurants. In the back of his mind, he even considered the possibility of opening a casino in Konoha or, at the very least, in the Land of Fire. After all, what better way to help battle-weary ninjas unwind than a bit of high-stakes gambling? However, this would take time. First, Kain needed to secure the necessary properties, and he had left Miwa to handle the house purchases after learning that Konoha's higher-ups had overcharged him on previous transactions. Miwa, with her sharper business acumen, managed to complete the purchases at a far lower price than Kain would have paid. As Kain busied himself with these preparations, he was interrupted by a familiar face, Kushina. "Boss, are you here?" Kushina called out, stepping into the food store. "Yeah, but I won't be around for long. If you need something, talk to the new store manager." "She's handling things while I'm away," Kain replied, not looking up from his work. Kushina hesitated for a moment before approaching him. "Boss, I need to get a gift for someone who's bedridden. What should I buy?" "Fruit. There's a fruit shop in Konoha, you know where it is," Kain said absent-mindedly. Kushina frowned, shaking her head. "He's older than me, probably not a fan of fruit." Kain sighed inwardly, wondering why she was asking him for advice when he clearly wasn't the best at these things. After a moment's thought, he turned to her and said, "If you're not sure, just give me 100,000 Rio, and I'll prepare a suitable gift for you." 100,000 Rio. Kushina's eyes widened in shock. She immediately thought, is this boss trying to scam me again? Chapter 25, C25. "Boss, your price is too much. How can a child have 100,000 Rio?" Kushina said indignantly. The amount seemed outrageous, and no student could possibly afford that. children. Nonsense. I've always treated you like any other customer. In this shop, you and I are equals. You pay, I deliver goods or services. There's no big or small between us. Kain's words, half boastful, half playful, made Kushina feel a little pleased. Everyone else saw her as a child, a troublemaker, or called her names like tomato. Yet, here was the owner of the food store treating her as an equal. Even so, 100,000 Rio is too expensive, Kushina's voice softened, though her right hand clutched her wallet tightly. Kain, a keen observer, noticed the subtle gesture. She really had 100,000 Rio. The truth was, Kushina had recently coaxed that money out of Tsunade. Tsunade had been in high spirits after receiving praise from many medical ninjas for her success in saving lives at Konoha Hospital. Kushina seized the moment, offering Tsunade a few pieces of chocolate and left with 200,000 Rio. Though she had already spent some, she still had 140,000 Rio left, and that day she had planned to spend a bit at Kain's food store. Kain, however, had other plans. His steep price tag of 100,000 Rio wasn't just about the gift, it was also about making Kushina understand the value of his unique products. 100,000 Rio is steep for someone with no income, Kain acknowledged. But the gift I have in mind is one of a kind in the entire ninja world. The dessert I'll make is worth every bit of that money. A unique dessert? Kushina's eyes widened. Her mouth watered slightly, and she swallowed with a gulp. She wondered if the experience of tasting something so unique was worth 100,000 Rio. If you're not interested, I'll be on my way, Kain said nonchalantly, beginning to walk away. There are many places outside the land of fire waiting for my business. Before he could get far, Kushina, with a determined look on her face, stepped in front of him. I'll take it, boss, she said resolutely. 100,000 Rio, pay up first. Kain stretched out his hand. Though she had agreed, Kushina still felt a pang of regret as she slowly pulled out her wallet. 100,000 Rio almost emptied her savings. When she finally handed over the money, she did it reluctantly, nearly turning her head away from the sight. Once Nawaki recovered, she vowed to make the money back. Good. The deal is done. Wait here while I prepare it. Kain pocketed the money and headed to the back of the shop to begin baking the cake. Boss, can I watch? Kushina asked hesitantly. It wasn't just curiosity, she wanted to ensure Kain didn't run off with her money. Sure, just don't get in my way, Kain replied as he fetched some ingredients from his space backpack and began his work in the kitchen. Kain had spent much of his time learning a variety of skills, including cooking and baking, during his solitary years. With his knack for picking things up quickly, he became proficient in making desserts, and even his previous companion, Carl, used to praise his efforts. Baking a cake wasn't a challenge for him, and as he worked, Kushina watched in awe. The cake was more intricate and beautiful than anything she had ever seen. The skill and craftsmanship that went into it were astonishing, and Kushina was now convinced it was worth the price. After finishing the cake, Kain stood back, satisfied. That's all I can do with the materials and the price you paid. If you ever want something fancier, a 3-tiered cake with custom designs, it'll cost you more. Is there a better one? Kushina asked, astonished. She had thought this cake was already impressive. Of course. A high-end cake starts at 500,000 Rio. The more you pay, the better it gets. With my skills, it's not unreasonable to call me the god of desserts, Kain boasted, trying to plant the seed for future sales. Kushina took the cake and left, her heart lighter despite the cost. She was excited to bring it to Nawaki, who was still recovering from his injuries. She knew that Nawaki, Tsunade, and Grandma Mito weren't big fans of sweets, which likely meant she'd get to enjoy most of the cake herself. For now, the price felt worth it, though she knew in a few days, she'd probably regret spending so much. Once Kushina left, Kain packed up, ready to depart from Konoha. He visited the Hokage building to arrange for a B-rank protection mission before heading out. Konoha quickly dispatched a Chunin team to escort him, and with everything settled, Kain began his journey to his next destination, the underground gold exchange. Kain wasn't just interested in the exchange itself. His true target was Kakuzu, a powerful ninja known for his love of money. Kain had grand plans. He envisioned Kakuzu as both a financial manager and a bodyguard for his future ventures. With the casino idea in mind, Kain was confident that the profits would lure Kakuzu into joining him. Upon arriving at the town where his dessert factory was located, Kain checked in on the progress. Aya, the manager he had left in charge, had done an excellent job recruiting staff and managing operations, though more manpower was still needed. Aya, I'm leaving this place in your hands. Here's 5 million Rio. Use it to buy 2 shops, one for a dessert store and the other for something a bit more luxurious. I've got other plans for that one, Kain instructed. And start taking in some homeless children. I'll provide for their food, drink, and education. Aya took the money and nodded. Kain's plan was ambitious. Alongside opening a dessert shop, he also intended to open a casino in another major area. With the technology available, he could bring in modern gambling machines from his world, making them a hit in the ninja world. The casino would not only make quick money but also allow him to build influence rapidly. With the ninja world's economy recovering from war, Kain's businesses were poised for success. He saw an opportunity to invest his resources wisely and continue growing his influence, using the funds from the ninja world to build a network of loyal followers. As he expanded, he knew that even greater ventures awaited. Chapter 26, C26. Guys, the next part of this journey is a bit private, so please wait here for me, Kain told the Chunin team guarding him. There was an underground gold exchange in the small town, a place he learned about from the owner of Lichuan bookstore. The owner had connections with some noble backers, as Kain had assumed, given that they were able to afford a chain of bookstores across the Land of Fire. These backers likely had dealings with darker forces, like the underground gold exchange. Konoha was certainly aware of this place, but the village tended to turn a blind eye to it. The two sides had an unspoken agreement not to interfere with each other. In fact, sometimes even Konoha's own bounties found their way into the underground gold exchange, and when bounty hunters completed a mission, intermediaries from the exchange would send innocent people to Konoha to collect the reward. Additionally, many nobles in the Land of Fire utilized the underground exchange's darker services for their private matters. After Kain left, one of the genin in the group couldn't help but ask curiously, "Captain, what is our employer doing? Why all the secrecy?" "It's probably a private affair," replied another genin, their gaze wandering over to the food in front of them. The journey had been surprisingly comfortable so far. Every time they arrived at a town, they were treated to good food, warm beds, and sometimes even the luxury of a hot spring. This didn't feel like a typical mission at all, it was more like a vacation with occasional work. "Don't ask too many questions about the employer," the Chunin captain warned. "And besides, this town is special. If he doesn't want us following him, we respect that." Sensing the curiosity of his subordinates, the captain added, "This town has an underground gold exchange. Our employer is probably headed there. That place doesn't welcome shinobi from the 5 great villages, so if we followed, it would make things more difficult for him. Let's just wait here and enjoy the meal, he'll probably be back soon enough." The 3 genin exchanged glances, now understanding the situation. "An underground gold exchange, huh? I've heard of it but never seen one," one of them said. With their curiosity satisfied for now, the team focused back on their meal, eager to continue enjoying their unexpected luxuries. Meanwhile, Kain had arrived at the location of the underground gold exchange, cleverly disguised as a bathhouse. He was glad it wasn't hidden behind something as unpleasant as a toilet. He was a stickler for cleanliness and would have been uncomfortable in such a setting. After following the instructions provided by the owner of Lichuan bookstore, Kain successfully navigated his way into the underground gold exchange. This wasn't where bounty hunters themselves came for jobs, instead, this was the place where bounties were posted and deals were made. Once inside, Kain quickly explained his purpose for being there and left after placing a rather unique request that raised some eyebrows. The bounty he placed was a substantial one, 1 million Rio, and it had a specific target, Kakuzu. Known for his formidable skill set, including mastery over 5 elements, advanced ninjutsu, and his ability to prolong his life through his grisly techniques, Kakuzu was the perfect candidate for what Kain had in mind. He was also notorious for his obsession with money, making him a likely candidate for recruitment. Kain didn't need Kakuzu full-time, only as a muscle for hire when the need arose. Kakuzu, being a practical man, would have a hard time saying no to such a lucrative offer. After placing the bounty, Kain continued to visit various towns across the Land of Fire. This tour wasn't just for sightseeing, he was conducting thorough research on the region's economy and business opportunities. With a clearer understanding of the commercial potential in various areas, Kain was laying the groundwork for his future endeavors. Half a month later, Kain returned to the main town, ready to put his plans into motion. His time away had been fruitful, and he now had a more concrete vision of his path forward. Upon his return, the Chunin team that had been guarding him completed their assignment as agreed. The team members, despite their professionalism, seemed a little reluctant to leave. They had grown quite fond of the comfortable accommodations and lavish meals during their time with Kain. "Thank you for your protection during this journey," Kain said respectfully as the team prepared to depart. "It was reassuring to have you by my side. I hope we can work together again in the future." The leader of the Chunin team smiled and bowed in return. "The pleasure was ours, Kain-san. Until next time." As the Konoha team left, Kain's assistant, Aya, approached him. "Boss, there's someone who says you asked him to come. He's been waiting for 3 days. But, he's a missing nin, and he seems quite strong." 3 days, huh? That's earlier than I expected. Bring him in, Aya, I'm the one who called him." A few minutes later, Kakuzu appeared, visibly annoyed. "I've been waiting for 3 days, he grumbled. "If you weren't going to be here, you should have said something. I could have used that time to take care of other business." Kain responded by placing a small, heavy box in front of him. 2 million Ryo, in addition to the 1 million I posted as a bounty for you. Consider it a meeting gift, Kakuzu-san. I want to discuss a long-term business arrangement." Kakuzu's annoyance faded quickly as he opened the box to reveal the neatly stacked banknotes inside. He didn't trust the amount without counting it himself, so he meticulously thumbed through the money, ensuring every Ryo was accounted for. Kain patiently sipped his tea, accustomed to Kakuzu's obsession with money, while Aya looked on in disbelief. She had never seen anyone so fixated on money, to the point of ignoring everyone else in the room. Once Kakuzu finished counting and was satisfied, he leaned back and asked, "So, what's this business you're proposing?" "I'm not interested in anything that doesn't involve making money." Kain smiled and replied, "I'm planning to open several casinos across the Land of Fire. I want you to serve as a flexible guard and debt collector for these establishments. You won't need to stay there permanently, just be available when I need you to handle problems. For instance, if someone causes trouble or refuses to pay their debts, you step in. The minimum payout is 200,000 Ryo per job, equivalent to an A-rank mission in any of the major villages." Kakuzu raised an eyebrow. "Casinos, huh? I'm not joining any organization or force, but if it's just this kind of work, I might consider it." Kain continued, "That's all I'm asking. You'll still be free to take on bounties from the underground gold exchange. This job won't interfere with that. You'll only be called in when absolutely necessary." With the offer on the table, Kakuzu leaned forward, his interest piqued. A deal like this, where he could make easy money without giving up his autonomy, was exactly what he was looking for. Chapter 27, C27. Kakuzu finally agreed to Kain's proposal. The deal was beneficial to him and posed no risks. Even if complications arose, Kakuzu had the power to resolve them effortlessly. By cooperating with Kain's casino, Kakuzu was guaranteed a stable income. Even if no trouble occurred in a month, Kain promised him 3 million Ryo. This condition improved Kakuzu's mood significantly. Although he wore a mask that concealed most of his face, his green eyes revealed a subtle satisfaction that both Kain and Aya could sense. For Kain, the 3 million Ryo per month was a small sum. As long as his casinos operated smoothly, that amount would be a mere fraction of the total earnings. More importantly, having a powerful ninja like Kakuzu, who was Kage level in strength, at his disposal was invaluable. To ensure efficient communication, Kakuzu arranged for one of his subordinates to stay in the town. This way, if the casino needed his assistance, he could return within a day or two, barring any long-distance missions outside the Land of Fire. In the early stages, Kain planned to open casinos in 2 key locations, the town and Main Street. He had already scouted the locations and sent Aya to handle the preliminary preparations and recruitment. During the 15 days Kain was away, his dessert factory had also made significant progress. They had successfully produced desserts that matched the flavors of the samples Kain had brought. The recipe and raw materials remained consistent, ensuring the quality of the products. Kain was particularly pleased with the factory's performance, but he was aware that the raw material supply was limited. The first batch of chocolates was soon ready for distribution. Part of it would be sent to Kain's food store in Konoha, while the rest would be sold locally. The pricing matched that of Konoha's market, which wasn't cheap. Kain's business strategy was clear from the start. While most civilians would focus on basic necessities, there would always be those willing to spend extra on luxury items like sweets, allowing him to profit. After handling matters in the ninja world, Kain returned to the Marvel world. There, his pharmaceutical wholesale and trading company had been operating smoothly in his absence. His sales team had secured 3 deals, bringing in the company's first substantial income. Furthermore, market research revealed a strong demand for medicines in several countries. If Kain's company could dominate those markets, the business could generate annual revenues of $500 to $600 million. Kain encouraged his team to continue expanding, especially through aggressive recruitment efforts. He also took time to interview 3 potential assistants, eventually hiring one to act as his administrative assistant. This person would oversee daily operations and ensure that Kain's orders were executed promptly, freeing him up to focus on broader strategies. Despite these successes, Kain still faced some challenges. He had not yet made contact with Aldrich Killian and Maya Hansen, 2 key individuals he hoped to recruit into his growing network. Their current whereabouts remained unknown, and Kain wasn't sure if they were even in the United States. During this time, Kain also arranged for the purchase of gambling machines and other equipment for his casinos. Since the equipment required some language modifications, the delivery took nearly half a month. In the interim, Kain focused on sourcing raw materials for his dessert factory and maintaining key relationships within his network. Even with all these responsibilities, Kain found time to unwind. He fulfilled a promise to his friend Carl by finishing a video game they had started together. However, Carl quickly lost interest after completing it, pointing out that several new games had been released while they were still playing last year's titles. For now, the Marvel world remained relatively stable. S.H.I.E.L.D. was busy dealing with Hydra and other pressing matters, and their surveillance hadn't reached the point where they could monitor every individual across the country. Still, Kain was always cautious, especially about the possibility of being discovered by the Sorcerer Supreme. With the Time Stone in her possession, the Sorcerer Supreme could potentially see into multiple future timelines. Kain feared that if she became curious about his frequent disappearances, it could lead to unwanted scrutiny. While the threat of death wasn't immediate, the idea of having his biggest secret exposed was unnerving. Despite these concerns, Kain continued to move between the 2 worlds, driven by the need to gain strength as quickly as possible. Compared to the ninja world, the Marvel universe was far more dangerous. Alien invasions, the looming threat of Thanos' snap, and even the well-meaning but often destructive actions of the Avengers made the Marvel world a constant source of tension for Kain. Even staying hidden in a remote part of the country wouldn't guarantee safety, especially not for someone living in New York, a frequent battleground for superhero conflicts. Once Kain had all the necessary equipment, he returned to the ninja world to oversee the casino preparations. He brought the gambling machines and equipment to the town and had them installed in the casino. Once the staff was fully recruited, the casino would be ready for business. However, Kain knew that security would be critical. Casinos attracted troublemakers, especially those who couldn't handle their losses, and Kain anticipated many would try to cause disruptions. He also needed a professional manager to oversee the casino's operations, but unfortunately, Konoha lacked experienced individuals in this area. Kain asked Aya to start looking for potential candidates. In addition to managing the casino, Kain was also training the homeless teenagers he had recruited to work in his food factories. However, it would take at least 4 to 5 years before they could be entrusted with important tasks. There are too few capable subordinates to recruit, Kain thought to himself. If possible, he would have liked to recruit skilled ninjas in future like Kimimaro and Haku. However, their loyalties and circumstances made that difficult. Sighing, Kain considered his options. While some of his recruits had potential, they weren't yet reliable enough to be given major responsibilities. Aya was competent, but she wasn't someone who could handle everything. Kain was stuck in a situation where he had the money and the plans, but lacked the personnel to execute them efficiently. Suddenly, Kain remembered someone, Yakushi Nono. Known as the Wandering Nun, in the future, Nono possessed significant talent and ability. She could become one of Kain's most powerful allies, if he could recruit her before she fell under Danzo's influence and joined the Root organization. Based on her age, Nono would likely be around 10 years old at this time. Kain knew that Danzo had recently been involved in the war in the Land of Rain and hadn't yet begun expanding the Root. This gave Kain a window of opportunity. If Nono was currently attending Konoha's academy, Kain could discreetly inquire about her through Kushina, who was notoriously gullible and might not even realize she was being manipulated. Determined to act quickly, Kain decided to return to Konoha. The sooner he found Yakushi Nono, the higher the chances of recruiting her before Danzo could. With this in mind, Kain set off on his journey, eager to secure another valuable piece in his ever-expanding network. Chapter 28, C-28. Damn old man. After storming out of the Hokage building, Tsunade couldn't help but curse under her breath. She had prepared for weeks, meticulously planning every detail of her proposal for a medical system reform. Yet, during today's Jonin meeting, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, had outright rejected it without giving her a proper reason. As she walked away, seething with frustration, she heard someone calling her from behind. Tsunade. Turning around, she saw the men who had supported her during the meeting. It was Kaito-dan. Oh, it's you. What's the matter? Though still in a foul mood, Tsunade suppressed her irritation, greeting him with a calmer tone. He had, after all, backed her in the meeting. My name is Kaito-dan, he introduced himself with a polite smile. I think your proposal was excellent. Reforming the medical system could indeed save the lives of countless Konoha comrades. Tsunade softened slightly at his kind words, but he wasn't finished. However, Kaito-dan continued, Konoha is in a tough spot right now. The war has only just ended, and true peace hasn't settled in. I believe the third Hokage took this into account, which is likely why your plan wasn't implemented. Tsunade's mood soured again. She understood the village's precarious situation, but the fact that her long-prepared medical reform was dismissed so easily infuriated her. Even so, there are priorities. The old man just couldn't see the bigger picture, so he refused my proposal without any legitimate reason, she retorted, her frustration clear in her voice. Kaito-dan smiled awkwardly. While Tsunade could get away with criticizing the Hokage, being the granddaughter of the first Hokage and one of Sarutobi's own students, he wasn't in a position to speak as freely. I'm sure the third Hokage had his reasons, he said diplomatically. What reasons? He just has no vision. Tsunade shot back, clearly not appeased by Dan's calm reasoning. As she vented her frustrations, Tsunade couldn't help but think of Kain. She had been waiting for him to return, eager to discuss her ideas for the medical system with him. Even though he was just a civilian, Kain had an unconventional perspective that often inspired her. She wondered when he'd be back. The two continued chatting as they walked, eventually nearing Kain's food store. Do you live nearby? Kaito-dan asked, noticing her change in direction. No, are you offering to walk me home? It's not necessary. I need to do some shopping before I head back, she replied. Just then, Tsunade noticed several carriages parked outside Kain's store. Her eyes lit up. He was back. What perfect timing, she had been meaning to consult with him about her proposal, and here he was. Let's talk another day, Kaito Jonin. A friend of mine just returned, she said, her excitement bubbling over. Friend? Kaito-dan asked, but before he could say more, Tsunade was already making a beeline for Kain's shop. Curious, he followed after her. Kain. Kain, who had been busy instructing his workers to unload goods, froze when he heard Tsunade's voice. It was filled with such intensity that it almost sounded like she was coming for revenge. He turned to see her marching toward him with purpose, and instinctively, he took 2 steps back. Tsunade-san, what's wrong? He asked cautiously. Nothing, really. I just wanted to talk to you. I got mad at the old man today, Tsunade said, realizing she had come off a bit too strong. She softened her tone. Oh, and give me a box of chocolates. We can talk while eating. A box of 20 chocolates is 4,000 ryo, Tsunade-san. You're 1,000 short, Kain replied bluntly, holding out his hand for the full payment. Tsunade's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had casually tossed some money in his direction without thinking, but clearly, Kain wasn't one to let such things slide. Quickly, She added the extra 1,000 Rio, not wanting to be mistaken for someone who didn't pay her debts. If it weren't for the fact that she needed to talk to him, Tsunade might have considered showing Kain a bit of her infamous strength for his cheeky remark. Once the payment was settled, Kain handed her the box of chocolates. "So, Tsunade-san, what did you want to talk about?" "A box of chocolates can't be the only reason." Tsunade raised the report she had brought, waving it in front of him. "I want to talk about what we didn't finish last time." Kain feigned confusion, his face deliberately blank. "Last time? What last time, Tsunade-san? I don't recall any unfinished business." Tsunade frowned. She could tell he was pretending not to remember. He was dodging the conversation, especially since it involved Konoha's medical reforms. He had always been cautious about getting involved in Konoha's politics, and this time was no different. "Don't act like you don't remember," she said, her frustration rising again. "As a businessman, satisfying your customers' needs is your most basic responsibility." "Ah, you're talking about that. All right, we can chat, but I'll remind you again, I don't want to get involved in Konoha's political matters," Kain responded quickly, noticing Tsunade clenching her fists. "But wait, is that man outside your friend?" he asked, pointing to Kato-dan, who had been lingering outside the store. "Oh, Kato-dan. You're still here." Though she had enjoyed talking to him earlier, Tsunade now had more pressing matters to attend to. She wasn't in the mood for small talk with Kato-dan. Just then, Kato-dan walked in, smiling. "Tsunade, so the owner of this shop is your friend. I've bought chocolates from here before, they're really delicious." "Kato, I'm discussing something important with Kain now." "But, actually, why don't you join us?" "You supported my medical system reform in the Jonin meeting earlier," Tsunade said, tilting her head toward Kain to gauge his reaction. After all, it was his shop. Kato-dan raised an eyebrow, surprised. He hadn't expected Tsunade to be discussing such a serious topic with a civilian, even one who sold medicine. "Let's talk about it inside," Kain said, not refusing the idea. He led Tsunade and Kato-dan to a small room at the back of the shop and went to make them some tea. After serving the tea, Kain got straight to the point. "Tsunade-san, what's that you've got in your hand?" "This? It's the revised medical system reform plan. I put it together based on the suggestions you gave me last time. Do you want to take a look?" "No, that won't be necessary," Kain said with a wave of his hand. "But you mentioned the Jonin meeting earlier. I take it your proposal was rejected by the third Hokage." At this, Tsunade's temper flared again. "Yes. The old man has no vision. If we implement the medical reforms, Konoha won't have to fear casualties in future wars." "That's a meaningless statement," Kain countered calmly. "If Konoha could suddenly train 3,000 Jonin, then no one would have to worry about war either." Tsunade scowled, but Kain continued. "Let's stick to the point. Tell me what happened at the Jonin meeting, only the parts related to the medical reform. Leave out the rest." Chapter 29, C-29. After listening to Tsunade's explanation, Kain finally understood what had happened at the Jonin Council meeting. Tsunade had spent several days preparing a detailed report on reforming the medical system, but it seemed that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was hesitant. Although he likely found the plan beneficial, the costs involved were probably too high, and with no clear reasoning to reject it outright, he chose to delay the decision. However, for Tsunade, this issue couldn't be postponed. Her urgency likely stemmed from her brother's injury, which fueled her determination to push the reform forward. She believed that a fully established medical system would save many ninja lives, especially during times of war. If you think about it, the third Hokage shouldn't have refused such a good proposal. "In the early stages, it doesn't require much funding," Kain said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Kato-dan, who had been quietly listening, felt the need to defend the Hokage. From his perspective, Kain, a common civilian, didn't understand the complexities of Konoha's leadership. Before Kato-dan could voice his thoughts, Kain continued speaking. "Tsunade, do you think maybe you overwhelmed the Hokage by proposing too much at once?" Tsunade frowned at his suggestion, feeling somewhat puzzled. "Overwhelmed? I only proposed what was absolutely necessary for the reform. It's not my fault the old man lacks vision." Kain shook his head gently. Even necessary reforms need to be taken step by step. If the Hokage had agreed to everything at once, you'd be overburdened. You'd be the first to burn out from exhaustion. He continued, laying out a more structured plan. For example, adding medical classes to the Ninja Academy could be one of the first steps. Assigning 2 medical ninjas to teach older students would be manageable, and it wouldn't cost much. In the aftermath of war, Konoha Hospital is still fully staffed, so it should be feasible. Tsunade began to listen more intently as Kain explained his reasoning. For the development of medical ninjutsu, you could lead that effort within Konoha Hospital. It could be done without disrupting the treatment of patients, and there's no reason the Hokage should object to that. Kain added, the first aid training you mentioned. It might be wise to focus on female ninjas, who are often more inclined to learn these skills. If some choose not to, there's not much you can do about it. But at least those who learn can save lives on the battlefield. He concluded, the key is to focus on the parts of the reform that don't require immediate financial investments. Once these initiatives start showing results and the medical ninja team expands, the Hokage will be more open to your other proposals. Kain's insight into the phased approach to the reform resonated with Tsunade, who now saw a clearer path to achieving her goal. She smiled for the first time that day. You're right. This way, I can make progress, even if it's slower than I'd like. But what if the old man still refuses? Kain replied in a half-joking tone, if he still refuses, it means the problem isn't the reform, it's personal. And if that's the case, you might as well quit and work for me. I'll pay you 500,000 ryo a month. Tsunade's eyes widened slightly, and she laughed. 500,000 ryo. Are you serious? Before she could entertain the thought further, Kaito-den interjected, clearly uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. Tsunade, the Hokage won't hold anything against you. Konoha Hospital depends on your leadership. Sensing the tension, Kain quickly reassured Kaito-den, don't worry, Kaito-san. I was only joking. Even if Tsunade wanted to work for me, I wouldn't accept her. This is purely business. Kain's calculated response was meant to ease any potential suspicions Kaito-den might have. While Kain maintained a delicate balance as a businessman in Konoha, he knew that being seen as too close to Tsunade, a prominent ninja, could draw unwanted attention from figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen or even Danzo. Tsunade also realized Kain's cautious stance and chimed in, Kaito, it's just a joke. Besides, I have a lot of work to do in Konoha. With the tension somewhat diffused, Tsunade shifted the conversation. By the way, Kain, are you going to treat us to some of those pastries Kushina was raving about? Kain raised an eyebrow. You also know Kushina. He then added with a grin, well, 100,000 ryo for the regular pastries, and I've got a new batch of premium cakes for 400,000 ryo. Do you want some? Tsunade coughed, nearly choking on her tea. 400,000. What are you, a bandit? Kain shrugged. You're paying for the best cake in the ninja world. A commoner like me can't just steal money from ninjas, can I? The conversation became more lighthearted, and they moved away from the heavy topic of medical reform. Kaito-den, who was still somewhat new to the dynamic between Kain and Tsunade, remained mostly silent. He was still getting to know Kain, and his connection with Tsunade was not yet strong enough to contribute much to the conversation. He sipped his tea and nodded in agreement occasionally, but it was clear that his presence was more as an observer. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Kain's assistant, Miwa, entered to report something. Boss, there are 3 orphanages in Konoha village. Shall I take you to see them? Kain nodded and quickly wrapped up his chat with Tsunade. Let's go, Miwa-san. We should bring something for the kids. He grabbed a box containing several stacks of ryo, a total of 1.5 million, which he planned to donate to the orphanages. His intention was not only to help but also to build a good reputation. Feeding hundreds of war orphans for a month with that amount of money was a small price to pay for the goodwill it could generate. As Kain visited each orphanage, he was warmly welcomed by the headmasters. They were overjoyed by his generosity and made sure the children expressed their gratitude. At each stop, Kain discreetly asked if there was a girl named Yukushi Nono among the orphans, but he had no luck until the 3rd orphanage. At the final stop, Kain found a girl who matched the description. When he inquired about her, the headmaster explained, her name is Nono. She's very bright and was attending the Ninja Academy, but she recently dropped out to help out here because we're short on funds. She insisted on returning to help her friends. Kain smiled and said, it would be a shame to let her talents go to waste. Why don't I cover her expenses so she can continue her education? In fact, if there are any other children with the potential to go to school, I'll support them too. The headmaster was overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you so much, Mr. Kain. You've helped us more than I could ever express. Chapter 30, C30. In addition to Nono, there were 2 other children who had the potential to attend the ninja school. Kain brought them all back to the food store. He understood that competition at the Ninja Academy would be intense, especially for children from orphanages. These kids would face many challenges, as they lacked the privileges that came with being the descendants of established ninjas, and the orphanages couldn't provide them with allowances like Konoha did for ninja families. Being a ninja required more than just attending school. It meant managing the increased food intake due to rigorous training and handling the wear and tear of weapons like kunai and shuriken, which added up to a considerable annual expense. Yakushi Nono, after spending over 2 years in ninja school, had already burdened the orphanage to the point that it struggled to make ends meet. That was why she insisted on dropping out once she realized the financial difficulties of the orphanage. As Kain took the children back, he considered how things might have unfolded if he hadn't intervened. Yakushi Nono, in particular, could have ended up being recruited by Danzo's Root, a secretive organization that preyed on orphans and underprivileged children with talent. Once they arrived at the food store, Kain offered them tea and desserts. Then, with a smile, he reassured the children, from now on, you can focus on your studies at the academy. Every month, my staff will deliver the necessary funds to the orphanage to cover your expenses. If you excel, there may even be extra rewards. The 2 younger children smiled brightly, filled with excitement. They were clearly more naive and inexperienced, simply grateful for the opportunity. Yakushi Nono, however, looked more skeptical. Her young face betrayed concern as she asked, Mr. Kain, why are you helping us? What do you gain from this? Kain leaned back, speaking confidently, I believe in your potential. You could grow up to be someone important, maybe even the Hokage or the head of the medical department. When that time comes, you'll know how to repay me. At the mention of Hokage, the 2 younger children perked up, enthusiastically declaring their desire to become as strong as Hokage. Yakushi Nono, though quieter, understood the weight of Kain's words. She knew that the orphanage's survival depended on his help. Without it, even her dropping out wouldn't have eased the orphanage's burden. She stood up and bowed deeply. Thank you very much, Mr. Kain. You don't need to be so formal, Kain replied. If you're interested in medical ninjutsu, you can visit the Kain Pharmacy. The manager, Mirai, used to be a medical ninja. Perhaps he can guide you. Kain was pleased with Yakushi Nono's composure. At 8 years old, she already exhibited maturity beyond her years, willing to drop out of school to support the orphanage. Kain understood that by giving her help she couldn't possibly repay on her own, he was ensuring her loyalty. With her intelligence and talent, she'd be invaluable once her emotional ties to the orphanage and her gratitude to him grew stronger. After a brief stay, the children left, and Miwa returned. She had visited the 2 other orphanages earlier, informing the directors about Kain's offer to sponsor children with the potential to attend ninja school. The news was met with immense gratitude. For the directors, this sponsorship represented hope for a better future for their children, even if, from the perspective of the 3rd Hokage, it might seem a minor matter. After all, even after graduating from ninja school, these orphans would be genin with no inherited jutsu, making their prospects limited. However, Kain believed that, in the world of ninjas, money could solve almost any problem. He was convinced that even world peace could be bought, given enough financial resources. His faith in the power of wealth was reflected in his plans. His enforcer at the casino was Kakuzu, a ninja of great renown and power, proficient in all 5 elemental jutsu. Kain figured he could buy whatever skills or knowledge he needed from Kakuzu. Miwa, has the 3rd shop been set up yet? Kain asked. Miwa nodded. Yes, boss. The shop is ready, and we've hired all the staff as you requested. Good. Make preparations for the opening. Aya should be delivering the game console soon. Make sure everything is in order. Kain was strategizing carefully. He had decided to put the opening of his casino in Konoha on hold. Despite the potential, there wasn't enough foot traffic to justify it at the moment. He figured that opening a casino in one of the larger towns in the Land of Fire would be more profitable. Tsunade hadn't yet become the compulsive gambler she was known to be, and the other ninjas of Konoha didn't seem drawn to gambling as much. On the other hand, a gaming hall was a more suitable option, something that would appeal to children and women. That was where Kain saw his financial opportunity. "Got it, boss," Miwa responded, leaving to finalize preparations for the game hall's opening. As Kain reflected on his progress, he noted that it had taken nearly 2 months to open 3 shops, not a bad pace. Still, he knew it was almost time for him to turn his attention to learning some basic ninjutsu. His goal was simple: to master the 3 basic techniques: substitution jutsu, transformation jutsu, and shadow clone jutsu. While these were rudimentary in the world of ninjas, they would be invaluable for him if he returned to the Marvel Universe. The combination of transformation and shadow clone techniques would be a game-changer for evading detection. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. would have difficulty seeing through it. However, he knew he had to be discreet. It wouldn't do to let Konoha's higher-ups become suspicious of his motives for learning ninjutsu. As a non-ninja, he could more easily fly under the radar, but if he became proficient in these techniques, it could raise eyebrows. "I'll ask Aya first," he thought to himself. "If she doesn't have a way to help, then I'll turn to Kakuzu." At that moment, Kain heard footsteps approaching. He was momentarily taken aback, wondering who might be visiting at this hour. The door creaked open, and Miwa's head poked in. She smiled cheerfully. "Boss Kain," she greeted him. Without hesitation, Kain pulled out his submachine gun and fired several rounds at the floor in front of the door. His expression was cold as he demanded, "Drop the transformation jutsu immediately, or I will." Wait. It's me, Kushina." Miwa's voice suddenly changed to Kushina's. "I was just playing a prank." With a puff of smoke, the form of Miwa vanished, revealing Kushina standing in the doorway, her eyes wide with shock. The few rounds Kain had fired had landed dangerously close to her. She glanced nervously at the bullet holes in the floor. Had Kain's strange weapon hit her, the damage would have been severe. It was far more dangerous than any kunai she had thrown. Kain exhaled in relief, though his stern expression remained. "So it was you, Kushina. Do you know that scaring people like that can get them killed?" Chapter 31, C31. Kushina sat down at the table, her head bowed in a posture of admission. It was evident that she felt remorseful for her earlier actions. She may not have many friends at school. If we look back at previous years, it would be accurate to say that Kushina has almost no friends at all. Kain had said a few kind words to her, treating her as an equal, which unknowingly led Kushina to see him as a friend. Unlike the gang at ninja school who often mocked her physical appearance, Kain offered her respect and companionship. Although Kain had scammed a considerable amount of money, Kushina didn't seem to notice, perhaps because Kain was adept at disguising his commercial motives. Even some adults in Konoha couldn't distinguish between his authentic praise and his ulterior motives. Therefore, it was no surprise that, after seeing Miwa leave, Kushina attempted to play a joke on Kain. However, Kain's keen instinct sensed something was amiss when he heard her call out, "Boss Kain." Moreover, it was uncharacteristic for Miwa to make such a childish move as merely sticking her head in the door, prompting Kain to see through Kushina's transformation technique with ease. "Please don't make jokes like that again, Kushina," Kain sighed helplessly. He felt a hint of annoyance, but he recognized that she meant no harm. It was essential to communicate that this type of behavior was unacceptable, especially given the potential consequences. He thought it necessary to learn some ninjutsu skills himself, if only to be better prepared for any future encounters. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," Kushina replied, her tone tinged with agitation as she lowered her gaze. She cherished her few friendships, and the idea of losing one over a misunderstanding was not something she could bear. Kain, however, did not immediately respond to her apology. Instead, he glanced at the damaged floor, muttering softly to himself about how much the repairs would cost, particularly given the bullet holes he had inadvertently created. Kushina, still bowing her head, picked up on his comments and quickly realized she should take responsibility for the mishap. However, she was unsure how much to offer as compensation. In her small orange wallet, she had a limited amount of money, but she decided to put it on the table, slowly pushing it toward Kain. forget it. Today was just an accident. Just make sure to pay more attention next time, Kain said, his tone relaxing a bit upon seeing the wallet. Upon hearing this, Kushina thought he had forgiven her. She raised her head, a smile breaking across her face as she reached for her wallet. Yet Kain was quicker, slipping it into his own pocket. He weighed it in his hand, finding it surprisingly heavy. Let's consider this compensation, he stated. Repairing the floor and replacing the hidden weapons will cost quite a bit, and I was so startled just now that I might need a hospital checkup afterward. Do you really want so much? Kushina protested, a frown on her face. She had only just filled that wallet today, and the thought of losing that money made her feel uneasy. Let's not dwell on this, Kain replied, waving off her concerns. Once I fix the floor and replenish my supplies, there will still be enough left over. I'll treat you to a meal, and that'll cover it. By now, it was approaching dinner time, and Kain wanted to put the issue behind them. What do you want to eat? He asked. I'm in the mood for barbecue. Kushina's eyes lit up. I want to eat barbecue too. Kain shook his head. No, let's do ramen. Once my barbecue restaurant opens, I promise you can have whatever you want there. He wasn't rejecting her request due to lack of funds but rather his own disinterest. As a resident of the United States, he had tasted many varieties of barbecue, and he had no desire for Konoha's offerings. Kushina scrunched her face in discontent, thinking that since she had lost over 100,000 ryo today, she deserved at least a barbecue dinner. However, when they arrived at the ramen shop, Kushina quickly forgot her grievances as she happily devoured 3 large bowls, piling on extra ingredients. Kain couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. She consumed so many sweets and meals every day without any visible sign of gaining weight. He wondered if the chakra she possessed had a good effect on weight management. After finishing her meal, Kushina clutched her stomach and bade Kain farewell, heading back home. It wasn't particularly late, but Kain decided to return directly to the food store. The recent war had just ended, and he suspected that many spies from other shinobi villages might still be lingering in Konoha. It was best for him to be cautious and return early. Upon arriving back at the Senju tribe, Kushina noticed the lights still on in her house. She lived with her grandmother, Mito, in the largest house in Senju territory. As she entered, she noticed that the lights in Tsunade's room were also illuminated. After the incident at Konoha Hospital, Tsunade had been dedicating herself to researching and developing medical ninjutsu, hoping to find a way to heal her brother Nawaki's injuries. During her last visit with Nawaki, Kushina had observed that he was recovering but sounded considerably weaker than before. Tsunade's advanced medical skills would surely aid in Nawaki's recovery, and Kushina was confident that her aunt could work wonders. Having recently returned home from training outside, Kushina was aware that her timing might not be precise, so Tsunade and Mito were unlikely to notice her entering. After calming down from the excitement of dinner, Kushina recalled her small orange purse, feeling distressed about its loss. Climbing the stairs, she remembered the chocolate box she had bought and considered using it to bribe Tsunade. 1, 2, 3, they were stolen again. Damn you, Miss Tsunade. Kushina fumed, counting the chocolates only to find that 7 or 8 were left. The last time she had hidden them in the refrigerator beneath some eggs, but it seemed that her attempts were in vain. With a sigh, she reluctantly pulled out 3 pieces from the box, making her way to the kitchen to prepare a cup of tea. She placed them on a tray and headed towards Tsunade's room. Miss Tsunade, you've worked hard staying up all night. Here's a little refreshment for you, she said cheerfully as she entered, attempting to mask her annoyance. Upon entering, Kushina was taken aback by the chaos. The bed and floor were cluttered with scrolls and documents. Tsunade, who was buried behind the pile, had to stand up just to greet her. It's you, Kushina, Tsunade said, her expression shifting from mild annoyance to curiosity. Initially, she thought Kushina had come to confront her about the missing chocolates, but the sight of the refreshments made her realize the girl must have a favor to ask. Their relationship had flourished over the years, marked by blood ties and shared temperaments, allowing them to bond easily. Are you still studying medical ninjutsu at this late hour? Kushina asked, noticing the disarray around Tsunade. Not having a clear space to set the refreshments down, she placed them aside and began to assist Tsunade in organizing the mess. It's not too late, Tsunade replied, shaking her head in frustration. I feel like I can develop a healing regeneration technique, but this medical ninjutsu is turning out to be more complicated than I thought. Kushina sensed the weight of Tsunade's disappointment. She had promised Nawaki she would help him, and the severity of his injuries, a permanent damage to his bodily functions and nerves, was posing a significant challenge that typical medical ninjutsu struggled to address. Kushina watched her aunt intently, recognizing her determination and the burden she bore. It was a stark reminder of the struggles they faced and the bond that would keep them striving for a better future together. Chapter 32, C32. Nawaki missed the best time for treatment. In the days following the operation, his injury had stabilized. Even if it were cured, Nawaki's body would lose the potential to become a ninja, leaving him to live as a common person in the future. Therefore, what Tsunade was currently studying was not conventional healing medical ninjutsu but rather regenerative repair techniques. Tsunade felt that what had happened to Nawaki was largely her fault. If she hadn't given Nawaki his grandfather's necklace, he might not have been so excited and careless, failing to notice the trap laid out for him. Now, she was determined to develop a regeneration technique that could provide Nawaki with a glimmer of hope for reclaiming his status as a ninja. Kushina, are you out of money again? Tsunade asked, noticing Kushina's hesitation, as if she were shy about requesting something. It was clear that the young girl had something to ask for, most likely pocket money. However, the costs had become exorbitant. Hadn't she just given Kushina 100,000 ryo a few days ago? Kushina shifted uncomfortably. I got into a little trouble today, she admitted, finally deciding to share the events that had unfolded. As Kushina recounted her day, Tsunade could hardly suppress the twitch at the corners of her mouth. What kind of precious wooden planks cost 100,000 ryo? A few hundred ryo would be more appropriate. And about those hidden weapons, while they sound impressive, I doubt they would cost nearly that much. This stupid girl just got tricked by that guy, she thought to herself. Kushina's description of the incident led Tsunade to think of cats, creatures that were often cautious around strangers. It seemed that Kain had acted similarly, likely taking all of Kushina's money as a lesson after being frightened. If the situation had escalated further, it might have turned far worse. Forget it. Let's just chalk this up to a lesson learned. However, you have overdrawn your allowance for next month, so you'll need to save from now on, Tsunade concluded. She fished out her wallet and handed Kushina 50,000 ryo. Despite not undertaking many missions lately, Tsunade had a fair amount of money from her work at the hospital. Many noble families from the Land of Fire would visit Konoha seeking her medical expertise, often compensating her handsomely for her services. With her exceptional skills, Tsunade had gained quite a reputation as Konoha's most renowned medical ninja. If not for her commitment to reforming the medical system and researching regenerative surgery, making money would have been a simple task for her. With her hands full of ryo, Kushina felt a wave of relief wash over her. Now she wouldn't need to ask Grandma Mito for money, she could simply rely on Sister Tsunade. Meanwhile, during his time in Konoha, Kain had generously funded the orphanage and invested in various businesses. He replenished several stores and opened a game hall, with plans for a barbecue restaurant and izakaya underway. Recently, Konoha had asked him to purchase another batch of medicine, though the quantity was not as extensive as previous orders. It had been over a month since the last purchase, and the need for medicine had likely diminished by now. However, while Kain was buying supplies, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly asked, Kain-san, I heard you planned to donate to the orphanage some time ago. That's correct, Kain replied. During my travels for business, I've seen countless tragedies involving homeless children, so I wanted to help. Although the money isn't a fortune, it's enough for them to eat and have clothes to wear. Kain's expression revealed his war weariness, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself sighing quietly in response to his tone. Konoha should have taken responsibility for these children long ago. I never imagined it would fall on your shoulders, Kain-san. As Hokage, I realize I have been somewhat negligent in this regard, Hiruzen said, his voice heavy with concern. Please don't say that, Third Hokage. I'm just trying to do my part, it's really nothing special, Kain replied modestly, though his words caused Sarutobi Hiruzen to choke slightly. Funding 3 orphanages would cost 1.5 million ryo a month, 18 million ryo a year. If it had been Hiruzen's responsibility, he would have been reluctant to allocate such substantial resources, particularly since it could fund Umbu's equipment expenses for 3 months. Following this exchange, Sarutobi Hiruzen steered the conversation toward Kushina. Kain responded casually, pretending not to recognize her importance, describing her simply as an ordinary girl with a knack for attracting wealth. Kain didn't linger in the Hokage building long. Most of the conversation had revolved around Kushina, revealing Hiruzen's underlying concerns. However, very few people in Konoha were aware of the truth behind Kushina's lineage. With the protection of Uzumaki Mito and Kain's recent charitable acts, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not press further. After Mito Kato Hamura arrived, Hiruzen smiled and asked Umbu to escort Kain out. Once Kain had left, Danzo emerged from a side door of the Hokage's office, having just returned from the front lines. "Danzo, you heard what he just said." "Stop being suspicious," Hiruzen said, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Danzo responded coldly, "Hiruzen, you must be careful. There's no great mistake yet, but Tsunade met this man on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. We need to stay vigilant against him. Kushina is the next Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails, it's best not to let him get too close. This situation hinges on Kushina's own choices. Do you intend to control her actions?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shot back, his voice firm as he regarded Danzo. With a glance at Danzo, he continued, "Kain doesn't spend much time in Konoha, and when he does visit, he rarely goes out. You can't restrict Kushina from going to the dessert shop. If you believe otherwise, you should take it up with Mito-sama directly." Danzo felt a wave of frustration. He wouldn't dare to discuss this matter with Mito. If he did, she would undoubtedly chastise him for his concerns. Danzo's true intention was to cultivate Uzumaki Kushina swiftly, ensuring she could harness the power of the tailed beast as a strategic deterrent for Konoha in future conflicts. However, as long as Uzumaki Mito was alive, Danzo knew he could never be allowed to take control of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Hiruzen, Sand Shinobi didn't use tailed beasts this time because they couldn't ascertain the movements of Konoha's Nine Tails. If they learn that the Jinchuriki is unable to fight on the battlefield, Konoha will face dire consequences in the next war, Danzo warned loudly. "I have my own plans regarding this matter, Danzo. Our fundamental responsibility is to cultivate talent for Umbu while performing tasks outside the village. Please don't interfere with other matters," Sarutobi Hiruzen stated firmly, raising his voice slightly. Unlike the indecisive Hokage of years to come, he was resolute. "Now that I'm Hokage, I will handle Kushina and Kain," Hiruzen added with finality. Danzo clenched his teeth in silence, the frustration boiling within him. He had been sidelined this time, missing out on the Hokage position due to Hiruzen's ascent. Tobirama-sensei, selecting Hiruzen as Hokage was the worst decision you could make, he thought bitterly. "Hiruzen, you will come to regret this," Danzo muttered under his breath as he plotted his next move. Chapter 33, C-33. Kain had meticulously arranged everything in the industry, overseeing the handover of medicines and other essential items. This time, Konoha had received funding from the daimyo, which resulted in only a small portion of gold being given, the rest was settled with currency from the ninja world. In total, there was an impressive sum of 70 million ryo. Realistically, Kain knew he couldn't spend all that money at once. He allocated part of it as preparation funds for store openings and reserved 2 months' worth of financial support for the orphanage to give to Miwa. Kain took the remainder for himself. In his view, money that sat unused was nothing more than wasted paper. As he made his way from the village, Kain began to strategize how to spend his newfound wealth. He decided to leave 20 million ryo to Aya to continue expanding her business in the Land of Fire. He earmarked 10 million ryo to invite Kakuzu to teach him ninjutsu and intended to use the rest to buy gold and jewelry, passing them on if he stumbled upon anything rare. Ancient artifacts intrigued him, and he believed he could purchase them all, then resell them to the Japanese people at a profit. During Kain's stay in Konoha, Aya had made remarkable progress. She had identified 2 suitable candidates to guard the casino and brought them directly to the town. Additionally, she recruited several wandering warriors and thugs, totaling 23 individuals. However, only 4 of these recruits possessed knowledge of chakra, and none were ninjas. Recruiting ninjas with knowledge of ninjutsu proved to be incredibly challenging. Generally, only rogue ninjas would agree to such requests. With the strict control each ninja village maintained over ninjutsu, it wasn't easy for outsiders to learn even the basics, let alone join a small ninjutsu village. Konoha was known to be one of the more open ninja villages for common people, yet even there, During their 6 years of schooling, students typically learned only a few basic techniques, indicating the high bar set for ninjutsu mastery. Otherwise, Kakuzu wouldn't have become a prominent figure in the underground gold exchange, as there were very few powerful bounty hunters like him. Good job, Aya. I truly feel reassured leaving the outside to you, Kain said with a smile. Over the course of this time, he had witnessed Aya's continuous improvement as she adapted to business management. At first, she had even inquired about the location of various goods. Now, Kain could trust her with many responsibilities. Aya, your salary will be tripled from now on, and the year-end bonus will be calculated separately, he declared. Joy illuminated Aya's face upon hearing this. Her previous salary had already provided a comfortable life for her children, but now, with it tripled, she felt she could consider preparing a medicinal bath for her child, a luxury typically reserved for genius ninjas. This was something she could finally afford with her new salary. As for dividends, Kain had given it some thought but decided to withhold that information for now. He believed others should work diligently for him for at least a decade before discussing dividends. Moreover, he intended to reward them progressively over time. The subsequent tasks would be straightforward. With staff, machinery, premises, and security in place, the casino would soon open. It was expected that initially, the customer turnout would be low, but with time, the nobles would surely develop a taste for gambling, thus increasing patronage. Kain planned to continue recruiting guards, as the town featured not only a casino but also a dessert factory and cocoa tree planting supplies among other shops. According to his calculations, 30 to 40 personnel would suffice to keep the peace and dissuade troublemakers. Later, Kain reached out to Kakuzu once more, but before Kakuzu arrived, he asked Aya about chakra and ninjutsu. Boss, are you looking to learn ninjutsu? Aya questioned, skepticism etched across her face. With Kain's financial resources, he could easily hire ninjas for protection. Learning ninjutsu at his age seemed like a thankless endeavor, yet she explained everything she knew about it. To learn ninjutsu, you must first learn to embody chakra and then manipulate it through meditation to traverse your meridians. Once that's achieved, ninjutsu can be displayed. Chakra is a combination of physical and spiritual energy, she explained. After providing this overview, Aya demonstrated the clone technique and shared the main points of the chakra refining technique, encouraging Kain to try it himself. However, Kain felt ill-prepared to tackle this challenge. Despite Aya's clear instructions, he couldn't grasp the concepts of physical energy and spiritual energy. He awkwardly smiled and asked, Aya, could you help me feel your chakra? Maybe if you could let it flow inside me or something. Is that so? It should be fine, Aya responded. She placed her hand on his back, refined her chakra, and sent it into Kain's body. Instantly, Kain felt a rush of energy pouring into him from her touch, a sensation both miraculous and invigorating. That's the feeling, he noted, as he sensed a surge of newfound strength. He quickly formed a seal, hoping to use this invigorating sensation to aid in his chakra refinement. At this moment, Kain perceived his body as remarkably agile and his strength significantly heightened. He believed he was on the brink of understanding the physical and spiritual energies Aya had mentioned. Well, Aya, why did you stop? Kain inquired, feeling the connection of chakra between them dissolve abruptly. He turned to find fine beads of sweat on Aya's face, a clear indication of her exhaustion. I'm going to take a break, boss, she admitted, her voice strained. Kain nodded apologetically, saying, you should rest for a while. Let me know if you need anything. Regrettably, he had felt so close to successfully extracting chakra, but with Aya fatigued, he couldn't press her further. He was acutely aware that overexertion of chakra could be detrimental. The following day, after Aya had rested, Kain made another attempt to request her assistance. Unfortunately, the outcome remained unchanged. Aya fell victim to fatigue once more, and Kain was still unable to extract chakra. The repeated failures prompted Kain to cease asking her for help. This could be attributed to Aya's limited chakra or perhaps to his own body's limitations. However, once Aya transmitted her chakra, she would require a full day's rest. If this experimentation continued, she would have little time for anything else. Days later, Kakuzu arrived at the town after completing his task. Upon hearing Kain's request, his expression soured. This matter. I just have nothing else to do right now. I'll attempt to transmit chakra later, he replied curtly. the situation was complicated, partially due to the box Kain had presented. Kakuzu opened the box Kain had pushed toward him, his eyes widening as he assessed its contents. Let's see, over 9 million Rio, no, it's likely rounding up to 10 million. What a generous client. Kakuzu's mood brightened considerably as he counted the money. While he mulled over the task at hand, he reminded himself that teaching ninjutsu was within his realm of expertise. After all, he was a top ninja from Taki Ninja Village who had once fought against the first Hokage. Chapter 34, C-34. It feels good to learn chakra. After Kain returned to the Marvel Universe, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of excitement as he practiced using ninjutsu. Having come from an ordinary background, the experience of wielding such a remarkable, mystical power was exhilarating. This extraordinary ability was something few could even imagine, and Kain couldn't shake the thrill of learning to harness it. The amount of chakra he had acquired from Kakuzu was far beyond anything he could have hoped to generate on his own. Reflecting on it, he realized that comparing his abilities to those of a seasoned ninja like Kakuzu was almost laughable. The moment Kain accepted Kakuzu's chakra, it was like diving into a vast ocean of energy. He could feel every vein in his body filling to the brim with this life force, as though he had tapped into an endless reservoir of power. It made him feel, for the first time, something more than human. Kakuzu's transmission of chakra was continuous, taking nearly an hour for Kain to refine and stabilize the chakra within his own body. For him, the experience was transformative, an awakening to a power that few outsiders ever experienced. Unlike the native inhabitants of the ninja world, who had refined this energy over centuries and generations under the guidance of the Sage of Six Paths, Kain was approaching this power as an outsider. As someone not of the ninja world, he had none of the genetic predispositions that enabled the people of that world to produce chakra naturally. For Kain, the process was laborious and required Kakuzu's constant guidance. Yet, it was exhilarating. After observing Kain's first few efforts, Kakuzu had even commented that, while he showed potential, his body wasn't exactly suited to ninjutsu. In Kakuzu's blunt words, even with considerable talent, Kain would likely reach only the rank of Chunin, the second rank in the ninja hierarchy. But Kain wasn't discouraged. After all, with the ability to cross worlds and seek new opportunities, he didn't need to rely on the conventional path to mastery. With this initial training under his belt, Kain negotiated with Kakuzu to continue tutoring him in ninjutsu over the next half-month, offering a sum of 5 million Rio in return. Kakuzu, enticed by the lucrative deal, readily accepted. To him, this was a far more enjoyable way of making money than his usual dealings in underground markets. During his stay, Kain focused on mastering the basics, learning the essential three-body technique and the shadow clone technique. His execution was far from perfect, but over time, he knew he could improve through practice. For now, Kain's chakra reserves were limited, barely enough to produce a single shadow clone that could last a mere 30 minutes. His chakra level was comparable to that of a 10-year-old academy student in the ninja world, and even that was on the lower end. Still, he was optimistic. In the Marvel world, where few wielded such powers, his current abilities would make him an elusive figure, hard to track and even harder to catch. Transformation technique, in particular, became one of his most valuable tools, serving as a perfect means to disguise himself and stay hidden. Beyond his newly acquired skills, Kain found himself in a relatively stable position financially. His recent investments were progressing well, and his pharmaceutical wholesale company was beginning to stabilize. Although he also owned a biopharmaceutical company, it was currently little more than a placeholder, an empty shell, as he awaited the right opportunities to grow it. On returning to his company, Kain reviewed a series of emails that had arrived in his absence. Most were routine updates on work and progress reports, but one message immediately caught his attention. A headhunter had successfully contacted Professor Maya Hansen. Excited by the prospect, Kain promptly sent her a collaboration proposal, keeping the tone respectful and sincere. Both Maya and her associate, Aldrich Killian, were people Kain believed to be crucial to his plans. With the email sent, he made his way to his pharmaceutical trading company, eager to assess the current state of affairs. In the few weeks he had been away, the company had made significant strides, particularly in overseas markets. Demand for pharmaceuticals was booming in Mexico, with local suppliers struggling to meet demand. Interestingly, Kain's company had managed to secure partnerships not with public hospitals but with private entities, including local organizations and syndicates. The marketing department reported that trade volume had tripled within just 2 weeks, yet the demand remained far from satisfied. Kain projected that, within a year, his company could dominate the pharmaceutical market in Mexico, with similar growth potential in Asia, Australia, and South America. However, this rapid expansion required a more extensive sales team. At present, the company only had 7 overseas salespeople, a number far too low to meet growing demand. After discussing with department heads, Kain outlined a plan to increase the sales team tenfold, believing that even if only a fraction of the recruits succeeded, the company's presence in international markets would strengthen substantially. With his company's immediate goals and future plans set in motion, Kain received an email response from Maya. She mentioned that she was also in New York and suggested a meeting that very afternoon at a coffee shop in Queens. The email included detailed directions and a specific time. Checking the clock, Kain noted he had ample time, so he finished his office work before heading out. Arriving early at the coffee shop, Kain settled into a quiet corner. Before long, he noticed 2 individuals approaching his table. He stood up, greeting them with a polite nod. "Kain Pent," the woman asked, and Kain recognized her immediately. "Miss Maya, Mr. Killian, please have a seat," he replied, gesturing to the empty chairs. Maya and Killian settled into their seats, and Kain could see that while Killian maintained a somewhat gloomy expression, Maya appeared more composed, albeit cautious. Killian's attire was modest, likely reflecting the financial struggles of his organization. Kain guessed that while they may have been collaborating on the Extremis project, their funds were far from sufficient. "Mr. Kain, we've heard you've been looking for us for some time," Maya began, her tone direct. "That's right," Kain replied. "I'm planning to establish a biological research center, one dedicated to unraveling the mysteries of the human body and developing targeted treatments for diseases deemed incurable. Although the center is still in its early stages, I've already made considerable headway with preparations." He handed over 2 documents detailing his plans and the progress made so far, hoping to demonstrate his sincerity and the seriousness of his intentions. Killian appeared interested, flipping through the documents with growing intrigue. Kain knew that despite his ambitions, Killian's resources were stretched thin. His initial attempt to secure funding from Tony Stark had failed, leaving him in search of alternative support. Maya, meanwhile, looked up after skimming the papers. "Mr. Kain, I'm currently working on a project in collaboration with AIM. If you're interested, we'd be open to your investment." Kain met her gaze, understanding the significance of this opportunity. This was the opening he needed, a partnership that could propel his plans forward. And in that moment, he realized that this collaboration could mark the beginning of something far more significant than he had originally envisioned. Chapter 35, C35. The Extremis virus, discovered by Maya, is a theoretical breakthrough in biological research. She has already conducted experiments on plants, laying the groundwork for more ambitious tests. If the human body's biological system is compared to the internet, Maya's research essentially hacks into it, enabling modification on a cellular level. This manipulation bypasses traditional medicines, instead directly altering the body's natural defenses and immune functions. Maya recently accepted Killian's proposal to work together on the project. She realized that tackling the Extremis virus alone was proving too complex and that collaboration was essential. Killian, already well-versed in her research, had followed her progress for some time, understanding the potential intricacies of her work. With this foundation of knowledge, he was an ideal collaborator. However, their partnership hadn't been a long-standing one, and with Killian's team lacking financial backing, the need for investors became urgent. Maya was transparent with Kain, sharing a substantial amount of information about the project. Despite her openness, Kain took her words with a grain of salt, intending to verify them through his own resources. Kain's chakra attributes mirrored Kakuzu's, possibly due to prolonged exposure to Kakuzu's energy. Unfortunately, Kakuzu didn't possess the Earth-style stealth technique that Kain wished to learn, though he was assisting in locating a scroll with the technique, albeit for a steep fee of 10 million Rio. As Maya finished outlining her work, Kain adopted a thoughtful expression, nodded, and responded, "I'm very interested in this project. I'd like to learn more about it, and if everything aligns, I'm prepared to fund the entire initiative, including facilities and equipment." Kain paused, then added, "However, I want a 50% stake in the project and 100% oversight of its progress. I've already been admitted to Columbia University with a focus on biology, so I'll be studying this field closely. I'd like to be kept informed as a partner in the research. Maya responded immediately, I see, Mr. Kain, that you're a professional in this field. I don't foresee any issues with this arrangement. She turned toward Killian, who nodded in agreement. In truth, Kain's involvement added a sense of stability to their project. Their research was complex and cutting-edge, making it challenging to gain the trust of typical investors. With Kain's initiative and funding, they would no longer need to scramble for support. Though they were ceding a large stake, Kain's offer to provide full sponsorship was an exceptional opportunity. Any more demands might compromise Maya and Killian's enthusiasm for the research. As for Kain's wish to monitor research progress, that was an understandable request from an investor. It seemed he wanted them to mentor him, providing him with insights into the study as it unfolded. With all parties aligned in their intentions, the remaining negotiations proceeded smoothly. Killian's team was small, and Kain proposed that they be relocated to his biological research center, already under construction and slated for completion within 6 months. In the interim, he would secure a temporary lab space and cover team salaries. Without financial security, he knew it would be difficult to keep the team focused and productive. Finalizing the partnership took more than a month, with negotiations, fine-tuning details, and drafting contracts. Interestingly, Maya and Killian chose different paths in the collaboration. Maya opted to join Kain's biological research center, embracing a more integrated role in his organization. Killian, on the other hand, decided to represent his own team in the collaboration, likely preserving a degree of independence. Kain didn't mind this arrangement. Killian's motives were somewhat transparent, his resentment toward Tony Stark had likely deepened over time. Once the Extremis virus was refined for human application, Killian would probably be eager to confront Stark, driven by past grievances. Since Killian didn't count his own team members as a priority, Kain felt no responsibility for their fate should things go awry. All he sought was a perfected version of the Extremis virus. This enhancement could neutralize potential adverse reactions from transplanting Hashirama cells, and if the research proved successful, it might even counteract the side effects of other biological augmentations. Once the contract was signed, Kain allowed Maya and Killian to use the rented lab and covered the costs for additional equipment. Supporting a biological research team was proving more costly than he'd anticipated. Between constructing the research center, purchasing lab equipment, and acquiring materials, he had already spent over $1 million. Despite this, Kain realized that future expenses would likely increase as the research advanced. Following his investment in the Extremis project, Kain discreetly assumed a new identity using the transformation technique, enabling him to liquidate a collection of jewelry. This transaction yielded around $10 million, which he planned to reinvest in the research center. As Maya and Killian's team settled into the lab, Kain expanded his support staff, recruiting personnel in management, finance, and assistants who would report directly to him. His current income streams, from his pharmaceutical trading company, private hospital, and stock investments, weren't sufficient to sustain the research center's financial needs. And with plans to hire more scientists, he realized he would need to find additional revenue sources. He resolved to push his resources further, capitalizing on his shadow clone and transformation techniques to undertake riskier ventures and establish his presence in markets previously inaccessible. The Extremis project is secured, Kain thought with satisfaction. Next, I need to contact Orochimaru. His work should be advancing in the years leading up to the Third Shinobi World War. Connecting with him at the right time will be key. Kain speculated that the Extremis virus could have a complementary effect when combined with Hashirama cells, possibly enhancing each other's benefits. While this was a theory, obtaining samples for testing and research would soon provide concrete data. In recent months, Kain had frequently taken time off from his work responsibilities to focus on expanding his operations. He recognized that his burgeoning responsibilities might limit his time for formal study, though he was determined to continue learning. Although Kain wasn't inherently gifted with chakra, a fact both Aya and Kakuzu had remarked upon, he viewed biological evolution as a pathway to transcend his limitations. The Extremis virus and Hashirama cells represented just the first steps in his journey to becoming an extraordinary figure. The World Trading System, an interface Kain frequently monitored, was continuously scanning for other accessible worlds. However, he'd only successfully explored one alternate world thus far and hadn't yet fully deciphered the trading rules of the system. If the process required years of waiting, Kain would intensify his efforts within the resources he had, focusing his energies on augmenting his abilities with Hashirama cells and the Extremis virus. Yet he knew these enhancements alone wouldn't guarantee his survival, especially in a world filled with formidable threats. After securing his current assets, Kain meticulously organized his space backpack, filling it with essentials. Although his preparations were progressing steadily, he couldn't shake the feeling that his backpack, though packed, still lacked something crucial. Kain knew there was much more he needed to gather, learn, and accomplish before he felt fully prepared for the challenges ahead. Chapter 36, C 36. It seems business is booming, don't you think, Aya? Kain commented as he approached the casino. He noticed several carriages parked outside, a sign of increased traffic, and upon entering, he saw the place was packed. Tables designed for 10 people now held 20, and every corner of the room was bustling. The noise level made it nearly impossible to hear oneself think. Aya managed the accounts herself, handling the impressive daily profits that now exceeded 400,000 Rio. Given the sensitive nature of the casino's success, Kain trusted no one but Aya with the finances. The casino's earnings were substantial, and Kain was intent on leveraging these profits to fuel his larger ambitions. Buy all the buildings behind and adjacent to the casino, he instructed Aya, laying out his plan for expansion. Renovate the VIP boxes and expand the main floor. Spend the casino's cash reserves every 2 weeks on upgrades. I'll leave a detailed plan for you to follow. As profits grow, we'll gradually branch out, first across this town and then outward. Understood, boss, Aya replied, listening intently. She nodded as he continued. Also, set aside 20% of the revenue as working capital. To Kain, money was a tool, valuable only insofar as it could be converted into resources and influence. In the ninja world, Rio alone held little power unless it could be traded for something meaningful. Since the casino's recent opening, its luxurious decor and unique gambling machines had captivated ninja and civilian gamblers alike. However, Kain was aware that copycats were already cropping up, eager to emulate the casino's success. But without access to the specialized gambling machines, any imitation would pale in comparison to his own establishment. Still, Kain knew he would have to keep an eye on his rivals. Once Kain finished outlining his strategy, Aya voiced a new concern. What about the casino over on Main Street? Kain paused, weighing the situation. Put that on hold for now. We need people we can trust and who are also capable. Do you have anyone in mind? In a world where loyalty was paramount, managing a casino worth tens of millions of Rio required trusted allies. Kain recognized that if his business was confined to this town and Konoha, he could handle it. However, as he expanded further afield, he would have less time for personal oversight. Aya had proven herself worthy of Kain's trust and mentorship, but he also understood that pushing her too hard could be counterproductive. After a moment of thought, Aya suggested, Boss, Miwa and Nanami are both talented, especially Nanami. Her arithmetic skills are actually better than mine. Kain nodded thoughtfully. I know them. When I get back, I'll see if they're willing to leave Konoha for this role. Miwa and Nanami were both connected to the Senju clan, though neither had any particular talent as ninjas. Nanami had even adopted a civilian identity, marrying outside the clan. However, they both had families and ties in Konoha, and Kain understood that they might not be willing to uproot themselves, unlike Aya, who had shown remarkable commitment. By the way, boss, Aya added, someone from the Land of Fire came looking for you 3 days ago. He's from Lichuan bookstore and said he had something to give you personally. Oh. Do you know where he is now? He's probably waiting in Konoha. I told him to head there since I wasn't sure when you'd come to town. Kain nodded. It's likely about the release of the new book. Looks like I'll have to return to Konoha. As Kain considered this, he mentally calculated the timing. His 3 novels had likely been on the market for a while now, and if Lichuan bookstore followed his advice, they would have included impressive illustrations to captivate readers. This representative had probably come to deliver the latest sales numbers, along with samples and revenue updates, and to discuss plans for the second volumes of each book. After briefing Aya on the rest of his plans for the town, Kain set out for Konoha without delay. While traveling, he contemplated the broader future of his business interests. With an official identity recognized by the Fire Daimyo, he could wield considerable influence, and even the third Hokage would have to treat him with respect. As for Danzo, Kain knew that despite his cunning, Danzo's influence was limited to Konoha's shadowy operations. Though dangerous, he was merely a weapon, wielded for Konoha's darker missions. Upon arriving in Konoha, Kain checked in with Miwa, who confirmed that someone from Lichuan bookstore had indeed been waiting for him. Kain immediately asked Miwa to send for the visitor, and while he waited, he noticed Kushina approaching. She had been tricked by Kain on multiple occasions, yet she greeted him with genuine excitement. "Boss, you've finally come back," she said, smiling brightly as she approached his table. "Business keeps me busy, especially with so much travel around the ninja world," he replied, managing a weary smile. Kain's approach with Kushina had always been one of casual engagement, neither seeking her attention nor discouraging it. She was close to Tsunade and had considerable potential in the art of sealing techniques, making her an asset worth keeping close. "You get to travel all over the ninja world." "That sounds amazing," Kushina replied, her eyes lighting up. "It's not as glamorous as it sounds, it's actually quite tiring," Kain countered. He decided to change the subject. "By the way, the game shop next door hasn't opened for a while. As my loyal customer, you can play for free for the day, only today, though." Kain needed to meet with Lichuan's representative soon, and he hoped his offer would gently encourage Kushina to leave. However, she shook her head, saying, "No, thanks. I'm not interested in that. Can I eat whatever I want in the store instead? 300,000 Rio, and you can have a full day of desserts in my food store." "A buffet just for you," Kain replied without hesitation. Kushina's face fell. "That's way too expensive," she exclaimed. "Last time, you even took my wallet, and you didn't even treat me to barbecue afterward." Kain chuckled, responding, "Correction, you were happily eating ramen last time. If we'd had barbecue, you might not have enjoyed it as much as the ramen. That's the choice you made in your heart." Kushina hesitated, caught in Kain's playful logic. She genuinely loved ramen, but she had wanted the barbecue partly to regain her lost money. His comment left her torn between her love for ramen and her annoyance over the money she'd spent. Before she could think too much about it, Miwa returned with the representative from Lichuan bookstore. "Kain. I finally found you," the Lichuan representative exclaimed, looking visibly relieved. "I thought I'd be waiting for months. It's been a long time since you disappeared." Kain smiled, gesturing for the men to join him. "Come inside, we'll talk in the back." They moved to a private room where they could discuss business matters without interruption. The representative wasted no time, explaining that Kain's novels had been a major success for Lichuan bookstore. The interspersed illustrations, as Kain had recommended, had captivated readers and boosted sales, and his 3 books had become bestsellers. The representative presented Kain with sample books, revenue reports, and a request for the second volumes. Kain reviewed the figures, pleased with the outcome. He had taken a creative risk with these books, weaving compelling stories with the mystique of the ninja world, and it had clearly paid off. The earnings from this venture would provide another stream of resources for his expanding projects. As Kain finalized the business with Lichuan, his thoughts shifted to his future plans. He knew he would need to devote more time to developing his influence outside Konoha. A recognized identity from the Fire Daimyo would open countless doors, and it would solidify his standing within the Land of Fire. His larger goal was clear: to establish himself as an indispensable figure, respected and feared in equal measure. With each step, Kain grew closer to achieving that ambition. Chapter 37, C37. After the tea was served, Kain frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. How did Kushina manage to follow him so naturally, taking the initiative to serve tea and then sitting off to the side, watching with an inquisitive look in her eyes? "Mr. Kain, the sales of your 3 books have been excellent. The first printing batch sold out quickly, the second batch is nearly gone, and as I left, a third was already in production." The voice came from the assistant of the Lichuan bookstore owner, who spoke with both respect and excitement. He placed 3 sample books on the table along with a share of the sales profits from the first 2 batches, pushing them toward Kain. Alongside the books, he handed over a passbook where the bookstore had already deposited Kain's share of the earnings. "It seems your bookstore is making good money. So, you're here for the content of the second volume?" Kain asked as he examined the passbook. The profits from the first 2 batches had earned him roughly 25 million Rio, which meant that Lichuan bookstore had likely made close to 70 million Rio. This was a staggering figure, especially considering that the ninja world didn't have a huge reading population, nor the levels of literacy it might decades from now. The bookstore's confidence in Kain's work was impressive, and he suspected they weren't confining sales to just the Land of Fire. With their network, they were probably selling in regions like the Land of Lightning, the Land of Earth, and even smaller countries. "We've done well, but it's all thanks to your incredible writing, Mr. Kain," said the assistant with a polite, slightly flustered smile. "By the way, Mr. Kain, about the second volume." "Just a moment." Kain stood, walked back into the house, and returned with the second and third volumes of his 3 novels, handing them to the assistant from Lichuan Bookstore. "These are the second and third volumes. Each series will have 7 volumes. If Lichuan Bookstore continues performing well, I'll consider deeper collaborations with you in the future." After hearing this, the assistant beamed, promising to report back to the owner immediately. With the new volumes in hand, he left, eager to keep up with the high demand. Bookstores around the world had been receiving numerous inquiries about the next installments. Many readers, unfamiliar with this style of novel, were engrossed as though discovering a whole new world. Once the assistant departed, Kushina turned to Kain, her eyes sparkling. "Boss, you're a writer too. That's amazing." In Kushina's eyes, it was extraordinary to see Kain treated with such deference by the bookstore staff, though she didn't fully grasp Lichuan Bookstore's influence. In the ninja world, there was a cultural expectation, originating from the daimyos and nobles, that writers should be respected. Even ninjas were taught to respect writers, as their works were seen as valuable contributions to society. Kain waved his hand modestly. "If you study hard, Kushina, you could be a writer someday," he said. Though he didn't see himself as particularly exceptional, he was aware that the ninja world lacked cultural diversity, making it surprisingly easy to gain fame with his books. The popularity of his content, filled with action and intrigue, was all he needed. "I don't think I could," Kushina admitted. "I already struggle with my ninja school lessons." She eyed the sample books on the table. "Boss, can I read your books?" "No, these are for adults. Children aren't allowed to read them," Kain replied, shaking his head firmly. "These books are like forbidden techniques. Reading them could lead to serious consequences. But, to satisfy your curiosity, I'll let you see something else, what a writer earns." He opened the passbook, showing her the figure deposited by Lichuan Bookstore. Kushina's eyes widened, her mouth dropping as she counted the zeros. "This many zeros," she whispered. She remembered asking Tsunade for a mere 100,000 ryo, which had made her feel rich at the Ninja Academy. But Kain's earnings dwarfed that, showing just how successful he was. "Boss, if you're this rich, why do you keep cheating me out of my pocket money?" Kushina's initial excitement dimmed as she recalled a recent occasion when Kain had demanded payment from her. "That's money for repairs and damages you caused, plus the psychological distress," Kain replied without any guilt. His finances were carefully managed, which allowed him to grow his wealth. He had no interest in pretending to be overly generous, he aimed to invest his earnings wisely, creating a snowball effect to build even greater wealth over time. Kain's focus was on the long term, reinvesting the millions earned from his novels to grow his business empire. In a world where most were stuck with traditional business methods, he felt almost futuristic, harnessing products and strategies decades ahead of the rest. By the time Kushina returned to the Senju compound, night had fallen. Not only had she enjoyed a free day of games at Kain's, but she'd also left with a pastry, a rare treat. However, her joy faded slightly as she entered the clan area. Grandma Mito's age had begun to show, and her talks with Kushina were mainly about training in sealing techniques. Nawaki, her cousin, had returned from a mission and was currently recovering, his spirits dampened. Tsunade, meanwhile, was busy with her work, often leaving Kushina feeling isolated. The Ninja Academy hadn't been a great place for her either. As an outsider with a fiery temper, she struggled to get along with her classmates, who tended to tease or avoid her. This lack of companionship was why she liked visiting Kain's store. He hadn't mocked her looks or attitude, and he spoke with her like a true friend, someone who took her seriously. The visits cost her a good amount of money, most of which she borrowed from Tsunade, but Kushina didn't mind. When she returned, Kushina mentioned Kain to Tsunade, recounting his success as a writer. Tsunade raised her eyebrows, shocked. For her, 25 million ryo was a staggering amount. She'd have to complete 20 high-level missions to earn a similar sum. And the idea of him writing adult-oriented novels reminded her of Jiraiya, who had a penchant for such reading material. Kushina, your boss is right, Tsunade warned, a slight grin on her face. Don't be curious about these novels. They're not for children. It was clear Kain's books were selling incredibly well, but knowing they were adult novels added a layer of humor for Tsunade. After chatting for a while, she noticed something. Kushina frequently brought up Kain in conversation. Kushina, you've been seeing him a lot recently, haven't you? Kushina went silent for a moment. People at school don't like me, she said in a quiet voice. Ever since a fight with a classmate's older sibling, Kushina had noticed her classmates deliberately avoided her, or worse, talked about her behind her back. Tsunade felt her heart soften as she listened, stroking Kushina's hair. If anyone bullies you again, don't hold back. Teach them a lesson. And if it becomes a problem, come to me. I'll have your back, Tsunade said with a reassuring smile, her voice warm. Chapter 38, C38. Time skip. How's the progress? Any new breakthroughs with the Extremis virus? Kain asked as he entered the biological research center he'd established over a year ago. Currently, the sole focus was on the Extremis virus project. Despite Kain's efforts to bring in more researchers, progress had been slow. Yet, he had managed to fill all management and logistics positions, keeping the operation steady. Killian, one of the lead scientists, sighed and rubbed his temples. Not very promising so far. We're limited by the data we've gathered from experiments on plants and animals. We need to start human trials to obtain more relevant information. Killian was eager for this next step, seeing it as critical to progressing. While plants and small animals had provided some insights, their reactions differed vastly from what could be expected in human tests. Without human data, the project risked stagnation. Maya, another senior scientist, immediately raised her voice, countering Killian's suggestion. Conducting human experiments now would be catastrophic. The failure rate is close to 90%, which would make human trials almost unethical at this stage. We shouldn't even consider it without more breakthroughs. Killian looked at Kain for support. Boss, if we don't start human trials, we might be stuck for years. We're at a deadlock, and without real human data, we're just circling the same results. Kain interrupted before the argument could escalate further. Let's file an application for an Institutional Review Board, IRB, review, he suggested calmly. He turned to Maya, who seemed slightly more at ease with this approach. This will allow us to conduct human trials with volunteers who understand the risks, and it typically takes about 3 months for approval. If there's no significant breakthrough by then, we'll consider Killian's recommendation. Though reluctant, Maya nodded, realizing the financial pressures and the need for progress. The IRB application would at least ensure that volunteers were fully informed and compensated, reducing her ethical concerns. However, she knew that recruiting suitable candidates could be costly, with each volunteer costing hundreds of thousands of dollars. Typically, volunteers would be recruited from impoverished areas, but even then, finding willing participants might prove challenging. Once the human trials began, the costs of the project would escalate dramatically. If the current team couldn't make the necessary advancements, Kain planned to explore alternative options. The ninja world, he reasoned, held a few experts in human body research who could potentially contribute to their understanding. Changing the topic, Kain pulled out a university-level biology assignment and casually offered it to the team. Anyone want to help me complete a biology report? I've already studied the content, but I'd rather not spend time writing it. One of the researchers stepped forward, looked at the paper, and replied, $2,000. Done, Kain replied, handing over the cash. I need it by tomorrow morning. With that, he leaned over the experimental data, studying the latest round of results. Despite his busy schedule, Kain had been carefully following the Extremis virus project, understanding its principles and mechanisms. In the past year, he had acquired 2 tubes of the serum and access to a full set of experimental data, fueling his determination to become stronger through this technology. After reviewing the data, he left the center, somewhat disappointed by the limited progress since his last visit. At Columbia University, where Kain was enrolled, he had quickly gained a reputation as the most elusive student. Except for mandatory classes, he would often arrange substitutes to attend on his behalf, keeping a low profile as he juggled numerous responsibilities. His pharmaceutical wholesale company was growing rapidly, expanding into the markets of Mexico, South America, Australia, and Southeast Asia within just 2 years. Revenue was projected to surpass $100 million this year alone, yet competition from other pharmaceutical wholesalers was increasing. To maintain his edge, Kain knew he would eventually need to develop his own products. For now, however, he planned to maximize his profits from the current market, reinvesting in the Extremis virus project as part of his long-term strategy. Thanks to his business acumen and stringent cost management, Kain's personal wealth continued to grow. With assets totaling around $700 million and nearly 2 tons of gold, his patience with the Extremis project was finite, but the financial investment was manageable. To safeguard his operations, he had moved into a larger, more secure residence with a basement that he converted into a hidden safe room. This safe room provided a place to retreat whenever he needed to shift between worlds, maintaining his anonymity and security from agencies like the IRS, FBI, or even S.H.I.E.L.D., which could potentially take an interest in his activities. Reflecting on his plans, Kain decided it was time to approach Tsunade about the Extremis virus and some unique treatments for terminal illnesses. He had maintained a good relationship with her, learning about her family circumstances from Kushina. Nawaki's recovery, he knew, would pique her interest in the virus's potential. Kain had also brought along samples and data on various diseases, hoping to leverage her medical expertise. With that plan settled, Kain finalized his tasks in the Marvel world. He assigned a substitute to manage his affairs and replenished his supplies before shifting his focus back to the ninja world. In the next moment, he arrived there, ready to continue his work. Chapter 39, C39. Miwa, isn't Aya here? Kain asked, scanning the room as he stepped into his office. Someone's causing trouble on Main Street. She went to handle it. Afterward, she might have to go to the Land of Waves, so she won't be back for a while. Boss, should I send a message to Aya? Miwa inquired, her head slightly lowered as she awaited further instructions. No, let her handle it. Other than Main Street, is everything running smoothly? Kain took the ledger from Miwa, reviewing the financials. Recently, he had noticed increasing interference from local nobility in the Land of Fire, likely due to his growing influence. While they hadn't acted overtly against him yet, there were clear signs they might soon make their move. The town remains secure, and revenue is increasing across the board. Other than Main Street, only the Land of Waves is experiencing issues. Miwa paused, then continued, there have been rumors that someone hired wandering ninjas specifically to target us. Kain's gaze hardened. Contact Kakuzu's team. Offer 7 million Ryo, and if Kakuzu feels that's too low, raise it to 10 million. But make it clear that whoever is behind this needs to be eliminated. He closed the ledger. While Kain wasn't a financial expert, he had become familiar with the economic landscape in the ninja world. His ventures in Konoha weren't reflected in this particular ledger, but the figures showed a steady increase in monthly profits, now surpassing 70 million Ryo. His businesses included 3 casinos, 4 dessert shops and a factory, 4 izakayas, 3 restaurants, and 3 food stores. Notably, the casinos accounted for nearly 70% of the income, while the other establishments served as additional revenue streams. Aya managed the bulk of these enterprises, operating with a level of autonomy. She had shown a keen eye for opportunity, expanding their operations significantly since the initial izakaya that Kain had established. Now, she was working on building a supply chain from the ground up, planning to buy grain directly from farmers to supply local stores and a soon-to-be-built winery. Kain had already purchased modern brewing equipment, as he wasn't satisfied with the traditional brewing techniques of the shinobi world. Lichuan Bookstore was another profitable venture, pulling in close to 20 million Ryo monthly. Kain had provided them with 7 novels, and the bookstore had expanded to over 20 branches, with distribution agreements in other major countries. It was a highly successful business that dominated the market. By comparison, the annual allocation from the Land of Fire daimyo's mansion to Konoha village was only around 200 million Ryo. Kain's personal monthly income was approaching 90 million Ryo. While it was too bold to claim he could finance Konoha entirely, he certainly had the resources to contribute significantly, at least during peacetime. Wartime, however, would demand an entirely different scale of funding, as expenses would include weaponry, ninja equipment, mission payouts, pensions, medical supplies, and more. During conflict, Konoha fully reimbursed ninjas for their gear and expenses. They also cared for the children of fallen ninjas until they completed ninja school or could support themselves independently. Without such support, the Will of Fire ideology would lose its meaning. Miwa-san, I'm heading to Konoha. I'll leave things here in your care, Kain informed Miwa, but she quickly interjected, Boss, please consider bringing the Konoha Ninja Guard team with you. Even if there haven't been any recent assassination attempts, better safe than sorry. Miwa worried about Kain's safety, knowing that if something were to happen to him, their entire operation could collapse. Good point, Miwa, but no need for it this time. My movements are hard to trace, he reassured her, hinting at the unique transportation method he used to travel to this world. His trading system's shuttle function brought him here, always placing him in a forest near Konoha village, which provided both privacy and security. You and Aya have limited guards. While your people are capable against regular civilians, they may struggle with bounty hunters. Consider sending a message to Konoha and issuing 2 B-level guard missions. Moving forward, I want 2 Chunin squads assigned to protect both of you, Kain instructed. Adding 2 Chunin and 6 Genin to their security would enhance their defenses. Konoha village would likely avoid assassination contracts against them, and other villages would have to think carefully about risking conflict with Konoha by targeting its ninja teams. Miwa felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you, boss. I'll arrange it immediately. Please, though, be cautious yourself. Kain acknowledged her concern and, after delegating further responsibilities, activated the shuttle function of the trading system, arriving moments later in the forest near Konoha. Entering the village, he headed towards his commercial street, a project he had poured significant resources into. Over the past 2 years, he had opened 13 stores in Konoha, covering a wide array of goods and services, food, drinks, entertainment, clothing, and more. Though slightly off the main area, it was still the only dedicated commercial street in Konoha. The person in charge of managing these businesses in Konoha was Nanami. Known for her discipline and reliability, she kept operations running smoothly and was actively pursuing additional property purchases on the street to further expand Kain's commercial footprint. Of the 13 stores, all but the pharmacy had been doing brisk business, capitalizing on the lull in conflicts and the brief peace that the shinobi world was enjoying. Medicine sales had slowed, as people weren't purchasing in high volumes outside of wartime, but Kain was considering expanding his pharmaceutical business to smaller, less stable countries still experiencing turmoil. After Nanami reported the business details, Kain felt reassured about the state of his affairs in Konoha. However, he had one more question. Anything unusual recently? Nanami hesitated briefly before responding, there is something. Uzumaki Kushina has been visiting the stores daily, asking us to inform her as soon as you return. I thought it best to notify you first, so I haven't agreed to anything yet. Nanami was unfazed by Kushina's persistence. Though they shared a friendly rapport, Nanami's loyalty to Kain was unwavering. For her, nothing justified compromising his privacy without his consent. Kain chuckled at her loyalty. Thank you, Nanami. You did the right thing. He considered Kushina's recent behavior. Her curiosity and determination to locate him had undoubtedly grown, likely fueled by personal or clan matters. It was a reminder that his connections in Konoha were both a resource and a potential complication. Satisfied with the state of his affairs, Kain pondered his next steps. Though he had allies and influence across various domains, he knew he couldn't afford complacency. For now, his focus remained on expanding his enterprises and strengthening his network, all while navigating the complexities of the shinobi world and the looming challenges that might soon arise. Chapter 40, C40. Kushina, don't worry about it. Just let her be, Kain said, then turned to Nanami. By the way, Nanami, is Tsunade still in the village? Nanami paused, recalling her recent encounter with Tsunade. Yes, Master Tsunade hasn't left the village. I actually saw her just the other day. Kain nodded thoughtfully. All right, could you reach out to her? If she has the time, I'd like to invite her for a drink. Let's say, in the private room on the second floor of Kain's izakaya. Understood, Nanami replied, then moved on to discuss other matters concerning their establishments. Kain's businesses in Konoha were thriving. All 13 shops he owned were drawing in steady profits, with only the pharmacy showing a bit of a slump. This wasn't unexpected, the ninja world had entered a period of temporary peace, reducing demand for medicine. Still, his other ventures, particularly the game store, dessert shop, and izakaya, had essentially become staples in Konoha's commercial life. These popular spots had made Kain's commercial street the go-to area in Konoha for food, drink, and entertainment. Even the typically reserved Uchiha clan members were known to visit for desserts, apparently drawn to the confectionery selection. As more people gathered here, his shops continued to flourish, and with that, Kain's influence in Konoha grew as well. Kain's reputation also extended beyond commerce. For over a year, he'd been consistently sponsoring the local orphanage. His monthly contribution of 2.1 million ryo allowed the orphanage to care for countless war orphans, children who would otherwise have been homeless. About 6 months ago, the sponsorship amount had been increased from 500,000 to 700,000 ryo to meet the needs of the growing number of children. Now, 3 orphanages were sheltering more than 300 war orphans, something Konoha's budget wouldn't have been able to sustain alone. The impact was visible. 13 children from the orphanage had already entered the Ninja Academy, thanks to Kain's support. Among them, Yakushi Nono stood out as exceptionally gifted, ranking 4th in her class. Though her performance in physical combat needed some improvement, she consistently topped her class in theoretical studies. She even took it upon herself to occasionally pass on small pieces of information she overheard at school, regarding the families of her classmates. Though Kain hadn't asked her to do this, he appreciated her initiative. After Nanami left, Kain waited for evening, hoping Tsunade might be available. He knew she was likely busy with her medical reforms, which had made her more prominent recently, though it had little to do with her reputation as one of the Sannin. Despite his frequent travels, Kain kept his Konoha residence meticulously clean and under surveillance, with cameras set up around the property. So far, no one other than the cleaning staff had trespassed. Soon, a familiar voice called out from outside, followed by a rapid succession of footsteps. After one incident involving a pricey situation, Kushina had developed a respectful habit of knocking before entering his home. "Come in," Kain called. The door opened, and a small head of red hair poked through. Upon seeing Kain seated at the tea table, Kushina broke into a smile, entering and pouring herself a cup of tea as she took a seat across from him. "Boss, I didn't think you'd be back so soon," she greeted cheerfully. Kain smiled, half joking. "What surprises me more is that you seem to know the exact moment I return. You graduated from the academy, right?" "Congratulations, Kushina." Kushina's face lit up with pride as she flipped her hair, revealing her forehead protector. "Yep. And not just that, I graduated 3rd in my class." "Impressive," Kain praised, reaching into a nearby box to hand her a piece of chocolate as a gift. Kushina's excitement deflated. She looked at him with an exaggerated pout, clearly displeased. "Boss, seriously? A single piece of chocolate?" Kain chuckled at her reaction and stood up. All right. Wait here, I'll find something a bit more special." With a hint of expectation in her eyes, Kushina sat back, watching as he disappeared into another room. Kain scanned his space backpack, looking for something suitable. After a moment, he emerged carrying an extravagant multi-layered cake. Kushina's eyes widened as she beheld it, her mouth dropping open in delight. "Boss, is this really for me?" she asked, her voice tinged with excitement as she restrained herself from reaching out too soon. "Yep," Kain said with a smile, setting the cake before her. "It's all yours. Just remember to eat it tonight, it won't last much longer." Kushina nodded enthusiastically. "Then I'll invite my teammates to share it." "Will you join us, boss?" Kain shook his head. "I'll pass this time. I have other things to take care of tonight. Go and celebrate with your friends." Kushina stayed for a while, chatting about her recent achievements at the academy, before finally saying her goodbyes. Kain walked her to the door, watching as she struggled to carry the large cake. The sight was amusing. Kushina, her face almost hidden behind the towering dessert, craning her neck to see past it. As they approached the street, Kain sensed a subtle shift in the air and noticed a figure lingering near a telephone pole in the distance. He nudged Kushina and whispered, "Do you know that person over there?" Kushina squinted at the boy trying, rather unconvincingly, to look nonchalant. "That's Namikaze Minato, a classmate from the academy," she replied, clearly unimpressed. "But he's always so shy when he talks, and he even laughed at me once." "What's he doing here?" Kain chuckled, "Maybe he's here to celebrate with you." Kushina scrunched her nose. I'm not celebrating with someone who laughed at me. I'll see you later, boss. With that, she took cautious steps down the street, balancing the cake carefully to avoid damaging it. Kain stayed where he was, watching with a faint smile as she made her way home, occasionally glancing back to make sure she was on track. Kain lingered a moment longer, his thoughts briefly on Kushina and her growing skill and confidence. He turned, his mind shifting back to business matters. Soon enough, he'd have to follow up with Tsunade about the sponsorship plans and medical initiatives he'd discussed with her. For now, though, he let himself savor the moment of peace. Back inside, he resumed his preparations, his thoughts settling. Tonight, his work was far from over. Tur 41, C41. It's rare for you to come to me. Is there something I can help with? As Tsunade spoke, she poured herself a glass of wine and downed it. After a busy day at Konoha Hospital, a quiet night was a rare chance to unwind. She finished the glass, then asked, "Is someone bothering you?" "Not exactly. But there's something I'd like to ask." "Of all the people I know, you're the best in medical ninjutsu," Kain replied, taking out several case histories detailing terminal illnesses from his bag and handing them to Tsunade. "Is there any possibility of developing a cure for these diseases?" Tsunade said nothing, taking the documents Kain offered and reading them with deep concentration. After almost half an hour, she rubbed her forehead, closing her eyes for a moment to think. The day had been long, and without much rest after work, she spent the next half hour reviewing Kain's documents. It's not impossible to cure some of these, but developing an outright cure will take extensive research and testing. The first two conditions aren't overly difficult. I recall my grandfather did some studies that may be helpful. I'll need to track down some records. Did the second Hokage also study medical ninjutsu? Kain was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected the second Hokage to have researched illnesses like cancer or high blood pressure. It wasn't medical ninjutsu exactly, but some of his research overlaps with what you're asking about. Tsunade seemed unwilling to elaborate and shifted topics, saying, "Lately, I've been focused on developing medical ninjutsu. This will have to wait." "Is this about your brother?" Kain asked gently. Over the past year, news had quietly circulated that Tsunade's younger brother, Nawaki, might not be able to become a ninja. Yakushi Nono had mentioned it, sharing rumors from the village. "I'm surprised that you, who are rarely in Konoha, know about this." Tsunade's tone became more subdued, and she poured herself another glass, clearly frustrated. Nawaki's struggle at home was a source of anguish, pushing her to accelerate her regenerative medical ninjutsu research. Even Mito Grandma couldn't fully console him. Nawaki's inability to pursue the ninja path weighed heavily on him. "The second reason I wanted to speak with you is actually related to Nawaki. You might want to hold off on the wine, it could cloud your mind for what comes next," Kain said. Tsunade reluctantly set down her glass, her pride prickling slightly. She didn't think a few glasses would faze her, but when Kain mentioned Nawaki, she composed herself quickly. "Here, take a look at this," Kain said, handing her a document on the extremis virus. The details were technical, but based on her understanding of human physiology, Tsunade would comprehend it. "What is this?" Tsunade began, her curiosity piqued. The document contained detailed information on the development and theory behind the extremis virus, including algorithms and experimental results. Explanations of technical terms were provided, and the last sections held crucial experimental data. For the next 2 hours, as the izakaya's customers dwindled, Tsunade was engrossed in the material. The shop was now closed to the public except for their private room, but since it was Kain's establishment, no one rushed them. "I see you've done animal trials. Next would be human trials," she murmured, though more to herself than Kain. She recalled that her grandfather had been the foremost proponent of human experimentation, and although she resisted such methods herself, she found her resolve slipping when she thought of Nawaki. "This project is remarkable," Tsunade finally said. "In many respects, it surpasses the medical ninjutsu I know. Some aspects even resemble my own regenerative ninjutsu research." Her evaluation was high, and then she leaned in, eyes sparkling. "You're looking to collaborate, right? To perfect the extremis virus together?" "Yes, that's exactly it. The virus doesn't just repair physical damage, it can enhance human limitations. If perfected, the extremis virus could benefit us both." Kain didn't hide his ambition. Perfecting the virus was essential, not just for Nawaki's sake, but for the potential advancements it could bring to Konoha's medical system. If they succeeded, Nawaki could not only return to his path as a ninja but potentially become stronger than he had ever hoped. The document outlined the main challenge with the extremist virus, the host's self-regulation. Test subjects, whether plant or animal, couldn't achieve the level of self-regulation required, something that would hopefully change with human trials. If self-regulation was still unachievable, alternative approaches to enhance human metabolism and prevent cellular overload would be necessary. A memory came to Tsunade. Her grandfather's cells that were known for their extraordinary vitality and regenerative capabilities, might offer a solution to the extremist virus's risk factors. Her grandfather, the first Hokage, had cells that could potentially enhance the virus's fusion with human tissue, improving cellular metabolism and organ function. Could this really work? Tsunade chewed her lip thoughtfully. The possibility of a breakthrough was within reach, but using her grandfather's cells felt complicated. She wondered if she should consult Grandma Mito first. Tsunade. Kain's voice snapped her out of her thoughts. So, are you interested? Would you like to collaborate? I'll have to ask for permission first. But I think Grandma Mito would approve. Tsunade rubbed her brow, feeling the weight of a long day. Reading dense documents while tipsy had left her slightly dizzy. If that's the case, I'll wait for your answer, Tsunade. Kain noticed her hesitation but was confident that with Uzumaki Mito's approval, any remaining doubts would dissolve. Are you leaving already? It's late, but I haven't even had dinner yet, Tsunade remarked, slightly tipsy as she stood to leave. She paused at the door as Kain handed her a food box. Inside are packed food and some wine, take it home and enjoy. Kushina also brought back a large cake today, so I'm sure there'll be plenty left for you, Kain said with a smile. All right then, I'll be heading back. With that, Kain exited. When Tsunade walked out of the izakaya into the cool night air, the breeze sobered her up a little. She looked down at the food box in her hands, hearing the clink of the wine bottles inside. A faint smile crossed her lips. This guy really does know how to look after people, she thought to herself. Chapter 42, C42. It was late when Tsunade returned home. Kushina, Nawaki, and Grandma Mito had already gone to bed. As she looked through the refrigerator, she found a small piece of cake marked with a note that read, Sister Tsunade, remember to eat. This little girl, Tsunade chuckled as she picked up the cake and note. Then she glanced over at a bigger, unmarked slice of cake. Knowing how much energy she needed to replenish after exhausting her chakra daily, she decided to take the larger piece. Kushina's little tricks couldn't outsmart her. After enjoying her snack and a drink, Tsunade tidied up and went straight to bed. The next morning, Tsunade was stirred awake by Kushina's exclamation from the kitchen. She pretended to stay asleep, even when Kushina came in and slapped her playfully on the back. After a bit, Kushina left for her team's assembly, leaving the house quieter. Tsunade finally got up, stretching as she noticed Nawaki had set breakfast on the table for her. Sister, breakfast is ready, he said quietly, then began to walk back upstairs. Ever since he learned he could no longer become a ninja, Nawaki had been deeply saddened. Though a year had passed, the wound still lingered, only allowing him to return to a semblance of normalcy. Nawaki. Tsunade called to him, stopping him on the stairs. When he turned to look at her, she said firmly, I promise, you will become a ninja, within a year at most. A glimmer of hope returned to Nawaki's eyes as he saw the confidence in her face. In the past, when Tsunade reassured him, she often seemed uncertain, but today, her expression was firm, as if she truly had found a way. Thank you, sister. But, don't push yourself too hard. Don't worry. This will be easy for me. Tsunade replied, flashing a determined smile. After finishing her miso soup, she headed upstairs to speak with Grandma Mito. She emerged a while later with a satisfied expression, changed her clothes, and set out toward the Hokage's office. Tsunade, let me get this straight. He's proposing a collaboration to develop a serum capable of enhancing human constitution and healing nearly anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, his tone laced with both astonishment and skepticism. He knew Tsunade had been researching regenerative medical ninjutsu lately, and he worried her eagerness to heal her brother might cloud her judgment. Udatane Koharu and Mito Kato Hamura, the other two village elders, shared Sarutobi's disbelief. Tsunade's explanation suggested that this serum could heal even broken limbs, a feat that would rival the physical resilience of the first Hokage himself. To be precise, it's not a typical medicine. It's a serum, something that could alter the body's natural mechanisms, Tsunade clarified. Koharu, frowning thoughtfully, suggested, perhaps we should use Yuhi Makoto's genjutsu and the Yamanaka clan's techniques to investigate his true intentions. We need to know if this outsider poses any threat to Konoha. The suggestion made Tsunade's jaw tighten. No, she responded firmly. Forget about that. Kain isn't someone who could pull this off alone. This kind of research takes a skilled team and plenty of time. Besides, if we go poking around, it could provoke whoever's backing him, and I don't think any of us wants that. Her words hit their mark, silencing Koharu for a moment before she retorted, and what if he harbors ill intent toward Konoha? Tsunade scoffed, ill intent. He's been here for 2 years, and all he's done is earn an honest living. If that's ill intent, perhaps we should round up and interrogate all the other merchants who've come to Konoha. Koharu's face reddened, and she struggled for a response. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted, putting a halt to their bickering. Tsunade, I understand the importance of this research to you, but I must be honest, the village's finances are stretched thin. We can't afford additional funding for this project. Tsunade's frown deepened, though she had anticipated his refusal. Understood. I'll find the funds myself if I must. I'm merely informing you of this project as a courtesy. Hiruzen continued, even so, I would appreciate regular updates on your progress. Remember, Danzo was left severely injured in the Second Shinobi World War. He, too, could benefit greatly if this serum were to succeed. The reminder of Danzo's injuries, one eye and part of a shoulder lost in battle, made Tsunade pause. Yet, Hiruzen's words were unmistakable. He wanted the serum's benefits for the village, but without putting forth any financial investment. Tsunade couldn't help but smile bitterly at this, realizing the Hokage's veiled request for free access to the serum's results. I'll keep you posted, she replied shortly, then turned to leave the Hokage's office. Out on the street, she considered her options. She'd have to discuss the funding situation with Kain. If necessary, she'd consider selling some of the Senju family's collections. After all, this research would help her brother and bring unprecedented medical advancements to Konoha. As she returned home, Kain was waiting to hear her decision. Tsunade could see he was just as motivated. After all, the project's success would bring both of them significant benefits. If Tsunade agreed, he could also bring in Nono Yakushi, a promising young medical nin, to assist. Kain decided to visit the pharmacy next door to check on Nono's progress. When he entered, he found Mirai assisting a villager, explaining the dosage and effects of a particular medicine. After the villager left, Mirai turned to Kain, greeting him respectfully. Good morning, boss. Do you need anything? Kain motioned for him to wait, letting Mirai finish his task with the customers. Once they were alone, he said, it looks like the shop is getting steady business lately. Yes, Mirai replied, nodding. Many villagers come in for essential supplies. The man just now, for instance, has been here 3 times for the same medicine. You remember him? Kain asked, a little amused. He must stand out, then. Mirai chuckled. Well, he's rather unique. It's hard not to remember him. Kain acknowledged this with a nod. The villager's appearance was certainly striking, even by local standards, but he didn't dwell on it further. Instead, he turned the conversation to Yakushi Nono, curious about her progress in her medical studies under Mirai's guidance. Despite having lost a hand in battle, Mirai's expertise in medical ninjutsu remained sharp, and he'd taken it upon himself to mentor Nono over the past year. Nono, a talented but still young and inexperienced medic, had shown promise and determination under his instruction. Yakushi Nono has improved a lot, Mirai told him with pride. She's taken to her studies with diligence. I'd say, in time, she'll surpass me. Good to hear, Kain replied thoughtfully. I'm considering bringing her onto a research project soon, one that could benefit to her skills and dedication. As they continued to discuss Nono's future, Kain felt a renewed determination. Both he and Tsunade had clear reasons to make this research a success. For Tsunade, it was a chance to restore her brother's future as a shinobi, For Kain, it represented a new frontier in medical science. The days ahead would be challenging, but with the right resources and people in place, they were more than ready to take them on. Chapter 43, C43. Yakushi Nono's talent for learning has been exceptional. Over the past year, she has mastered all the medical knowledge Mirai imparted, and even learned 2 medical ninjutsu techniques. While her practical experience is still limited, she has essentially absorbed all the skills Mirai could offer her. To continue improving, however, Nono would need further training at Konoha Hospital, as Mirai's medical repertoire includes only 2 ninjutsu techniques. Kain was very pleased with Nono's progress and considered recommending her to study under Tsunade. Although Nono has already been assigned to a team, Tsunade's influence within Konoha makes it easy for her to request a genin for special training. This arrangement could also help Nono avoid becoming entangled with Danzo, as he would be unlikely to interfere directly with Tsunade. If Danzo attempted to take Nono from Tsunade, her notoriously fierce temper would almost certainly lead her to fight back. While Kain pondered these ideas, Tsunade arrived at his place, though she seemed to be in an unusually foul mood. Her expression wasn't one of disappointment but of genuine anger, which struck Kain as odd. He couldn't resist teasing her. "What happened, Tsunade? Did you run into a dog on the way?" His light-hearted question elicited a chuckle from Tsunade. She took a sip of the iced lemon tea he handed her, then sighed. Thinking back, the behavior of Hiruzen and the others indeed felt like an unpleasant encounter. Although Tsunade didn't relish thinking about them this way, their actions had been frustratingly greedy. "I wanted to discuss our cooperation," Tsunade began hesitantly. Although she had come to terms with asking for help, she found it hard to express her frustrations. Just before coming over, she'd reviewed the Senju family's remaining assets and realized that most of their wealth was tied up in property or her grandfather's research notes. Apart from a few valuable items, there wasn't much left that could be liquidated easily. The modest funds they had would be insufficient to cover the necessary equipment costs. Kain noticed her hesitation and quipped, "Tsunade, I don't think I've ever seen you look so bashful. Are you saying you've agreed to collaborate but don't have much to bring to the table?" "Not exactly," Tsunade replied, slightly flustered. She quickly explained the reaction she'd encountered from Sarutobi Hiruzen and his advisors. Although she softened her account, Kain could easily pick up on their underlying avarice. "Keep your family's possessions safe," Kain said, sounding determined. "I'll handle the research equipment and the acquisition of test subjects. I can purchase condemned prisoners from various regions in the Land of Fire for a fair price. It shouldn't cost much." Kain calculated the likely expenses. In the ninja world, life was sometimes tragically undervalued. Depending on supply, prisoners might cost no more than 50,000 ryo each. Regarding equipment, Kain planned to bring advanced instruments from elsewhere to use in their experiments. The serum, however, was another matter. "The serum for the extremis virus is extraordinarily precious," he emphasized. "Even if we succeed, I'll only be able to provide you with a small amount. The cost to produce just one vial is close to 100 million ryo. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even consider sharing it." Tsunade immediately assured him, "I understand. I'll make it clear to them." She knew that if Kain backed out, her brother Nawaki's dream of becoming a ninja would be all but shattered. With the basics settled, Tsunade and Kain discussed logistics. They agreed the laboratory should be established outside the village, but not so far as to impede Tsunade's obligations at Konoha Hospital. The facility would need to be discreet since transporting human subjects could be unsettling for villagers. Once a site was chosen, Tsunade would recruit Earth-style ninjas to construct the base, while Kain would procure the necessary equipment and prisoners. They planned to test the compatibility of the extremis virus with Hashirama cells once everything was in place. Although the serum was limited, Kain would provide Tsunade with small amounts periodically to maintain Konoha's interest in the project. Keeping this serum valuable and scarce would discourage the village from attempting to replicate it independently. Tsunade left Kain's house feeling cautiously optimistic. She knew that accessing Hashirama cells would be relatively simple. Her second grandfather had sealed a batch away after his own unsuccessful research. Securing Earth-style ninjas, however, could be more challenging. She considered asking Orochimaru, one of Konoha's most talented ninjas. Given their friendship, he would likely be willing to help her with the construction. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen was devising his own plans. Udatane Koharu, concerned about Konoha's long-term defense, questioned Hiruzen's intentions. Hiruzen, are you sure this strategy is safe? Master Mito's health is deteriorating, and if anything were to happen to Kushina, we might lose our next Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Don't worry, Hiruzen replied with calculated confidence. I've stationed additional Umbu around the village and tightened security along the borders, especially the one leading to the Land of Lightning. There's no way they'll escape. This plan was partly Danzo's idea. He saw an opportunity to test Kain's intentions without implicating Konoha directly. By using Cloud Shinobi spies as a cover, Konoha could learn more about Kain's medical research without taking any direct action. Danzo argued that if anything went wrong, Cloud Shinobi could bear the blame, while Konoha would remain uninvolved. Hiruzen liked this approach, seeing it as a low-risk way to deepen Kushina's loyalty to the village and potentially uncover valuable information. Satisfied with the arrangements, Kain returned to his work, delegating tasks to prepare for the upcoming experiments. That afternoon, however, Kushina made an unexpected visit. Kain had assumed she would be busy with her new team, so he was surprised but glad to see her. After offering her tea, he asked, "How was your first day as a ninja?" Kushina rolled her eyes and sighed. Honestly, it was kind of boring. We introduced ourselves and then had a practice exercise. Our leader, a Jonin, has this idea about teamwork. He's making us prove ourselves before officially acknowledging our team. Kain chuckled, sounds like your leader is committed to developing your teamwork. Before Kain could continue, they heard someone shouting from outside. Is the boss here? I want to buy something. Kushina, excited to help, jumped up. I'll take care of it. She ran toward the door, only for Kain to grab her collar and pull her back. Stay here, he said with a hint of seriousness. I'll go see what they want. Kain had shut the shop for the evening, so anyone entering uninvited was unusual. This wasn't the pharmacy, and most customers wouldn't be so eager for dessert at this hour. As he went to the front, Kain mentally prepared himself for an unusual encounter. He sensed that this day's events might be only the beginning of a much larger plot involving Tsunade, Kushina, and himself. With various interests and schemes swirling around Konoha, he knew he'd have to stay alert. Chapter 44, C-44. Kain heard the footsteps before seeing anyone. A man was at the door of the shop, trying to enter without permission. What's your business? Kain asked, blocking the man's way. The man looked vaguely familiar. He'd been around earlier, lingering near the pharmacy with an odd curiosity. It was his unusually dark skin tone that made him stand out, rare in the village, and an immediate red flag to Kain, who recalled that most Cloud Shinobi had similar features. Boss, the children at home are fussing for sweets, the man replied, inching closer to Kain. Stop right there. Kain commanded, eyes narrowing. The man's explanation sounded too convenient. Plus, he was getting far too close for comfort. Kain sensed something was wrong, his suspicions sharpening into certainty. This was no innocent villager. Cloud Shinobi were known for stealth, but this man's behavior was clumsy, raising all kinds of alarms. Just then, Kain noticed movement behind him. Kushina had peeked her head out, catching the man's attention. A grin crept onto the man's face. Both mission targets in one place, excellent. Before he could continue, Kain whipped out 2 submachine guns from his space backpack, aiming and unloading a volley of bullets at the intruder. The close range made accuracy a non-issue. The shots tore through the man's supposed disguise. In a cloud of smoke, the man transformed into a log. Body replacement technique, Kain muttered, scanning the area. He soon found the Cloud Shinobi nearby, wounded from the bullet spray, blood dripping from his arms. Didn't expect you to have weapons like these, the spy sneered, but the captain was right about you. Kain wasn't interested in listening. With a fluid motion, he dropped the empty guns, grabbed a new weapon from his space backpack, a Thompson submachine gun, and opened fire once more. The spy's eyes widened as he struggled to form a hand seal, his injuries making it nearly impossible. Forced to brace himself, he raised his hands in a futile attempt to shield his body. But it was too late. The bullets tore through his flesh, a shower of crimson staining the ground. Kain aimed for the chest, ensuring every critical organ was hit. Even as the spy collapsed, Kain pulled out an assault rifle and blasted a final hole through the man's chest, just to be certain. He was dead. Satisfied, Kain cleaned up the weaponry, slipping them back into his space backpack. To attract attention, he tossed a few grenades outside. The explosion would draw the village's attention quickly enough. "Get back," he said, grabbing Kushina by the arm and leading her into a concealed basement at the rear of the shop. The explosions echoed in the village, followed by silence. Kushina was visibly shaken, and she managed a hushed, "Boss, was that an enemy?" "Yes, and he might not be alone," Kain replied in a low voice, tossing another grenade as a deterrent. "Stay quiet." The explosion's impact soon became apparent. Members of the Konoha Guard, who were still patrolling nearby, quickly identified the source of the disturbance. They sprang into action, dashing across rooftops towards the flames. The Uchiha Guards, in particular, were enraged. Someone daring to cause such chaos within the village boundaries was an open insult to their authority. Activating their Sharingan, they prepared to take down whoever was responsible. From their hideout, Kain monitored the street outside. His gambit had worked. The loud blasts had driven other potential attackers back, ensuring the shop was clear, at least for the moment. "Boss, what now?" Kushina whispered. "Stay close, and don't talk," he replied, continuing his surveillance. After several tense minutes, he spotted the Uchiha Guards combing the area, along with other shinobi, their eyes on high alert. Knowing their basement hideout could be compromised if the Hyuga clan joined the search, Kain made a quick decision. He led Kushina out of the basement and into the open. Once outside, he called out to the Uchiha Guards, who immediately regarded them with suspicion. "I'm the owner of the dessert shop," Kain explained. "We were just attacked by a cloud shinobi. I request that you inform Tsunade Jonin right away." The guards relaxed slightly but remained cautious as they conducted a routine interrogation. Kain recounted the encounter with the cloud shinobi, adding some intentional embellishments to underline the threat. He explained how the intruder had openly admitted his intentions, emphasizing the audacity of cloud shinobi spies infiltrating so close to the village's core. Just then, Namikaze Minato arrived, jumping down from the roof with a look of concern. He rushed over to Kushina, who was still visibly shaken. "Kushina, are you all right?" he asked, his voice full of relief. Kushina managed a small smile, reassured by his presence. "I'm fine, Minato. Thanks for coming." Minato explained, "I was on my way back from training when an Umbu intercepted me. He said there was trouble here, so I rushed over." Kain listened carefully, a slight frown forming as he processed Minato's words. Something wasn't adding up. He stepped forward, interrupting the conversation. "Minato, just to clarify, you said an Umbu told you about Kushina's situation specifically?" Minato nodded, his expression innocent but clearly caught off guard by the question. The surrounding Uchiha guards also noticed the discrepancy, exchanging suspicious glances. Why would an Umbu have prior knowledge of the attack and relay it to Minato of all people, unless this was somehow orchestrated? The guards closed in, their attention now focused on uncovering the truth. Chapter 45, C45. "How is this going?" Tsunade asked, her brow slightly furrowed. She had been busy preparing for her work in the laboratory when she received the urgent notice. The moment she arrived, a wave of relief washed over her upon seeing that neither Kain nor Kushina was injured. The thought of either of them getting hurt was intolerable for her, especially since Kain was connected to her brother's hope for recovery, and Kushina was someone she cared about deeply. "I was attacked by Cloud Shinobi spies, but I feel there's something more going on here." "You can investigate it yourself," Kain replied, his face calm despite the turmoil brewing within him. Konoha's politics had reached a level of corruption that deeply unsettled him. He could bring benefits to Konoha, but it seemed the village couldn't help but plot against him. Even if he wielded immense power, he couldn't stop the insatiable greed that surrounded him. "What happened?" Tsunade pressed, sensing Kain's growing disdain toward Konoha. She was eager to know the details. Surely, it couldn't have been just a straightforward spy attack. "I won't say much more about it, you should look into it yourself, Tsunade-san." Kain shook his head. He then gently patted Kushina on the head and added, "Since you're here, please take Kushina with you. Let's go back." "You bastard," Tsunade muttered, feeling a twinge of irritation at Kain's use of honorifics. This incident was not her fault, why was he blaming her? "Then what do you suggest I do?" "I have no idea if there are more spies lurking in the village." Why don't you come with me to the Senju clan's land? I can arrange for your safety there, Tsunade proposed, her tone becoming more serious. Before she could finish, Kushina eagerly nodded to Kain like a chick pecking for feed, urging him, yes, boss. Go to the Senju clan. Sister Tsunade will protect you. No, Kain replied flatly. How could he trust Konoha after everything that had just happened? He'd rather return to the Marvel world and be at ease. If possible, Tsunade-san, could you please send me out of the village? I'd prefer to leave now, but it seems the security team needs to ask me questions first, Kain stated, a hint of urgency in his voice. Tsunade frowned, her concern evident. It would be dangerous to leave the village at this moment. I'll be safe, I assure you. If you can, Tsunade-san, Kain pleaded. He understood her worries, she would likely not cease her research on the extremis virus. A businessman like him wouldn't let others' animosity dictate his decisions. Regardless of whether this incident involved Tsunade, he still needed her research on the extremis virus combined with Hashirama's cells. Kain's return now served as a statement to Konoha, he would no longer provide medicine exclusively to the village. Should the situation demand it, he would use the excuse of not wanting to be targeted again to justify supplying medication to other nations. For Kain, the drug trade was akin to gambling. Konoha had already broken the contract first, so he wouldn't feel guilty for doing the same. Of course, it's fine to arrange for you to leave the village, but right now, well, let me talk to them, Tsunade reluctantly agreed, though she cursed under her breath. Who could be behind this mess? Danzo, perhaps. The explosion had also attracted Nanami, and Kain seized this opportunity to relay some important information to her. Unable to purchase the death row inmate himself, he instructed Nanami to inform Aya. Once Tsunade spoke with the security team, they initially wanted to interrogate Kain about the Cloud Shinobi spy. However, Tsunade's insistence and her authority made them relent. After all, the body of the spy was in their possession, and they planned to hand it over to the interrogation squad for the Yamanaka clan to extract memories. After gaining the necessary permissions from the security team, Tsunade led Kushina and Kain out of Konoha. They stepped into the forest, where Kain asked Tsunade and Kushina to return home. Once they were out of sight, he discreetly moved behind a tree and activated his system to return directly to the Marvel world. Kushina, tell me exactly what happened just now, Tsunade said solemnly on their way back. She needed to understand why Kain's attitude had shifted so dramatically. If she mishandled this situation, it could have serious repercussions for the reform of Konoha's medical system. Konoha had become heavily reliant on Kain's medicines, and the hospital had yet to analyze their components. A sudden disruption could be catastrophic. After our team disbanded, I went to the dessert shop to find the boss, and we didn't talk for long, Kushina recounted, sensing Tsunade's seriousness. She relayed everything, particularly the moment Kain had questioned Namikaze Minato. Upon reflection, she realized that there was something off about Minato's words. While she didn't want to suspect him, it seemed the real issue lay with that Umbu. Kushina thought back, how could the Umbu possibly have had time to inform Minato? Was this Umbu simply incompetent or acting under orders? Who in Konoha could command the Umbu like this? Damn bastards! Tsunade exclaimed angrily, her desire to confront those responsible intensifying. She wanted to storm the Hokage building immediately and demand answers from those behind this chaos. Kushina, I'll take you home first, she stated firmly. After dropping Kushina off, she planned to confront those old-timers and demand clarity. Miss Tsunade, will the boss come back? Kushina asked uneasily. Kain's mood had shifted so drastically, she feared he wouldn't return to Konoha. If he left, she would lose the only friend she felt she could confide in. He will definitely come back. You don't need to worry about that, Tsunade reassured her. After dropping Kushina off, she hurried towards the Hokage building. On her way, she unexpectedly encountered Orochimaru. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Tsunade asked, her expression shifting from annoyance to curiosity. Orochimaru smiled, his demeanor relaxed. I came because you left so suddenly in the middle of your work. The old man asked me to wait for you, so here I am. It really has something to do with them. Tsunade's anger flared up again. The extremis virus that Kain possessed was directly linked to Nawaki's health, those bastards. Do you want to stop me? Tsunade demanded, her voice sharp. No, Tsunade. I'm on your side. If you need me, I can accompany you to meet the old man, Orochimaru quickly interjected, not wanting to provoke her ire. He had no desire to be on the receiving end of Tsunade's rage, especially since his body modification technique was still a work in progress. I hope you'll allow me to participate in the experimental research. I'm very curious about what you've mentioned, and Nawaki is my student. I want to help, he added earnestly. Tsunade's anger began to simmer down a bit upon hearing Orochimaru's plea. She finally relented, saying, "Okay, I agree, but first, let's head to the Hokage building together." And with that, the two of them headed off, determined to uncover the truth behind the troubling events that had unfolded. Chapter 46, C-46. That night, the ninja on duty in the Hokage building heard a furious roar emanating from the Hokage's office. After a short while, the sound vanished, suggesting that a sound insulation barrier had been activated. Ultimately, Tsunade was seen leaving the Hokage building, her expression furious, followed closely by Orochimaru. "Tsunade, don't be angry. Mr. Sarutobi is just being a bit more cautious. If I were in his position, I would likely test all possibilities concerning an unknown and potentially uncontrollable force. It's the instinct of a hunter. After all, the other party didn't allow Mr. Sarutobi to see it as an irresistible threat," Orochimaru explained, attempting to calm her. However, Tsunade's face contorted with anger again as she retorted, "Orochimaru, whose side are you on?" "Of course, I'm on your side, Tsunade. I was just in the Hokage's office, advocating for you," he insisted, taking a step back. He recognized that continuing the argument about politics at that moment was futile. His real aim was to participate in the research. "Then when will the research start?" "I will prioritize it against the missions in the village to accommodate it," Orochimaru pressed. "I don't know, we'll just have to wait," Tsunade replied, shrugging. She eyed him carefully, her voice steady as she said, "Don't think I'm lying to you. I genuinely don't know when it will start. The extremis serum, research equipment, and experimental subjects, all of these are handled by Kain. We only ventured out for the venue, and this incident occurred. Now, he can't feel safe and has left Konoha overnight." Orochimaru was momentarily stunned by this news. Realizing that Kain had indeed departed, he mentally chastised Mr. Sarutobi, "This is truly bad news. I'm more anxious about this than anyone else." Tsunade exclaimed. "I've already made a promise to Nawaki, and now this happens. I fear this will create trouble for Konoha in the future, Tsunade," Orochimaru remarked thoughtfully. The implications of Kain's business weighed heavily on his mind. It was clear that he would not limit his medicinal supplies to Konoha alone, they would likely appear in other ninja villages. If a war broke out at that time, Kain's medicines could significantly alleviate the shortage of medical ninjas. Tsunade felt even more upset, frustrated by the reckless decisions made by those in power. They understood Kain's value but still acted irresponsibly. "I'll let you know when he returns to begin the experiment, Orochimaru," she stated, waving him off. Tsunade walked toward the Senju clan's compound, her head swirling with thoughts of the medicines, such a headache for those who played political games. She wished to distance herself from it all. Kain, who had previously expressed care for her, was now in a precarious situation, nearly losing his life due to their own incompetence. How could she explain this to him? Kain was a cautious individual, she knew he wouldn't take this lightly. Returning to the Senju tribe, Tsunade found Kushina and Grandma Mito still awake. "Kushina, why are you still up?" "And Grandma, you should be resting, you're getting old," she said, concern etched on her face. Kushina, anxiety evident in her voice, interrupted, "Miss Tsunade, will he come back?" "Of course he will. If you're just waiting for an answer, you should go rest," Tsunade assured her, hoping to calm her nerves. It wouldn't be right to involve Kushina any further, she was already a victim of tonight's events. Once Kushina left, Tsunade sighed heavily and turned to Uzumaki Mito. "Grandma, can you warn those fools? They're starting to plot against Kushina." Uzumaki Mito fell silent for a moment, gathering her thoughts. "Tsunade, I'm afraid I don't have much time left. Nawaki and Kushina will need your care moving forward. If Nawaki isn't cured, please don't blame yourself too much, and don't get stuck in the past." Despite her high status, Uzumaki Mito recognized her limitations. If this situation had arisen a few years ago, she would have confronted the Hokage without hesitation. But times had changed. The political landscape could corrupt even the noblest of hearts. Even a skilled ninja like Senju Tobirama hadn't escaped this fate. Mito recalled that before Hashirama's departure, he had warned Tobirama not to target the Uchiha clan. Yet after nearly 2 decades as Hokage, Tobirama had grown increasingly distrustful of the Uchiha, prioritizing his judgment over his brother's wishes. The same went for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Regardless of what Mito advised or how much he promised, it was futile. Once she was gone, Sarutobi would return to trusting his own judgment, leaving Tsunade as the only one capable of protecting both Kushina and Nawaki. Tsunade fell into silence, comprehending Grandma Mito's concerns. Yet, her current position was insufficient. She needed to implement medical reforms and gain control of the medical department to have any significant influence in the village. "I understand, Grandma," Tsunade finally said, a steely determination settling in her heart. She had managed to handle the situation at the Hokage building earlier, and she vowed that once she gained more power, she wouldn't back down from the old men's authority. 1 is 1, and 2 is 2. For now, Tsunade could only hope Kain returned swiftly, allowing her to initiate the Extremis experimental project without further delay. After Kain returned to the Marvel world, he finally felt a measure of relaxation. This was the first time he had taken a life, especially that of a ninja. Although his mentality had not shifted significantly, he simply didn't want to remain in Konoha after such a chaotic incident. The Cloud Shinobi spies had been misinformed. They didn't grasp the strength of modern firearms. While guns did exist in the Hokage world, they were still primitive compared to contemporary weapons, and it would take decades for their development to catch up. Konoha had miscalculated this time, but as they gathered intelligence, the next encounter would likely be different. Kain understood that he wouldn't stay in Konoha unless absolutely necessary, perhaps only if he could reside in the clan lands of either the Senju or Uchiha clans. Those old bastards. "They're using Cloud Shinobi spies to test me," he thought, anger boiling within him. Initially, Kain had only wanted to conduct honest trade and acquire the resources he desired. Yet after being deceived by those in power, he felt compelled to seek revenge. He couldn't allow this slight to go unaddressed. "Contact the Uchiha clan when I return," he resolved. Kain had no illusions about forging friendships within that family. Beyond medical resources, he lacked anything the Uchiha truly needed. They were a self-sufficient clan with their own medical ninjas. While they might be short on battlefield medics, they were never in want of practitioners for their own. Still, Kain would do his best to make connections. If money fell short, he would rely on his reputation. The Uchiha clan, known for their pride, had a vulnerability there, one that could be exploited. But for now, Kain needed to unwind and prepare the serum and research equipment for Extremis. The future loomed uncertain, but he was determined to face it on his own terms. Chapter 47, C-47. "For more than half a month, I thought you weren't coming." After seeing Kain again, Tsunade finally breathed a sigh of relief after hanging in uncertainty for so long. She then punched Kain lightly on the arm, complaining, "Kushina has been asking about your whereabouts. She's been quite depressed lately. When did you guys become so close?" Kain shrugged, trying to downplay the situation. "It's just that the other kids don't seem to like her much. You know how it is, if you find a taller person among a group of shorter ones, it can appear as if we have a close relationship." Tsunade frowned at Kain's casual demeanor. She could sense the underlying seriousness in their conversation and he quickly redirected her focus. "Let's get back to business. I brought some serum and experimental equipment with me when I returned, but I need to make a request." A sense of unease washed over Tsunade as she heard Kain's words. "What request?" "As long as it's reasonable, I'll agree to it," she replied cautiously. Kain smiled, seemingly relieved. "Great. It shouldn't be a problem for you. I want to relocate the laboratory and build it outside Konoha." "Why outside?" "We've already chosen the current location," Tsunade countered, perplexed by his request. "It will be safer to build it outside Konoha." "Please, Tsunade, I rarely ask you for anything like this, but I think it's necessary. I will install a lock on the door of the new lab, and only relevant personnel will have access," Kain insisted firmly. Tsunade sensed that Kain's insistence stemmed from recent events that had made him wary of Konoha's security. After a moment's hesitation, she sighed and agreed. "Fine. I'll ask Orochimaru to oversee the construction of an underground laboratory. I want him to participate, though. That should be fine. Kain nodded, relieved. Of course, having Orochimaru involved will ensure better security. If we only use Earth-style for defenses, it would be too easy for someone to sneak in. We need to reinforce the walls, floors, and ceilings with materials like iron sheets to fortify the foundation of the underground lab. I'll leave the rest to the construction team. As Tsunade listened, she felt a growing unease. The death row prisoners have also been contacted. There are 30 people in the first batch, all detained in the town. You can go directly to Nanami for the funds needed for the lab. I have more than a dozen shops in Konoha. Besides that, the orphanage should provide enough resources for our experiments. Tsunade's frown deepened as she processed Kain's words. This sounds awfully detailed. Are you planning to avoid Konoha completely in the future? Kain shook his head. I will still visit, but only after I've finished my work. As a foreigner, it's not safe for me to stay in Konoha for long periods. I hope you can understand that this won't affect the research on the extremis virus. I'll continue sending serum regularly. Okay, I understand, Tsunade replied, though a hint of reluctance lingered in her voice. It seemed absurd that Kain, now a friend of Konoha, felt compelled to avoid the village altogether. Kain then produced several gifts and letters intended for Kushina, Yakushi Nono, and others. I won't be visiting Konoha often, so I thought I'd send these along, he explained. Tsunade's dissatisfaction grew as she noticed Kain's gift for the Uchiha clan. You're sending something to them too? What for? She inquired. Kain explained, the last time I encountered Cloud Shinobi spies, the Uchiha were the first to respond besides Umbu. While it was their duty, they did provide some intimidation to the other spies. Despite her reservations, Tsunade accepted the decision. She sent a member of the Senju clan to deliver the gifts to the Uchiha. Kain had made a smart move. It would be foolish to put all his eggs in one basket. A wise businessman diversifies his assets, and Kain knew that focusing solely on Konoha could be detrimental. The market for medicines in Konoha had become saturated, leading to diminishing returns. With plans set in motion, Kain's mind drifted towards expanding his business beyond Konoha. His goal was to establish operations in the Land of Waves as a springboard to access the Land of Water and build relations with Kirigakure. Speaking of which, when did the Blood Mist policy start? Third Mizukage shouldn't have initiated it until after the Second Shinobi World War. If it hadn't started, I might have been able to recruit some bloodline heirs. Kain mused. After pondering this, he shook his head. It was easy to fantasize about recruiting powerful ninjas from prominent clans, but the reality was complicated. Bloodline clans often came with their own set of loyalties and grievances, making recruitment a challenging endeavor. Nevertheless, he could still recruit from other groups, as not everyone could withstand the immense pressure of their respective clans and villages. It's useless to dwell on what could have been. Let's focus on the current situation, Kain concluded. He was primarily waiting for the extremis virus research to succeed, as this would greatly enhance his survivability. Additionally, he aimed to build power within the ninja world and accumulate resources. Aya had been working hard in the Land of Waves. Not only had she recruited 2 Chunin squads from Konoha, but she had also enlisted more than 20 samurai guards. With adequate safety measures in place and sufficient funding, she quickly assembled a team of shipwrights and carpenters, acquiring a shipyard in the process. She remembered Kain's words about the shipping industry being the easiest to develop in the Land of Waves. Starting from there would facilitate quicker access to the Land of Whirlpool and the Land of Lightning, surpassing overland routes. Furthermore, it would open doors to trade with other territories, like the Land of Water and the Land of the Rainbow. Establishing a successful shipping business would effectively monopolize the trade of the port, enhancing cargo logistics and operations. Now that Kain was preparing to expand into other countries, he realized it would be beneficial to bring Aya back. Being from the Senju clan, she would likely avoid any negative attention upon her return. Later, Tsunade approached Orochimaru with a map and plan for the new experimental base. I need you to oversee the relocation of the original experimental base. This new location will be crucial for our research. After glancing over the map, Orochimaru chuckled softly, his interest piqued. It seems Kain is quite wary of Konoha now. Mr. Sarutobi won't let this go easily, Once prey is caught in the hunter's jaws, it's not so simple to escape. With a serious expression, Tsunade replied, I know. That's why we need to be cautious and make this new laboratory as secure as possible. As they discussed further details, both Tsunade and Orochimaru understood the gravity of Kain's request. They were stepping into uncharted territory, one that could have significant implications for their futures in Konoha and beyond. Chapter 48, C-48. Master 3rd Mizukage, someone outside wants to see you. The other party is a businessman from the Land of Fire. He seems to want to do business with the village. The assistant reported respectfully to the 3rd Mizukage. Recently, the temper of the 3rd Mizukage had become increasingly eccentric. He had disposed of 2 Umbu directly under him. Under the influence of the 3rd Mizukage, the atmosphere in Kirigakure had become quite strange. A businessman from the Land of Fire. Let him go to Genji for this kind of thing. Do I, as Mizukage, need to handle everyone else's affairs? What are they doing for food? After hearing this, the 3rd Mizukage shouted coldly. This kind of interference was bothersome to him, and he felt it was time for the village to undergo some changes. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the 3rd Mizukage completely forgot that he had issued an order a few days ago stating that he needed to be informed about everything happening in the village, regardless of its size. Yes, Mizukage-sama. The assistant lowered his head and replied, suppressing the trembling in his heart, and then slowly backed out. After the Second Shinobi World War, the 3rd Mizukage's temper had not improved. With the deaths of the 2nd Mizukage and the 2nd Tsuchikage, and Kirigakure's defeat by the Sand Shinobi, he was left to pick up the pieces as the next Mizukage. Kirigakure's strength was not weak, but there were too many small factions, preventing them from effectively utilizing the power that Mist Shinobi should wield on the battlefield. As a result, they struggled even against the Sand Shinobi, who were fighting on 2 fronts. What a shame. It is necessary to use iron and blood methods to integrate the power of Kirigakure. Later, the 3rd Mizukage came up with the concept of blood mist. He wanted to employ this strategy to weaken those disobedient bloodline families while simultaneously strengthening the civilian ninjas through harsh methods, thereby consolidating his power as Mizukage. Kain did not have the opportunity to meet the Mizukage. Not every leader of a ninja village has exceptional foresight, not even in Konoha. In the beginning, Tsunade, a professional, had crafted deals for Kain, enabling him to trade smoothly with Konoha. Now that he was being sent to another official, Kain had mentally prepared himself. Please wait here for a moment, I will report to Master Genji. After speaking, the assistant Mizukage knocked on the door and entered to inform the people inside. Upon hearing the name Genji, Kain suddenly recalled the significance of this individual. Although he appeared infrequently in the anime, his status was quite high. It was said that this man had assisted the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Mizukages and held considerable influence in Kirigakure. After a short while, the assistant emerged and said to Kain, please come in. Genji was a middle-aged man with a bald head, a few years older than Sarutobi Hiruzen. He handled all the trivial matters in Kirigakure, including liaising with the daimyo and logistical arrangements. After Kain explained his intentions, Genji looked surprised but intrigued. Kirigakure had also dispatched spies to Konoha and was aware that a businessman was selling convenience medicine there. They had received reports from their spies. It was interesting to note that Cloud Shinobi were the most decisive and wanted to capture Kain and Kushina together. Genji was astonished that Kain was the one reaching out for cooperation. He had originally intended for the spies lurking in Konoha to make contact with Kain. Regarding the medicines, Mist Shinobi spies in Konoha had already procured some and sent them back to Kirigakure for experiments, which proved to be effective. If such medicines were available on the battlefield, they could indeed be lifesavers. After considering Kain's intentions to sell medicines, Genji thought for a moment and readily agreed. This would greatly benefit Kirigakure. Even Konoha was feeling the lack of medical ninjas. How many medical ninjas could there be in Kirigakure? Apart from the bloodline families, commoner ninjas often had to wait in line when they fell ill or got injured, or they had to rely on their own experience to manage their ailments. Even common healers were hard to come by, as they were typically supported only by the nobility and wealthy merchants. If Kain's medicines were available, it would significantly alleviate the burden on Kirigakure's wounded. In addition to medicines, Kain had other businesses he could trade with Kirigakure, such as food, ironware, and more. At this time, Kirigakure represented the dominance of the nearby waters. Rock Shinobi had a joint earth style, while Mist Shinobi possessed a joint water style at sea. More than a dozen water-style ninjas could easily sink numerous large ships. In addition to discussing the terms of the deal, Kain also requested that Kirigakure ensure the safety of his shipping fleet in the Kingdom of Waters, stating that Mist Shinobi ninjas should not attack him. If any enemy did assault his fleet, Mist Shinobi would be responsible for finding the culprit. As for the payment and goods involved in the transaction, they were essentially the same as with Konoha. The daimyo of Mist Shinobi funded this area, which was even scarcer than Konoha's resources, forcing them to use gold and jewelry as collateral. However, Kain also made a stipulation that Kirigakure's mortgaged items must include chakra metal, which should appear once every 2 or 3 transactions. Upon hearing this request, Genji fell silent. For ninjas, chakra metal was incredibly valuable and could significantly enhance their strength. When forging weapons, it could improve the flow of chakra as well. Kirigakure did not receive much chakra metal each year, most of it being sourced from the Land of Rainbows, the Land of Tea, etc. There were many hungry wolves in the village who coveted these resources. Every bloodline family wanted a larger share of the chakra metal. However, with the availability of Kain's medicines, Kirigakure could ensure the survival rate of civilian ninjas, which was a necessity for most ninjas. The trading location would be established in a port in the Land of Water. After Kain's shipping ship was built, the Land of Waves would begin to transport goods. The first batch of transactions was scheduled for 2 months later. Kain planned to establish 2 factories in the Land of Waves, a pharmaceutical factory and a fresh food processing factory. Being a significant fishing nation, it was crucial to make the most of the resources available in the Land of Waves. People in the ninja world had a strong fondness for fresh seafood, but acquiring it in the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth was a challenge. If Kain could process these products into fresh cans for sale, he could develop a large-scale business. Kain was also considering recruiting more guards, aiming for a base of 2,000 personnel. They would be trained in the methods of a regular army and equipped with modern weaponry, such as submachine guns, assault rifles, and rocket launchers. This would give them a significant advantage. The Land of Waves was relatively small, making it suitable for business development while retaining a small number of guards. Therefore, Kain planned to establish a modern army in the Land of Tea. However, doing so would require him to bring the production line of the military factory, as repeatedly transporting equipment would be cumbersome, and buying large quantities of arms elsewhere would prove troublesome. Subterranean laboratory outside Konoha village in the Land of Fire. Boom. There was a violent explosion, and death row prisoners were reduced to a cloud of blood mist. The ground, which had been paved with iron plates, was slightly concave from the impact of the explosion. Orochimaru observed with great interest, his eyes glinting. After adding the target cells of the first Hokage, the power of the explosion has been reduced instead. A single extremis virus can emit terrifying high temperatures and shock waves, but just now it manifested in the form of flesh and blood. Tsunade, how is the data collection progressing? The data has been collected, but the equipment was destroyed again, and we lost the serum. Tsunade scratched her hair and replied to Orochimaru. It had been a month, 3 tubes of serum had been divided into batches, 10 death row experimental subjects had been killed, and 3 devices had been destroyed, yielding minimal progress thus far. Contact him, the experiment can't stop. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he turned around, preparing to continue his research. Tsunade muttered a few words under her breath, feeling that the cost was too high and embarrassed to speak to Kain about it. Chapter 49, C49. Kain rushed back from his dealings in the Land of Waves and the Land of Water, heading straight to the underground laboratories of Tsunade and Orochimaru. The air was thick with anticipation, the fluorescent lights flickering above casting an eerie glow on the sterile environment. As he entered the lab, he was greeted by Orochimaru, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Mr. Kain, Orochimaru began, his voice low and conspiratorial, the serum has been used up. Although we've made some progress, we need to carry out the next test. He leaned in closer, his interest piqued. Kain nodded, sensing the weight of their shared mission. Tsunade stepped forward, catching Kain's gaze. Orochimaru is right. We have collected a considerable amount of useful data. We can confirm that the extremis virus suppresses my grandfather's immune cell erosion. Moreover, his cells seem to enhance the metabolic function of the subjects, creating a sort of equilibrium. Her tone was serious, but there was a flicker of hope in her eyes. What exactly does that mean? Kain asked, his brow furrowing as he leaned closer. Tsunade sighed, clearly frustrated. We thought the experiment was successful, but then they exploded again. It may have something to do with emotional states. If the subject is in a coma, they can recover from severe wounds. However, when they wake up and their emotions fluctuate, it triggers a violent explosion. Kain listened intently, processing the information. Judging by the explosion's scale, it seemed they had indeed made progress. At least a few intact bones had been recovered after the latest incident. The equipment for data collection and medical examinations should be replaced in the ninja world. Though it's more expensive, we should invest in that. As for the serum, I can arrange for a new batch to be delivered in a few days. First, let me review the data more closely. He rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of responsibility. Orochimaru, unfazed by the destruction, added, if possible, we need to send different subjects for testing: teenagers, women, children, and ninjas. Kain raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Can I call you Orochimaru? Of course, just call me Orochimaru, he replied with a smile. All right, then you can call me Kain. The first 3 types of subjects are available, they're all in the prison of the Land of Fire. However, the last one might be difficult for me to procure. Do you have any ideas? Orochimaru smirked, his eyes glinting with mischief. There are many ninjas in Konoha prison. But if you want someone specific, it's likely that they will have a fair reason to intervene. I'm sure you wouldn't want to provoke that kind of situation. Kain nodded thoughtfully. Let me see what I can do. Perhaps I can have Kakuzu catch some wandering ninjas and clean up the rogue elements in the Land of Tea. Tsunade remained silent, refraining from participating in the darker aspects of their discussions. Although she accepted the necessity of human experimentation, she didn't want to initiate that kind of conversation herself. Her mentality was more protective, stemming from her commitment to her brother. She was willing to be passive but did not want to take the first step into the moral abyss. Even a ninja can do it. You truly are resourceful, Kain, Orochimaru praised, a hint of admiration in his voice. His curiosity about Kain's capabilities and the forces behind him was growing. The fact that they could even research something as complex as the extremist virus hinted at a well-funded and professional team. Can even the Wood-style bloodline be activated? Kain asked, his surprise evident as he observed some of the experimental subjects behaving unusually. Tsunade confirmed, yes, if the extremist virus remains under control, it may indeed be able to replicate my grandfather's Wood-style ninjutsu. She paused, contemplating the implications. If this experiment succeeded, she would be eager to try it on herself. Yet, she understood Kain's nature all too well. He would likely want something of great value in return, something that would make his heart race. As time passed, Kain found himself frequently traveling between the experimental base, the town, and the Land of Fire. He had effectively become the logistics steward of the research facility, overseeing the delivery of research results on the extremist virus from Killian. Despite his progress, Kain was cautious. He and Killian had never encountered Hashirama's cells, and he had no intention of sharing Orochimaru and Tsunade's research data. Such a decision would be illogical and risky. Additionally, Kain devoted a significant amount of time to practicing ninjutsu. He had mastered the 3-body technique and shadow clone technique to a commendable degree, but he found forming seals a bit slower than he desired. Under optimal conditions, he could manage 3-body techniques per second, but his average was still only 2 seals per second. Kakuzu, upon learning about Kain's abilities, expressed both surprise and disappointment. Such a valuable attribute wasted on you, Kain, he lamented. You're not suited to be a ninja, neither in terms of chakra quantity nor ninjutsu talent. Kain speculated that his change in chakra attributes might be linked to Kakuzu's own chakra. He was, after all, not originally from the ninja world. Having never come into contact with chakra before, Kain's experience mirrored those who had received the first batch of chakra passed down by the Sage of Six Paths, albeit in a diluted form. However, he was unconcerned about his own strength. He had a clear vision of his role, to avoid direct confrontation and danger whenever possible. Instead, he used the system to travel between worlds in moments of crisis, a method akin to the invincible flying thunder god technique. No enchantment or sealing technique could limit him in that regard. Learning other ninjutsu was merely a way to conceal his identity and movements. His true interest lay in studying the extremis virus and Hashirama cells to enhance his own constitution. Kain had positioned himself as a boss, not a mere thug charging into battle. He had even spent 30 million Ryo to have Kakuzu train him for a month just to learn the Earth-style, Earth Dragon hidden technique. This would allow him to escape quickly in a critical moment in the Marvel world. "Calm down, Mr. Tushar," Orochimaru said, his voice low and calming. "If you can survive, we'll let you go and give you a sum of money. Just cooperate with us." "Ah." The subject, agitated and overwhelmed, screamed in terror before. Boom. Before Orochimaru could finish his sentence, the experimental subject in the isolation area exploded again, but this time only one arm erupted, slowly recovering from the blast. The visible regeneration of bones, blood vessels, and meridians was astonishing. Successful. Tsunade gasped, her heart racing as she recorded the subject's physical reactions. She adjusted the ratio of Hashirama cells to the extremis virus, her scientific mind racing ahead with possibilities. "Hee, it seems my hypothesis was correct, Tsunade," Orochimaru said with a triumphant smile. While many experimental subjects had perished in pursuit of knowledge, their sacrifices had not been in vain. This latest subject was a testament to their progress. It seemed they were tantalizingly close to success. Chapter 50, C50. "What a good idea, Orochimaru." Tsunade couldn't help but praise him, her heart filled with joy. This was the first successful example of their experiments after so long. Even though the experimental subject had just exploded, it was limited to the arm, leaving important parts such as the internal organs and brain intact. "It seems that the serum is not enough," she continued thoughtfully. "The injection ratio needs to be tested a few more times. This might have something to do with the cells. Orochimaru, this subject is now in your hands. If he passes the next test, teach him how to refine chakra and try to learn wood-style ninjutsu. If he can learn wood-style, that would be a significant advantage for Konoha," she replied with interest. Before Orochimaru could finish his thought, Tsunade left to report the good news to Kain and to request additional extremis virus serum. Once she was gone, Orochimaru let out a low chuckle. While testing for wood-style was a certainty, he had no intention of handing this subject over to Konoha. If the experimental subject could indeed utilize wood-style, Orochimaru would ensure he met a swift end. Tsunade was a bit too naive in her beliefs. Her eagerness would ultimately jeopardize Nawaki's future. Although Tsunade's medical ninjutsu was invaluable for advancing their research on the human body, her lack of emotional intelligence put them at risk. Orochimaru would have to manage the fallout, or their cooperation could become problematic. A few days later, Kain received the update but did not rush back immediately. Instead, he finished his business nearby before heading to the experimental base. About 5 days later, when he finally arrived, he found Orochimaru and Tsunade training a person in ninjutsu in the woods outside the underground laboratory. "You're late, Mr. Tushar has been learning ninjutsu these past few days," Tsunade said happily as she waved him over. As Kain approached, he noticed Mr. Tushar looking at him with a hint of hatred in his eyes before quickly lowering his gaze. Kain understood that he was likely one of the first death row prisoners, and he had probably figured out who was behind the experiments involving death row inmates. However, Kain chose to ignore those feelings. After all, if he was a death row inmate, he would ultimately face death. Turning to Tsunade, Kain asked, "Has he started learning ninjutsu? The progress seems impressive. Is Mr. Tushar a genius?" "I'm not entirely sure," Tsunade replied, contemplating the situation. If he had white eyes, he might be able to see the flow of chakra clearly, but I think the extremis virus has given this experimental subject a natural instinct for wood-style from the first Hokage's cells. Orochimaru elaborated, "Mr. Tushar spent 3 days attempting the simpler clone technique without success but managed to use wood-style ninjutsu in just 1 day." Kain nodded, beginning to understand. So the wood-style bloodline tendency appears to be instinctive for him. Exactly. If wood-style can be replicated, then so can Sharingan, Byakugan, ice-style, and even Dead Bone Pulse, Orochimaru stated with excitement. Tsunade interjected, her voice sharp, "Orochimaru. You can't speak about that so openly. If the Uchiha and Hyuga clans hear about this, it will certainly lead to war." Bloodline clans have an obsessive desire to protect their unique abilities, which are foundational to their family legacy in the ninja world. Kain was taken aback. I didn't realize Extremis had this capability. The principle is that it allows for a new life to emerge amidst destruction, Orochimaru explained. If a bloodline is transplanted at the cellular level using conventional methods, it often leads to the collapse of the living organism. However, the Extremis virus circumvents this issue. After the destruction, it integrates with one's own cells. Tsunade continued, before injecting the Extremis virus serum, the test subject's cells are cultured along with the Extremis virus and Hokage cells to create a new serum. This reduces the associated risks. Her enthusiasm for the research was evident as she shared her insights with Kain. She had gained a deeper understanding of the bloodline limits through her studies of the Extremis virus. Yet, what she truly wanted now was to help Nawaki recover. Kain smiled and pointed to the experimental subject named Tushar. I see. Given these advancements, you two have worked incredibly hard. But about this person. The data and blood samples have been collected, and the records are quite thorough. With this information, we can greatly assist the next experiment. In other words. Orochimaru paused dramatically. He then waved his hand, and several pythons, as thick as forearms, slithered out of his sleeves. They wrapped around the experimental body known as Tushar, constricting around his neck and waist. In a swift motion, Orochimaru formed seals and, to Tsunade's surprise, unleashed Earth-style ninjutsu, crushing the body of the test subject and burying him deep underground. After finishing this grim task, Orochimaru chuckled. All right, Mr. Kain, Mr. Tushar is now buried over 10 meters deep. I believe he will become nutrient-rich soil in about 7 days. Orochimaru, why did you? Tsunade began, shocked by the suddenness of Orochimaru's actions. But he cut her off, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Calm down, Tsunade. The experiment isn't over. They are merely death row prisoners. Mr. Kain, let's go inside and talk. It just so happens that I want to know more about the Extremis virus, Kain replied readily. If they could ensure a high success rate, he would consider injecting the new version of the Extremis virus serum. Before entering the underground experimental base, Kain noticed Tsunade's hesitance and said, Don't dwell on it too much, Tsunade. I brought you a token of condolence. I believe you'll appreciate it. Orochimaru's decisive actions had won Kain's admiration. He had never intended to let the death row experimental subjects go. His plan would remain unchanged regardless of the Extremis virus's success. Even if the experiment succeeded, their worth remained the same. The real value had always been in the Extremis virus serum, not in a subject who could replicate Wood-style bloodline techniques. Tsunade was only seeing the surface benefits of the Wood style without recognizing the deeper implications. In contrast, Kain preferred Orochimaru's pragmatic approach. While Orochimaru cared about achieving his goals, Kain valued results above all else. The two shared a similar mindset. When their goals aligned, they could be excellent partners, though their relationship might falter if their aims diverged. Upon reaching the experimental base, Kain observed the testing process of the Tushar experimental body. Could you try a few more times? Orochimaru, I hope for a little more safety. The current success rate isn't reassuring. Orochimaru smiled knowingly. Of course. After all, Nawaki is also my disciple, and I won't feel comfortable injecting him with the serum until we improve the results.